name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story. If I knew you were coming, I'd have wrecked a train.
The letterhead said, Hardingstone Railroads Associated, Fairfield Hardingstone III, President. Only it turned out they owned less than a mile of track, there was no passengers, and you couldn't even buy a ticket to Pomona. It was a one-man corporation with a one-track mine. But before it was over with, all the competition was dead. I made the mistake of showing up at my boss, the Lion's office, too early on Tuesday. He was holding a letter. From the look on his face, you could tell in another 10 minutes he'd have run out to handle this case himself.
Hardingstone Railroads Associated, Fairfield Hardingstone III.
Name of a new wonder drug, Fatso?
Jeffrey. Oh, don't be ridiculous. That's a man's name. Fairfield Hardingstone III, president of the Hardingstone...
I got it the first time.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, you don't understand. This is a letter from Mr. Hardingstone himself. He wants to hire our agency. He's our client, my boy, the Mr. Hardingstone.
Sorry, Fatso, I never heard of him.
You haven't?
I'm still singing the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe.
Oh.
You haven't heard of him either.
No. Yeah, but that doesn't mean he isn't an important client, Jeffrey. Just take a look at that letterhead. Not printed, engraved. Run your finger over it. And with a name like that...
Okay, Fatso, we got a client. We do what? For how much?
Well, he doesn't say, Jeffrey. Mr. Hardingstone merely requests that we send an investigator to his home as soon as possible. He says it's urgent, and he encloses a check for $100.
That helps.
Helps, my boy. We're in clover. When a big industrialist like Hardingstone hires us, we're in. You handle this case right, and the next thing we know, we'll be hearing from General Motors.
Matter of fact, I got a letter from him yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, something about, would I mind making another payment, please?
All right, Regan, you make jokes about it, but I'm telling you this is our big chance. Now get out there and see Hardingstone. Tell him we guarantee our service. Convince him he hired the right agency. Oh, and,
Something bothering you, Fatso?
Well, as long as you're talking to him, Jeffrey. See if he has any good tips on the market.
I left Anthony J. Lyon digging through the stock market reports in the morning papers. It was a cinch he was counting future shares of Hardingstone Railroads. The letter the Lion gave me said nothing, all right, except that Hardingstone lived in Cheviot Hills just off Motor Avenue. I fought traffic all the way out Olympic and pulled up in front of a brick mansion just after 1 o'clock. It took me 5 minutes to make the hike from the street to the front door. I rang and waited.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hardingstone in?
I beg your pardon, sir.
Fairfield Hardingstone III.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. He's downstairs in the game room. You may go right down if you wish.
Thanks.
Sir, there's just one request.
Huh?
Treat him gently, sir. Mr. Hardingstone is in very poor humor today.
Instead of getting better, it got worse. I followed the butler's nod and walked down the thickly carpeted stairs into the basement. Only it wasn't a basement the way you think of basements. It was mahogany-paneled walls, paintings in gilt frames, not copies, originals, and indirect lighting throughout. And over against the far end of the room stood a table the size of a tennis court. On it, trains, all kinds of trains, electric trains, all scale model stuff. And in front of a master switchboard, flashing 5 different colors of lights, stood Mr. Fairfield Hardingstone III. Age 12.
What you are about to see is a duplication of the famous wreck of the Long Island Railroad, which occurred several years back. A step closer, please. If you will notice, the engineer of the train does not see the red warning signal up ahead. His approximate speed is 70 miles an hour, and he's approaching a dangerous curve. Now, he's coming closer. The signal flashes steadily, but he ignores it. The train nears the bend. The engineer moves the throttle up faster. The turn is coming. Now! 17 passengers killed, 42 injured. The engineer and fireman both dead. You see the folly of blind speed, of course.
You always do this?
It amuses me. By the way, I don't believe I caught your name.
Regan.
Oh, yes, of course, the Lion's Eye. Glad you came right out. My name's Hardingstone.
The third.
Must you remind me? It's bad enough being the sign of a wealthy family without attaching that stigma.
You wanted a detective.
Naturally. Mr. Regan, what do you know about murder?
Get to the point, Fairfield.
Yes, of course, I should have known you wouldn't be interested in this subtle approach. It's about my mother. Next week she's being married. I intend stopping her.
Your father's dead?
He died 6 years ago. I barely remember him.
Ah, he was in railroads?
No, my father was a lawyer, Mr. Regan. He defended the criminally insane. We don't discuss him in this house.
How does that check with your mother?
I sometimes think she doesn't remember Father any better than I do. However, that's not what I called you here to talk about. Mr. Regan, my mother is about to marry a man named John Kilpatrick. Like my father, he's a lawyer.
Only you don't like him.
Precisely. To use a somewhat childish term, he's a jerk.
Also, if your mother marries him, he might interfere with the pleasures of one Fairfield Hardingstone III.
Mr. Regan, you're a man after my own heart. What I want you to do is simple. Check every angle regarding this man Kilpatrick. Explore his past. Somewhere you'll find something.
And if I don't? If I give him a clean slate?
Kilpatrick has been in South America a number of years. I think one of the reasons he returned is that he was broke and came back to marry Mother and the family fortune.
For $100, I tail him.
Wrong. You don't tail him at all, Mr. Regan. In fact, I want you to go right into his office and see him. Tell him who hired you and why. He'll like that.
You can't talk it out of him, scare it out of him, is that it?
It's like the stationery my mother had made up for me a couple of years ago, Mr. Regan. Across the top it says Hardingstone Railroads Associated. My dear mother thought it was very cute. But you'd be surprised at some of the answers I get to my letters.
Maybe I wouldn't. Okay, Fairfield, you paid your 100, you get your money's worth.
Oh, don't rush off, Mr. Regan. There's one other little item. I want you to run upstairs and tell Mother about my little plan.
What?
What's good enough for the bridegroom is good enough for the bride, eh, Mr. Regan?
I left the young Mr. Hardingstone setting up the trains for another great crash and headed up the stairs. I was beginning to wonder just how bad the Lion Detective Agency needed the $100. The answer? Bad enough to talk to the mother. The butler gave me a solemn nod as I went upstairs to the second floor. Top of the landing, I turned and gave the butler a solemn nod. It was getting to be a game. Only the game was over fast when I hit the top of the stairs.
And that's all there is. And I quit. I tell you, I quit.
You can't do that to me, Mrs. Davis. You can't do that to me.
I've taken enough from you and from him. I don't have to work for you. I got other things, see? And you just remember that. Well, I never. Well, what do you want?
Mrs. Hardingstone in there?
She most certainly is, young man. And God bless you if you plan to go in there.
That bad, huh?
Oh, terrible. Very terrible. The poor woman is losing her mind. I'm sure of it.
Oh, that why you're quitting?
I've been here just over 6 years, mister. And that's long enough. I quit. And if you're smart, you'll leave before everybody loses their mind.
The round, frowning, gray-haired woman stomped off down the stairs. In front of me, the open door to Mrs. Hardingstone's room. I thought about the $100 check. Thought about it again. Looked at the open door and peeked in.
Well, you're Dr. Martin's new young assistant. Oh, please do come in, Doctor.
She was propped perfectly in the oversized bed. Satin covers, satin cushions, pillows, radio, ashtray, water pitcher, thermometer, hot water bag, ice bag, cold tablets, headache tablets, vitamin pills, and on a silver tray, one crisp golden brown piece of dry toast. Mrs. Fairfield Hardingstone II was 40, gold ringlets, pink hair ribbon, and a smile. Painted in place.
Well, don't just stand there, Doctor. Do something. Take my temperature or something. You know.
I'm afraid I'm not the doctor, Mrs. Hardingstone.
Of course, when Dr. Martin said he couldn't come, that he was sending his assistant. What? You're not the doctor.
No, my name's Regan.
Regan? Oh, I know you'll forgive me, Mr. Regan, but just what do you specialize in?
I'm a detective, Mrs. Hardingstone.
Oh, I see. No, I don't see. A detective. Well, that is something, isn't it? I could hardly ask you to treat my sacroiliac, now could I?
Now, look, lady, your son hired me. He asked me to come up and talk to you.
Talk to me? Oh, dear, Mr. Regan, what shall we talk about?
John Kilpatrick.
Oh.
You're marrying him next week.
Yes, I am. Providing, of course, my sacroiliac is better.
Providing, of course.
Oh, John is a fine man. He's very sincere. He loves me. Fairfield has no right to resent my marriage. Do you hear? No right at all.
He thinks maybe Kilpatrick's marrying you for your money. Something like that.
Well, suppose he is. After all, I'm not getting any younger. And there's my illness. I do need someone to look after me, Mr. Regan.
Even if the price is high?
Besides, the trip will do me good.
What trip?
Why, John and I, we're sailing to South America together on our honeymoon. I have the tickets right here beside me, see?
And your son stays here? Huh?
Fairfield doesn't want to go. Poor dear boy, he's old beyond his years. It changed him. It completely changed him.
What changed him?
Please, Mr. Regan, I can't bear to discuss it. I'm a sick woman, you see, a very sick woman. It's all been too much for me. Too much for a very sick woman.
Mrs. Hardingstone sniffled about her high blood pressure, and then her low blood pressure, and her asthma, and her sacroiliac. When she asked me to take her temperature just to be sure, then I knew it was time to leave. I nodded sympathetically, borrowed back my damp handkerchief, and silently stole away. But at the foot of the stairs, I got something else. The round, gray-haired woman who had seen leaving Mrs. Hardingstone's room. Just to keep things normal, she, too, was sniffling.
Oh, Miss Regan. Mr. Regan, what will become of us?
I don't know about you, but I'm going to try fresh air.
Oh, I don't mean to impose on you this way, but the boy, the poor dear boy.
The poor dear boy? You mean little Fairfield?
And none other. That the poor soul should be brought up in these circumstances.
Look, just to fill me in, who are you and what are these circumstances?
My name is Mrs. D. I'm the housekeeper. I've been here for 6 years, ever since poor Mr. Hardingstone passed on. God bless his soul.
You like Mr. Hardingstone? The second, that is.
Oh, a fine man he was. Oh, a very fine man.
Tell me, Mrs. D, what do you think of Mr. Kilpatrick, the bridegroom-to-be?
They're two of a kind, him and her. It's fitting they should wed. And that is that. I'm leaving tomorrow. Oh, poor dear little Fairfield. Poor.
She was gone. Gone with her wet napkin and sad eyes into the pantry. It was getting so moist inside the house, an umbrella salesman could have made a fortune. I got out fast, into my car, and drove down to Hollywood. A quick look at a phone book gave me John Kilpatrick, attorney at law, Taft Building. 10 minutes later, I'd waded through 3 secretaries and reached the inner sanctum. The man across the desk was tall, thin, mustached, beady-eyed. He was Kilpatrick.
Sit down, Mr. Regan, do. Sit down.
Thanks.
I think I may as well be frank with you, Mr. Regan. I know why you're here.
Mrs. Hardingstone phoned you.
Yes, she did.
Well, why the sad look?
Oh, it's about Fairfield, Mr. Regan, your client.
The kid?
Yes. Poor dear child.
What's this poor dear child routine? Everybody treats him like an executive with ulcers.
Mr. Regan, I suppose it's going to be my unpleasant duty to inform you. You see, we of the family don't like to think about it.
About what?
Fairfield Hardingstone killed his father.
What?
It's true. Oh, it was an accident, mind you. Fairfield had been given a chemistry set for Christmas. That was 6 years ago. Well, he was quite enthusiastic. He liked it a great deal, except that he mixed things. Poisons.
Poison?
And put some in his father's coffee. As a boyish prank, mind you, poor little fellow had no idea what he was doing.
Neither did his father, is that it?
Mr. Hardingstone died a few hours later.
Kid took that pretty hard.
Yes. Sorry. Colored his entire life. I'm sorry.
Are you all right, Kilpatrick?
Hmm? Oh, yes, of course. Slight indigestion. Something they served for lunch.
They?
The Hardingstones. I lunched there. To continue, it was quite a tragedy for the family to face, and that's why I believe you ought to forget this case, Mr. Regan.
Look, I'll get you some water.
No. That won't be necessary. You see, Mr. Regan, poor little Fairfield simply has an overdeveloped imagination. He simply... Oh.
I'll be right back. I rushed out to the water cooler and filled a cup. John Kilpatrick looked worse than a case of indigestion. When I went back into his office, I found him slumped in his chair. But John Kilpatrick had water wouldn't cure. He was dead. It was 3 o'clock Tuesday, and John Kilpatrick, attorney at law, was dead. He was dead from a very bad case of indigestion brought on by a very bad dose of poison. He'd had lunch at the home of Fairfield Hardingstone III, and he was dead. That much Police Lieutenant Huey Piper was sure of. And the more he thought about it, the surer he became. He and I were driving out to the Hardingstone place in Cheviot Hills at city expense.
So, like I say, Regan, he's dead and he's poisoned and he had lunch with the Hardingstones. Or, as they say in Dixie, something to eat, no doubt.
And you figure that adds up to the kid?
Regan, I figure nothing until the final pony crosses the wire. Still, little Fairfield did it before, and he can do it again. Yes, Pa?
Yeah, only before it was an accident. This time, it's on purpose.
If it was a joke, it was a very unfunny joke, and I'm sure nobody is laughing, least of all the deceased one, John Kilpatrick.
Piper, what do you know about the death of the father 6 years ago?
Nothing. We never knew anything. The kid was playing around with those homemade poisons. The father turned up dead.
What about Mrs. Hardingstone? She inherited a fortune.
Don't I know it? Still, what can you do with a dame who's half off her rocker? Besides, she was even out of town when it happened. No evidence, no proof, no arrest.
And the kid took the rap.
Correct. Oh, don't worry. It was an accident, all right? Nobody had a motive to knock off the old man, except if you want to count the wife. The kid loved him, the servants loved him, everybody loved him. Here we are, Regan. Stick around. Maybe we'll have things to talk about later.
I'll be listening. Huey Piper and I went into the Hardingstone mansion. He rounded up little Fairfield, and they went off for a talk. Me, I found a telephone in the hallway and put in a call to my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
Yeah, Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau.
Me,
Anthony...
Fatso, get a pencil.
Jeffrey, I found you.
Well, show us what a sharp detective you are.
Jeffrey, did you talk to our client, Mr. Hardingstone?
Yeah, Fatso, as a matter of fact, I did.
Well, did he have anything to say?
About the stock market?
Yes. You see, Jeffrey, I did a little investigating myself. Hardingstone Railroad isn't listed on the New York Stock Exchange or the curb. That means it's probably family-owned, you see.
And that means if we do a real good job on the case, you figure our client, Mr. Hardingstone, may let you in for a few shares.
As a token of appreciation, Jeffrey. After all, Mr. Hardingstone is a big man.
Not so big.
He isn't?
And I might as well tell you, Fatso, Mr. Hardingstone's railroad is a pretty small railroad, as railroads go.
Oh, that's all right with me, Jeffrey. They say it's the little companies who make the money.
Well, this one doesn't own a lot of tracks.
Jeffrey, why quibble over a few miles of track? My boy, this isn't like you to pass up a golden opportunity.
Look, Lyon, before we invest, we got work to do. I want you to check the newspaper files. Everything you can find on Fairfield Hardingstone II, our client's father.
Our client's father? Jeffrey!
Check it, Fatso, and call me back with a complete bio. You got that?
Yeah, but Jeffrey, our client's father? We're handling both of them?
Never mind, Lyon. Just check. I hung up and wandered around the huge silent house. I just made the living room when I stopped cold. Standing very close to a locked door stood the forgotten member of the Hardingstone clan, the butler. I went over.
I beg your pardon, sir.
What's your name?
It's Timothy Richard Nefsher, sir. But they call me Casey.
Casey?
The boy gave me that name, sir, while playing one day with the model trains. We were reenacting a disastrous crash, and I was...
Casey Jones.
Yes, sir.
You served lunch today, Casey?
Oh, no, sir.
Who did?
Why, Mrs. D, sir. Mrs. D always serves the luncheon meal.
Yeah, maybe I ought to have a talk with Mrs. D. Where is she, Casey?
Well, sir, I'd like to accommodate you, but the fact is Mrs. D took bag and baggage and departed less than an hour ago.
Maybe the look on my face printed it. But when I turned around, Lieutenant Huey Piper of Homicide was standing at my elbow.
Well, that's very interesting indeed. You have a way of getting very good answers very quick, Regan. I think maybe this man and I will talk together, huh, Mr. Butler? Let's you and me talk.
Piper and Casey moved off into the hallway, and I looked around at the open door to the room Piper had been in. Fairfield Hardingstone III was in there now. I wanted to talk to him. Fairfield. Got a minute, kid?
Go away.
Might help things if we talk.
Go away.
Detective's job is to protect the client, son. You're my client.
All right, I killed him. I killed Mr. Kilpatrick. Is that what you want me to say? I hated him when I killed him, just like I killed My dad.
Fairfield,
Yes?
you didn't kill your father.
What did you say, Mr. Regan?
When you were 6 years old, there was an accident. Some people said your father died because of your accident.
Yes?
Yeah, but it really wasn't like they said. You didn't cause that accident, Fairfield. You had nothing to do with the death of your father.
But how did you know? They said...
They said that because it seemed that way. Maybe your father's death was an accident, and it seemed like you were responsible.
I tried to tell him, Mr. Regan. I tried to tell him I didn't do it. I tried. They wouldn't believe me. Thought I wasn't old enough to know what I was doing. But, Mr. Regan, I didn't kill my daddy. I loved him. I loved my daddy.
Fairfield, tell me something. That day your father died, who was here in the house?
I don't remember anything about it, Mr. Regan. I don't remember anything.
Now, it was a long, long time ago, Fairfield. I know you can't remember very much, but think. Who was here in the house with you?
Well, it was Daddy.
Yeah.
And me. And Casey.
Yeah.
And Mrs. D. And Mr. Kilpatrick.
Kilpatrick? What was he doing here?
He and Daddy were arguing about something. They argued at the dinner table.
Son, are you sure?
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Okay, we'll try it that way. Now, you stay right here and sit tight. I'll check back with you.
Mr. Regan.
Yeah?
Mr. Regan, do you really believe me?
Yeah. I believed him. Now it was really beginning to make sense. Sense for the first time. Kilpatrick was there that day, and that meant plenty. And when I checked back with my boss, the Lion, it meant still more. All he could tell me was what I already knew. The father was a lawyer, a respected man. Everybody liked him. Put it all together, and it spelled murder. I headed up the stairs, double time. A quick check with Mrs. Hardingstone told me her tickets for South America had disappeared. That did it. Downstairs, Lieutenant Huey Piper was talking with the butler. I grabbed him. No explanation, just grabbed him and rushed him out to the car. We cut in the siren, and on the way I filled him in. Even with the siren, it took us 40 minutes to make San Pedro. He headed for the ticket office. I took the gangplank looking for the purser.
Yes, sir?
Check your passenger list, will you? I'm looking for a Mr. Kilpatrick, John Kilpatrick.
Well, just a moment, sir. Let me see. Just a moment.
Come on, step on it.
Oh, I have it here. Mr. John Kilpatrick sailing for South America? Yes, he's aboard. Mr. John Kilpatrick, yes, cabin 71, A deck.
Never mind the rest of it, thanks. It took me another 10 minutes to find it, but when I did, I didn't stop to ring the buzzer. Across the room, sitting casually behind a newspaper. Double-breasted pinstripe suit, two-tone shoes, very dapper. Mr. John Kilpatrick? Nope.
Mr. Regan.
Sure, Mrs. D, your old friend Regan. Men's clothes look odd on a female housekeeper.
Yes, they do now, don't they, Mr. Regan? But Mr. Hardingstone wouldn't mind. You see, I had to wear them so there'd be no fuss or bother.
Yeah, but there's going to be anyway, Mrs. D. They don't like you running away like this.
You meant the family? Oh, my, Mr. Regan, you shouldn't listen to them. They all hate me since Mr. Hardingstone died, poor soul. They've hated me since then.
Since you killed Mr. Hardingstone?
Why, yes. Didn't Mr. Kilpatrick tell you?
No, he didn't.
Mr. Kilpatrick hated me more than anyone else. It was all his fault, really. Why, I wouldn't have hurt the boy's father for anything in this world. He was good and kind and always nice to me.
But you still killed him?
It was a mistake, you see. Mr. Kilpatrick came to dinner and told Mr. Hardingstone they should send me back to the home. And, of course, I didn't want that at all. So I put the poison in Mr. Kilpatrick's cup, and then Mr. Hardingstone drank it. Oh, it was all a terrible mistake.
Tell me about the home, Mrs. D.
Well, you see, I was living at this home, and they said I was sick, but I...
Now, look, Hardingstone was interested in the criminally insane, so he got them to release you into his custody. Is that it?
Well, I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Regan. I'm not insane. It's all those other people. Remember I told you this afternoon that everyone was losing their mind? Isn't it a shame?
I think you better come back now, Mrs. D. They want to talk to you.
About Mr. Kilpatrick's death? Oh, I wouldn't tell them about that, Mr. Regan.
Well, then, Tell me.
Mr. Kilpatrick came back from South America, you see, and I knew he was coming to take me back to the home.
Yeah?
So this time, when I put the poison in the coffee, I made sure it was Mr. Kilpatrick.
And for 6 years you let that kid think he killed his father?
Well, after all, Mr. Regan, if I'd said anything, they'd have sent me back to the home. Besides, Fairfield got over it. He's a fine boy now, and he's going to be all right. You'll see.
Okay, Mrs. D. We'll go back there now. We'll go back and we'll see now.
Oh, no, Mr. Regan. I'm going to South America. I have my ticket. You leave me alone. Mr. Regan, let me alone. Now.
You carry a gun.
Well, I must protect myself. Like if I were to kill you in self-defense. Everyone would understand because you have no right to be here.
Drop the gun, Mrs. D.
You needn't look at me that way, Mr. Regan. I know perfectly well what I'm doing. I'm not so crazy as they think. You'll see.
This time you see. Sorry, Mrs. V. We're going home now. Lieutenant Piper showed up, and together we escorted the protesting Mrs. D back to police headquarters. Her next stop from there was the home, the official title of which turned out to be the L.A. County Home for the Mentally Infirm, the place she'd left just 6 years before. Well, the next morning I checked into the home for the tired and aged detectives, the office of Anthony J. Lyon. That turned out to be the worst mistake of all.
Aha! So there you are, you faker, you imposter, Regan!
Hey, what's eating you, fatso?
You dirty, double-crossing scoundrel, Regan! You knew there was no such thing as Hardingstone Railroads! You knew we'd been hoodwinked!
Not at all, Lyon!
What do you mean, standing there lying to my very face? It just so happens, Regan, I checked the newspapers on Hardingstone. I found out he had a son, that the son's age would be 12 years! Oh, you didn't fool me for long!
But, Lyon, I tried to tell you over the phone that...
Swindled, robbed by a 12-year-old! An Al Capone in knee pants, a Dillinger in diapers!
Hey, Lyon, slow down. Take it easy.
I will not take it easy. This boy must be prosecuted, sending us a $100 check with his signature, a 12-year-old. Why, it's highway robbery.
Except the check is good.
I'll call the district attorney. I'll call... What did you say?
Fairfield Hardingstone III has his own bank account and a special permission to write checks.
Jeffrey, are you sure?
Furthermore, since we cleared up 2 deaths instead of 1, he gave me an additional check for $100. Here.
Extra $100? Well...
Sorry, Fatso. Looks like you just can't prosecute the boy.
You prosecute? Prosecute, Jeffrey? Are you out of your mind? You know I wasn't going to prosecute that poor dear boy. Yeah. Why didn't you know, Jeffrey? Some of my best friends are children.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and Gilbert Thomas, produced, directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. This is Bob Stevenson inviting you to be with us again for Jeff Regan, Investigator.
My name's Regan. I get 10 a day in expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan, the Lion's Eye, stand by for hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The Gambler and His Lady.
You find it in Hollywood, on Taft Avenue. 4-story apartment building, the color of a rainy afternoon. They call it the Havenwood. It sags in the middle like a tired Frankfurter. That's where I live. Apartment 3K. 2 rooms with a pull-down bed and a pair of windows that stick when it's hot. Oh, the view isn't much. 6 strands of telephone wire and the head of a shaved-off palm tree. Beyond is the city, L.A., spread out on the map like a raw egg with a broken yolk. Oh, the town's all right, I guess, if you can afford the sedatives. The Lion likes it. He set himself up as a receiving clerk for trouble, and I work for him. It was about 11:15 Tuesday night when my phone began making itself felt. Turned out to be the Lion breathing hard. It figured he was running his fingers over a greenback.
Regan, want to hear the sound of a brand new $50 bill?
Send me a record.
What's the matter? You sound like you're flat on your back.
How do you sleep?
Who's sleeping? I'm working, and that's what you're going to be doing.
Try me tomorrow.
Throw on some clothes. You're going down to Venice Boulevard to see a lady. She's got daughter trouble.
Well, marry her off.
She didn't pay us $50 for that. The problem goes deeper.
How much?
She'll tell you.
I want it from you.
I don't know it all for sure.
Don't you ever check into things?
I do the general work. You get the details.
Yeah, you drag a wet rag over the 50, and if the ink stays on, we got a client.
That's insulting.
How would you know?
Regan, you don't want to keep a lady waiting. Now get a move on.
Give me the name.
Mrs. Eleanor Bascom, Pierpont Hotel.
Yeah?
And phone me after you talk to her.
What for?
I want to be sure it's legit.
Do you care?
Better make that call to me tomorrow after 10. I'm sort of going to be tied up till then.
Doing what?
Sleeping.
Well, I put on some clothes, picked up my car, and moved out to Venice Boulevard. The good humor men were all gone, and I had the street to myself. 20 minutes later, I came to a stop beside a garbage can near San Pedro. Behind it stood the Pierpont Hotel, a 2-deck pile of wood left over from the sinking of the Spanish Armada. There was a black and dirty white sign outside, said rooms 50 cents, weekly and monthly rates. The names Eleanor and Georgia Bascom showed in the mailbox and gave a room 210. I climbed a flight of stairs and walked down a hall that looked like a passageway in a pyramid. It was dark, and it took my cigarette lighter to turn up the numbers. 210 finally showed, and I rapped on the door. A bush of black and gray hair pulled it open. It was wearing a red kimono and an impatient look, like a tax collector in January. She was pushing 50 and looked tired.
Yes?
I'm Regan, international detective.
Oh, yes, the Lion's Eye. I've been waiting for you. Come in. I'm Mrs. Bascom.
Eleanor or Georgia?
Georgia's my daughter. I want to apologize for getting you out here this time of night, Mr. Regan, but it's urgent.
The Lion said that the girl's the problem.
Yes.
How old is she?
22.
Who's the man?
How'd you know there was a man?
Well, what other kind of trouble would she go after?
She's a good girl, Mr. Regan. She always has been.
Until now. Huh?
That's what I want to know.
Well, she's old enough to call her plays.
That's not the advice I'm paying for.
Where'd you get the 50?
It took a lot of saving.
All right, give me his name.
Louis Desmond.
Gambler, card sharp, bookie, all-around con man.
He's got a card room out toward Gardena someplace, the Five Aces Club.
What does your daughter see in him?
Oh, it's this place. The way we have to live. She's tired of having nothing. I've tried, but she's looking for a change.
And taking a wrong turn.
I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, other girls have it real tough. They go to work.
Well, we had a little trouble in the family once. It shows up if someone starts looking.
When can I talk to Georgia?
Well, you'll have to work that out yourself, Mr. Regan.
What does that mean?
She put some clothes in a suitcase and left earlier this evening. That's why I had to call you so suddenly.
Mm-hmm. Where'd she go?
Louis is a real bum, Mr. Regan.
You talk like you know him.
We've met. I want to know just what's going on. If Louis is forcing her into anything crooked.
She force easy?
A fur coat makes a young girl do a lot of things.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a picture of her. You may need it.
Mm-hmm.
Not very good, but the only one I've got.
I'll make it work.
That's about all, Mr. Regan. Get in touch with me as soon as you get something.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Regan.
Yeah.
As you can tell, I'm the kind of person who sometimes gets hysterical over things, but I'm also the kind who demands results.
You sound like a radio commercial. It was after midnight when I followed the fog out Vermont toward Gardena. The yellow lights were pressing, but they were doing about as much good as a pint of bourbon at a Shriners convention. I wound around the flatland for a while before the Five Aces Club turned up by a bend in the road. It looked like a blue wart with a neon sign. There was a front door and a back one, and a couple of pairs of shoulders standing at each. A little guy in a pinstripe gray was figuring the size of the wallets going in. Louis Desmond's office showed at the top of the stairway, and I moved for it. But a muscle looking down on 6 feet was playing frontman. He put a knotted hand on my arm, and when he spoke, it sounded like a gear factory doing double time.
Slow down, Pilgrim. The room you're looking for is the other way.
Yeah, well, this one says office.
That's the trouble with you guys who read. Can't take hints.
Spell it out.
Beat it.
Not until I see Louis Desmond.
What's your business?
I'll tell it to him.
You owe him some dough?
No, I don't.
Then he ain't interested.
He will be.
Listen, Junior,
Come on, get him off of me, punk.
Hey,
what's all the noise, Patsy?
Sightseer without a ticket.
My name's Regan.
Cup?
Maybe.
You want me to bounce him down the stairs, boss?
Maybe. What do you want?
Talk.
That's always a waste of time.
Not if it's about Georgia Bascom.
Come on in. Never saw you around here before, Regan.
No, I can't afford it.
Oh, don't say that. Some people go out of here with more than they come in with.
Yeah, you.
Guess you're right at that. Cigar?
No, thanks.
Well, what about Georgia, Regan?
You tell me.
That doesn't add. You came to see me.
She's got a worried mother.
They're all like that.
Now, this one figures you're doing a little forcing.
Oh.
You'd know more about that.
Give me a clue.
Blackmail, maybe?
You're a kick. Arthur Godfrey'd love to get a hold of you.
I come too high.
Let me give you some good advice. Go home and pull a blanket over your head and say it's all a bad dream.
You know, you talk a lot, mister, but you don't say much. What's the hold on Georgia?
All right, wise guy. Honey. Come over here, baby. Regan, you know this girl?
I've seen a picture.
Georgia, this is a peeper named Regan. He come to rescue you.
But what for, Mr. Regan?
$50.
My mother gave you that to come and take me back?
Something like that.
But I can't go.
Why not?
Well,
Go ahead. Show him, baby.
look, Regan. 3 carats.
With a wedding band to match.
On what dice table did you pick those up?
Stop the noise, Regan. Congratulate the lady.
Not on a bad mistake.
Listen, Shamus.
Oh, never mind him, Louis. He doesn't matter.
When did the furs come?
Louis said soon. Tell Mama we're married and not to worry. We're going away for a few days.
Ensenada for some gambling and fishing.
You won't enjoy it.
Sure I will. You'll be in L.A.
The alley behind the Five Aces Club hadn't been dusted in a week. My brown flannel suit fixed that. Well, I picked myself up and made it for the car. Moving north on Vermont, I tried to add a couple of things. There was a funny smell in Louis's office when I first walked in, like rope on fire. Somebody'd been there before me who smoked cubebs. Desmond worked on cigars. Georgia held a king-size Pall Mall. Well, whoever it was still played it coy. About 1 o'clock, I started raising a small campaign with the Lion's door knocker. His dream must have been a real good one because it took him 10 minutes to get to the door. He was wearing a nightgown, and he looked like a poor imitation of the Fisk tire ad. All that was missing was the candle.
Regan, I told you not to bother me until after 10 a.m.
It's no bother.
Get out of here, let a man sleep.
Your dreams will be bad.
What do you mean?
You just lost a client.
What's the matter? The money phony?
Georgia Bascom married Desmond. There's nothing I can do about it.
Well, think of something. Say you married her first.
You're out of your mind.
So it's a bad idea. Get a good
Yeah,
one.
I already have.
What is it?
You give Mrs. Bascom her case back.
Well, you can't do that.
Try me.
Think a minute, Regan. She's come to us for help. A lonely woman with no place to turn entrusts her trouble to International.
You got that 50 spent?
It's not the money, it's the moral obligation.
Oh, stop it, will you? You don't give blood anymore since you found out somebody'd pay for it.
You're getting out of line.
You're the only guy in town who can turn a shaving cut into a bankroll.
That's enough. Well, let's do it this way. You go over to Mrs. Bascom and give her the lowdown. Let her decide if she wants you to carry on or not.
You sure go to a lot of trouble for a 50.
I need a lot of new stuff around the place.
Well, it's close to Christmas, right to Santa Claus. Well, I
left the Lion looking for a fountain pen, and I drove out to Venice Boulevard in the Pierpont Hotel. The place still looked the same. A black Nash was parked up the block, the motor going. A couple of cats were doing a duet on a garbage can. I climbed the stairs to the second floor, and I started down the hall for 210, walking real easy to keep the boards from creaking, but somebody else didn't care about the noise. There was a gun with a silencer working in Mrs. Bascom's room. I pushed the door in, but by then all I could hear was silence. The light showed an open window by the fire escape, and the wind was blowing the curtains. Mrs. Bascom lay face down on the bed, real still, and the holes in her blanket were turning wet. The Lion really lost a client that time. Well, it didn't take Sanducci and the boys long to get there. The fingerprint men and the photographers went to work in the room. Sanducci picked me. He had a grouch on like a fat lady in an upper berth.
What's the matter, Regan? You get lost?
What do you mean?
You're pretty far from home.
Well, I get around.
Who is she?
Name's Eleanor Bascom.
I know that. What'd she do? Where'd she come from?
I don't know.
What were you doing out here?
She called in the Lion. Her daughter ran off with Louis Desmond.
Oh, he in it? How far?
Ask him.
Mrs. Bascom wants you to bring her daughter back.
She wanted to know if the girl was moving into a racket.
Was she?
I haven't found out.
I should have known better than to ask a detective. Why didn't she call us?
She was behind on her taxes.
What do you do, Private? Sit up nights figuring ways to make my job harder?
You through with me?
No. Who killed her, Regan?
I don't know.
Bad choice of words.
Go check a black Nash parked up the street.
Got a license number?
No, I haven't.
Thanks a lot.
Look, I'm no medium. I didn't know she was marked.
Any other big ideas?
A few.
Well, keep them to yourself. They're all wrong. Now get out of here.
Yeah. Say, Sanducci.
Yeah?
The Lion can handle another client now.
So what?
Want to sign up? Well, I went home and slept. Coffee and warmed-over biscuits at the drugstore took care of breakfast the next morning. Then I checked the phone book. Louis Desmond's home address turned up on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, and so I drove out there. It was on a corner. A 2-story colonial place with white pillars and green shutters. The doorbell sounded like a second chorus at the Hollywood Bowl. The Japanese maid let me in, and I waited in the anteroom. That's when I caught that peculiar smell again. Somebody had just been there who smoked those Q-Beb cigarettes. Well, a couple of minutes later, a tall blonde fighting 30 stepped up to me. She smelled like she just crawled out of a bottle of Platine. It was a bright morning, but she had the kind of look that had you wishing for an eclipse.
Well, what do you want?
Louis Desmond.
Census taker?
No.
What's he done?
I don't know yet. Where is he?
I don't know where he is. He didn't come home last night.
Lots of work at the office?
Card room out in Gardena.
Lots of work out there?
He didn't say. He doesn't tell me everything.
Should he?
Depends on what you think of your marriage vows.
Who are you?
His wife. Want a drink, mister?
Sure.
What'll it be?
Yours?
Bourbon. You pour. I don't know when to stop.
All right. Here you go.
To marriage. It's a mess.
Cigarette?
Never touch him. Interferes with my drinking.
Who smokes the Q-Bebs?
Is that what that stuff is?
Yeah.
The little guy walked in here looking for Louis and smelled up the place.
Hiya, Stella.
Oh, hello, Patsy. Just in time for a drink.
Company?
Yeah. What's your name, fellow?
He knows.
You learn hard, don't you, Regan?
What's going on?
He's an eye.
So what?
So he gets a bounce.
He's my friend.
Beat it, Seamus, or I'll split you.
Stay right where you are. This is my house, and I'll entertain who I want.
With the boss's liquor?
I've got some rights.
Well, figure out what they are and try 'em on the boss.
I don't like you, Patsy.
Beat it, Peeper.
Get your paws off of me. Come on, get him off.
Stop it, Patsy. Stop it, I said.
Well, you hit him pretty hard, lady.
No, I didn't. His head's soft.
Well, I left her picking up pieces of glass, and I drove back toward Hollywood. I was moving east on Sunset, trying to make some sense out of Desmond's domestic life, when I spotted that black sedan again. It was doing a real bad tag job on me. I pushed the pedal closer to the floor, but the sedan had better gas. It caught me going around a bend past Beverly Glen and started pushing me. Oh, it was a great place for a boulevard stop, but none showed. All it did was a reflection in my rearview mirror of the driver in the black sedan. It was feminine, and the voice spelled out Georgia Bascom. That's when she moved in for a closer look.
You are listening to the story of the gambler and his ladies. Tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Listen, this is good news. Good news for you if you're between the ages of 20 and 26 and a half, married or single, a high school graduate, and want to fly for the United States Air Force. Yes, the Air Force Aviation Cadet Program is offering you the opportunity to become a pilot officer in the mightiest Air Force in history. You can be one of the Air Force's men of renown. And there's more offered than the pride you feel in being a member of America's flying team. For after your 52 weeks of training, you'll graduate as a second lieutenant in the Air Force with an income of more than $300 per month. Remember, the Air Force offers you what it offered General Jimmy Doolittle, General Carl Spaatz, and General Hoyt Vandenberg, now at 42, the Air Force Chief of Staff. Call at your local Army and Air Force recruiting station tomorrow. Apply to become an aviation cadet. And now, back to the story of the gambler and his ladies and Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Well, things were moving as fast as the last reel in a Western movie. The Lion sent me out to see a lady who was having daughter trouble. Georgia Bascom had done a tie-in with a gambler named Louis Desmond, only it looked real permanent. She was wearing his wedding ring, and the mother ended up carrying a couple of bullets, and homicide moved in. That's when I met a blonde at Desmond's house who said she was Louis's wife. Well, I was working on the mess when a black sedan with Georgia at the wheel ran me off the road, and the slugs began to fly. I peeled myself off the side of the hill, and I got in touch with the police. Sanducci took over and invited me to headquarters for some more talk. He put me in a little room with pale green walls and sat behind a big desk chewing a dead cigar. He was taking me all in like a Hoover vacuum cleaner on a dirty rug.
Well, how do you feel, Regan?
All right.
You shouldn't.
Why not?
Looks to me like from here on in, you're a marked man.
I'll get along.
It'll be real interesting to see how.
All right, now look, have you got something to say?
Maybe.
Well, let's hear it.
Relax, Regan. You're not going anyplace.
You can't hold me. I was the one who got shot at.
Well, that's enough. I'll work out a way to hold you for creating a disturbance.
It won't work.
Listen, you. The bullets we pulled out of your upholstery match the ones in Mrs. Bascom's.
So what?
So we figure she was knocked off because she knew something somebody didn't want said. We also figure that applies to you.
Yeah, well, that gets you nothing.
All right, Regan. Play it your way this time. You'll come running back when the haters close in.
Don't make book on it.
Well, if you got to get yourself knocked off, don't mess up our city streets.
Yeah, I'll be real careful.
Oh, and wear a dark suit that save our morticians a little trouble.
That all?
Yeah, go on, beat it, sure. Oh, Regan.
Yeah.
E buffi de tuo padre.
What's that mean?
Your father's mustache.
Well, it was late afternoon by the time I walked out of headquarters. The sun was still working, but it was cold. The cab driver, with a lot of conversation, drove me to my place over on Taft. When I opened my front door, I smelled it again, those cubebs. A small face was sitting on my sofa, sucking on them. It belonged to a guy who had to stand on a box to see over a fox terrier. When I shut the door behind me, he ground the cigarette into an ashtray and turned on a nervous look like a pig in a football factory.
Your landlady let me in, Mr. Regan. I hope you don't mind. I have to talk to you.
We met before.
We did? I don't remember.
Just me and your cigarettes.
Huh? Oh, you mind if I smoke?
You just finished one.
Oh, yes, so I did. May I have a drink, then? Just a small one.
All right.
Thank you. I generally don't drink, but tonight Yeah, thank you. Now, I barely know where to begin.
Well, you better figure it out. You haven't got much time.
Yes, yeah. Well...
Start with a name.
Is that necessary?
Yeah, it is.
Loper, Max Loper. I'm a businessman.
What kind?
What kind? Furrier. Yeah, I'm a furrier, Mr. Regan. All sorts of furs, ermines, nice. Generally, I prefer sable, but it depends on the woman, you know.
What does Georgia get?
You beg pardon?
Let it go.
Yeah. I'm not the man I used to be, Mr. Regan. My fortunes have changed. Yeah, changed. I think I better have that cigarette.
Save it for later and start making sense.
Well, I need help.
Why come to me?
Well, Mrs. Bascom thought enough of you to ask you to help her. You see, I know Mrs. Bascom. That is, I knew Mrs. Bascom. Her death was so sudden.
It was forced.
Yeah, so the papers say. But, Mr. Regan, I want you to know I didn't do it.
Who said you did?
Well, nobody yet. But I didn't do it.
Look, why tell me?
There's nobody else I can tell.
Try the police.
No, that's what I can't do. I want you to prove to them that I wouldn't do a thing like that.
Loper, what's your tie-in with Desmond?
Desmond? Why? There is no tie-in.
You were at his card room. I smelled your cigarettes there. You got nothing, I guess, and you went to his house.
Mr. Regan, that's got nothing to do with it.
I think different.
But you're wrong, all wrong.
Convince me.
I didn't do the murder. That's what I want you to tell the police.
Who did?
I don't know.
Well, now I think you do. Come on. Who killed George's mother?
It was her stepmother who was killed.
Give me some more.
Oh, you got me all confused. I guess coming to you for help was a bad idea.
Something was.
I'll find somebody else who doesn't ask so many questions. I better go.
No, not yet, little man. You got too many answers.
Take your hands off me. Now, Mr. Regan, I never used one of these, but the theory is simple. Just pull the trigger.
If you can find it.
Don't urge me. Open the door. Go on.
Sure.
Now step away. See you later, Mr. Regan.
Hey, Loper. He made it to the staircase, and then the noise came. A couple of bullets flew up the spiral and caught him in the chest. He stopped in midair for a second like a yo-yo on a string, and then he toppled over and rolled down. By the time I got to him, he was all used up. Well, a call into homicide brought some of the boys out, and they took care of him. A fat guy with a head like a plunger took him pictures for a paper, and a girl with a leaky fountain pen got the story. Took about an hour and a half to clear my place. But the minute the crowd moved out, the lion moved in. He had a sheet of paper in one hand, and his face was lit up like an old maid at a cocktail party.
This concerns Louis Desmond and Georgia Bascom. You interested?
Yeah?
Desmond's got a wife, and her name's not Georgia.
No, it's Stella, and she's a ripe candidate for a drunk tank.
What else do you know about her?
She's jealous.
Well, there's no record any place of a divorce or of a marriage between Georgia and Desmond. That whole setup's a phony.
Tell me why.
Georgia's father, named Peter Bascom, was a furrier. And he was once in on a fur job with the same Louis Desmond.
Go on.
The old Bascom ended up with a bullet in him, and Louis with a pile of dough.
How did it work?
I can't find out everything. You got to do something.
You know a Max Loper?
Never heard of him.
You got an address on this Georgia?
The Lorena Hotel, room 406, on Catalina off Wilshire.
All right.
The way I figured, an insurance company might be real interested to get hold of her.
No, the gas chamber's got priority.
We figured the swindle first. Collect the fat bonus, then let the city handle her any way it wants. Call me when you get it all sewed up.
What are you going to be doing?
Resting at home. I'm all worn out.
Yeah, well, that figures. You've been doing a little thinking. The Lorena Hotel, 6 stories of plush carpet and gold paint. It was night when I got there, and the neon was on. The buzzer brought the door open, and Georgia Bascom stood there carrying an overcoat. She had her purse under her arm, and it figured she was leaving. When she saw me, she turned on a surprised look.
Oh, Mr. Regan.
Moving out?
Just a little errand.
It'll keep. Shut the door.
Now, see here.
Shut up.
Well, that's a lot of nerve.
Don't let it bother you. There are bigger things.
Like what?
A fur job you and Louie are working on.
What are you talking about?
And a little murder. Throw your purse on the sofa.
I will not.
Come on, lady. It's getting heavy. Now open the closet door. Come on.
There. I hope you're satisfied.
I'm not much on fashions. Read them to me.
3 ermine, 3 sable.
10,000 apiece.
More.
Max Lopers.
Yeah.
Well, you can't wear them all. You got a friend?
I don't need one.
All right, sis. What is it?
Nothing.
That's your version.
You could be wrong.
When'd you marry Desmond?
Last week.
Bad answer. He's got a wife named Stella. Bigamy will get him in trouble.
Well, that's his problem.
No, it's yours, too, if the courts can prove you knew.
All right, I didn't marry him.
Then why the wedding ring?
Hey, you ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, I do.
Why don't you get out of here?
Louie's not new on fur jobs. He knows how much work it is to palm him off.
You're talking to yourself.
Loper never got to outlive a double cross.
What are you going to do with that?
Nothing. Homicide will work it out.
I didn't kill anybody.
You'll work up a sweat proving it.
Louis did it, honest. He killed my stepmother because she knew how the job worked. He gave it to Loper, too. He would...
Hiya, friends.
It must be raining. The worms are coming to the top.
Hello, Louis. Regan's got it figured. I was just stalling him till you got here.
Sure, Georgia. I know.
Honest, Louis, honest. I didn't mean to say you did the knockoffs.
We'll talk about it later.
Better finish it now. You're not going to be around.
We'll see.
They got a spot all staked out for you up north.
Isn't that interesting? Regan, I got a set of instructions for you. I want you to be real nice and follow them.
What's in it for me?
You kill me, Seamus. I'm holding all the cards. You want to rake in the pot.
I better get going, Louis. We shouldn't be seen together right now.
Slow down, baby. I got something for you, too.
But, Louis,
Big mouth.
Big
mouth.
Look, you didn't have to hit her more than once.
She got off easy. Everybody's got 32 teeth.
Desmond moved us out of the apartment and down the hall. Georgia was beginning to sob, but Desmond wasn't impressed. He held the gun under his coat and walked behind us careful, like an elephant on a crate of eggs. The button brought the elevator, and the three of us went in, and then it started down. When the door swung open on the first floor, a whiff of bourbon came floating in, packing a .32. Louis turned white.
Stella!
I told him if he kept messing around, he was going to have trouble at home.
You want to give me the gun?
No. What's your name, girlie?
Georgia.
Were you in love with Louis?
I don't know.
Well, go find out. You want it now, Regan? It's empty.
You know, lady, you fixed nothing.
What do you mean?
Where you're going, you'll all be together again. Well, it was all over fast, like a $1 dinner. The coroner's office sent out some boys for Georgia and Louis, and Sanducci picked up Stella. Desmond had himself a pretty good thing. Do a tie-in with a furrier and move the furs across the border with nobody making a fuss. Oh, it was slow work, but $10,000 a week's pretty good pay, and it was real safe. Loper wasn't going to say the furs were even stolen until they were turned into money. Of course, he never got to say it at all. Everything would have been all right if Stella didn't see green every time Louis saw blonde. Well, the insurance company thanked us for what we did to expose the fraud. The Lion was unhappy. He said they should have shown their gratitude with something more lasting. They gave it to him, a 1949 pocket calendar.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan, with Herb Butterfield as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS at the same time next week for more hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by Larry Roman, produced by Sterling Tracy. Included in tonight's cast were Mary Lansing, Marvin Miller, Pat McGeehan, Lorette Philbrandt, Jack Petruzzi, Yvonne Patey, and Sidney Miller. Original music for this program is by Milton Charles. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I get 10 a day and expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan, Investigator, stand by for hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The Lost Lady.
You'll find it in Hollywood, jammed in between Van Ness and Wilton, right off the boulevard, Taft Avenue. Starts at a furniture store, runs for about a block, and then crosses Franklin. What happens to it after that, I don't know. I only go as far as the gray apartment building on the even number side, about the first thing you see. Figures that the guy who built my place never read the earthquake laws. A good crap game and shake it loose. Well, that's where I live. Apartment 308, in the back, where I can keep an eye on a brass drain pipe and a tired-out palm tree. I got a coffee pot and a bed that comes out of the wall. It isn't much, but the phone company had to have an address. That's where I was last Monday night, about 8 o'clock. Some Cleveland fans were running up a house tab in the apartment above me when the phone rang. I thought it might be somebody from Boston. It was the Lion.
Regan, I'm calling you from the office. I stayed late tonight.
You should have joined the union.
We got a new client.
Yeah?
Her name's Isabel Sanchez. I just talked to her.
Did you make a date?
She flew in from Mexico City tonight on American Airlines. She needs help.
They're saying that about the Democrats.
Comes from a fine family, lots of influence in Mexico.
Try the State Department.
She came all the way to Los Angeles to see her sister, but she's disappeared.
Did you tell her about the Missing Persons Bureau?
I told her about you.
What do you mean?
You're going to find her sister.
I'm no St. Bernard.
You'll do till I can feed one. Besides, she could go to the Mexican Council if she wanted to.
What's that got to do with it?
Remember the Pan American Conference? We gotta be nice to this dame.
Yeah, well, don't make up a contract.
I already did. She gave me $200.
What else did you get?
She'll tell you the rest.
Don't you ever ask questions?
That's your job. She's got a room at the Belmont. Hop over there and see her. She's expecting you to find her sister.
Is that all?
That's enough. Call me after you talk to her.
I hope her check bounces.
Don't worry. She paid cash.
Well, you can tell that the Lion only stayed in school long enough to learn how to spell dollar. It took me about 20 minutes to get over to her hotel. Isabel Sanchez had a room on the 6th floor. I found it on the Wilshire side. 610 it was. She was a tall, blonde girl, not the least bit pretty. She had a mouthful of good-looking teeth, but she never learned how to use them in a smile.
You're Mr. Regan.
That's right.
Come in. Please excuse me. I'm still unpacking. Come in.
All right.
I'm so glad you're here. I suppose Mr. Lyon told you everything.
Your sister's missing. You want to talk to me?
Yes. Oh, it's terrible. An awful vacant feeling. I was so looking forward to seeing Carmen again. We were very close.
You talk like you don't expect to see her.
Something might have happened to her.
Like what?
I don't know. She's always been so independent and, well, strange.
Well, a lot of people have their own ideas.
I'm embarrassed telling you this.
You've got to tell somebody.
Well, Carmen left home against my father's wishes.
How old is Carmen?
22.
What was the guy's name?
What do you mean?
Oh, come on. I got to have it all, lady. There was a man in it.
Yes. Martin Chambers.
From here in L.A.?
Carmen met him once in Mexico City. Thought she was in love with him.
When was this?
A year ago.
She followed him back.
Yes.
You took a long time to catch up.
I've been very concerned about Carmen. I received this letter from her a few days ago. It was the first word since she left home. Here. You can see it's not much. She asked me to come here. I took the first plane.
Mm-hmm. What about this address?
There's no such place. I went there right from the airport.
Who sent you to us?
You're in the phone book.
Is that all you got?
Well, I have a picture. It isn't very good. Just a snapshot here.
Mm-hmm. Blonde, huh?
A little darker than mine. The same height. We wore each other's clothes.
Who else did she know?
Just Martin Chambers. Oh, no. Now, wait a minute. She mentioned a Dr. Menlo in her letter.
Did she need a doctor?
She just said he'd been very kind to her.
That isn't very much to go on.
I know, but you will follow every lead.
Yeah, sure. What are you scared of?
Why do you ask that?
It's a warm night. You got the shakes.
I had a long trip.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You know this Chambers?
Yes?
You like him?
No.
What's that you got there in your hand?
An evening gown. Why?
You didn't bring that for me. Well, our story was smooth, but the clothes didn't fit. All the labels that showed said New York City. I went downstairs to a phone booth, and I got a hold of a friend of mine in the CAA. He checked into it, and he told me that nobody named Isabel Sanchez came in on that Mexico City flight. The whole thing looked phony, like a fan dancer in long underwear. Well, it was about 11 o'clock when I got over to the Lion's place. It was a cold night, but the Lion looked warm.
What do you want, Regan? I'm busy.
So am I. I've been looking at that Sanchez dame.
Tell me about it in the morning.
No, I'm going to tell you about it right now. It's no good.
What do you mean?
It's another bum client.
She gave me $200.
Her clothes are out of New York.
Maybe she came the long way.
She didn't come in on American.
So she's got a donkey. All you got to do is find her sister.
I just told you she's a phony.
Let me worry about that.
Well, you can start now. Here.
What's this?
The letter and the picture. That's all the lead I got.
Now, wait a minute, Regan. What about our contract?
New Year's is coming up. You'll need confetti.
I can't do a thing like that. We got a moral obligation.
And $200.
I'm thinking of our reputation. I've given our word.
Take it back.
That girl's a stranger in a foreign land. She came to us for help.
Oh, stop it, will you? If there was a quarter in the bay, you'd drop your mother overboard and tell her to hold her nose.
You're getting out of line, Regan.
If she came up with kelp, you'd wring her out for iodine.
That's enough. We got a case, and you're going to handle it.
You're going to handle it. I quit.
And I know this girl looks suspicious, but we have to give our clients the benefit of the doubt.
Why didn't you send her to missing persons?
I'll keep this picture and check with them first thing in the morning. You follow up that Menlo in the letter.
Well, a guy named Chambers has got priority.
Who's that?
The girl's got a love story.
It's getting cold out here. Check me in the morning.
I'll do that.
Remember, Regan, we always work hand in hand.
Yeah. That's why I never wear a ring. Well, it was too late to do anything else, so I went home and pulled that bed out of the wall. The next morning, I found a Martin Chambers listed in the city directory with an address on Laurel. Turned out to be a 2-story apartment building about the color of a bride's blush. And it was wrapped around a swimming pool the size of a bird bath. Chambers' name wasn't on the mailbox, but a skinny guy with a load of bed sheets told me I could find the manager in apartment 15. When she answered the door, her voice sounded like a beer truck in low gear.
Hello, Sonny. Looking for an apartment?
You got one?
Nope. Come on in. Having some coffee. You want some?
No, I'll pass.
You don't know me, do you?
I just got here.
I played the Palace in 26. Ah, them was the days.
Write it up and sell it to the movies.
Damn slobs. Central Casting had called me in 4 years.
You got a card?
AFRA, SAG, and the Musicians Union. I play French horn. None of them call me. I figure it's the record band.
I'll talk to Petrillo.
I hate this dump. My third husband gave it to me. By the way, what are you doing here, Sonny?
I'm looking for a man named Martin Chambers.
What do you want him for?
Talk to him.
Cop?
No?
The day that guy moved in, I had him pegged for a gigolo. His hair was too curly.
Some women like that.
Not me. I used to have to chase him around the swimming pool to get his rent.
You're using the past tense. Where is he now?
Forest lawn.
That's one way to break a lease.
He got boozed up about 6 months ago and drove off to Malibu Pier. Took him 3 days to fish him out.
Straighten his hair?
Yeah, it sure did. Oh, wait a minute here. I kind of like you, Sonny. You get around, don't you?
Yeah, when the weather's good.
Ever run into Louis B?
No, not yet.
If you do, mention my name, will you?
What is it?
Just say that Goldie McMasters was asking for him. He'll remember old Goldie.
How could he forget?
Palace in 26. Let's back
to this. When I left, she was thumbing through an old variety. She looked unhappy, like a banjo player with a paper pick. Well, what she told me about Chambers took the leading man out of the picture, but there was a bit player named Menlo. Well, I called the office of a Paul Menlo, but they said he wasn't in that day, so I drove out to his address in Encino. It was a ranch house poured all over the top of a hill. From the looks of the place, Dr. Menlo must have been getting over-sealing for his cough drops. I parked my car by the gate and followed the flagstones up to the front door. When I pressed a button, I heard something that sounded like chamber music. The door opened in the middle of the second chorus.
Good morning.
I want to see Dr. Menlo.
Your name, please?
Regan.
You'll have to call the doctor's office, Mr. Regan.
I already did.
Then they must have told you the doctor doesn't see any patients at his home.
Yeah, well, I'm not sick.
Keep it up and you will be. Beat it, Pilgrim.
No, I came here to see the doctor.
He don't want to see you.
Get your hands off me, punk.
Once I hit a guy in the ear, it busted his leg. I can handle this guy, Vicky.
Stop that. Get out, Max.
I'll be in the back if you want.
You ever been a referee?
I've been a lot of things. Come in, Mr. Regan. I apologize for him. He's so eager. Isn't this better?
No, everybody's eager now.
Anxious is a better word. I like blue serge. Has an effect on me.
You the doctor's helper?
I hold his stethoscope. My name's Vicky Starr.
I'd like to see him.
He's busy.
Where do I wait?
Might be quite a while. He just opened the bottle.
Well, then I'm right on time.
Paul's not sociable like me. He drinks alone. He gets more that way. Let me entertain you.
What can you do?
Watch.
Oh, no, easy, baby. I don't know how to fix a fracture.
I've already got a man that can do that. I want one with brains.
What's the matter with the doctor?
He keeps his in cold storage. Hasn't used them for a long time now.
Oh, I don't know. He's done all right.
This place? He'd be selling papers if his wife hadn't left him a good insurance policy.
Don't you like his money?
Don't get me wrong. I like being secure, but the girl has feelings, too.
Mm-hmm. They're beginning to show.
I'm glad I met you.
Why?
We're going to have some nice afternoons.
It's football season.
I have some free time. Want to hear me on the piano, for instance?
No, I don't sing.
I'll teach you. Paul says I should have an outside interest.
Well, keep looking. You'll find one.
You smile good, but you talk nasty.
You started this conversation, sis.
Max is still in the kitchen.
I came here to see Menlo.
You didn't say what about.
I'll tell him.
There's the phone. Call and make an appointment.
Yeah, I'll be...
Hello, Vicky. Who is it this time?
His name's Regan. He hasn't got a business card.
Have Max show him out.
You Dr. Menlo?
Yes. Should I turn all my patients over to another doctor?
Yeah, well, I know one you forgot.
Tell me who.
Carmen Sanchez.
Go ahead, Vicky. I'll talk to him.
Watch yourself, Paul. He doesn't know how to be nice.
It'll only take a minute.
I'll crack some ice.
Good nurse.
She's out of uniform.
We're casual. You said I had a patient named Carmen Sanchez. Who told you that?
Somebody she knew?
Your relative?
Friend.
You heard some wrong information, mister. I never heard of Carmen Sanchez.
I read about you in a letter.
Must have been another Menlo.
No, there's only one with a license.
You peaked, too. 25 a day?
10. I work for another guy.
Who?
Lion.
Lion's Eye. Okay. You're still at the wrong house.
You want to show me your files?
Why not? Come on.
Okay.
They keep a duplicate at home. Help yourself. Want a drink?
Too early.
You don't mind if I have one?
No.
Anything?
Not under Sanchez, no.
Now do you believe me?
She could have used another name.
Got any ideas?
Blonde girl, 5'4", brown eyes.
Means nothing.
Do you ever know a man named Chambers?
Yeah. In high school, back in Denver. Drove a truck.
That doesn't help.
I'm sort of retired now.
Yeah, that's what Vicky said.
Nice girl. Talks to everybody. You satisfied?
Not yet.
Don't mention. Always glad to help out. There's easier ways to make a living.
Yeah, I haven't got a wife with an insurance policy.
A year ago, I'd have broke you in half for that. Now it doesn't matter. You can find the door.
I'll be back.
Don't bother, Regan. Doctor will be out.
I left him sitting there with a glass of rye in his hand. It wasn't much of an interview, but there was a story somewhere. What Menlo didn't have in his files, he was keeping in his head, and figured he might open up if I showed him that snapshot in the letter. While I drove back to town, I put in a call to the Lion. Nobody answered at the office, so I went home. When I opened my door, I caught a load of taboo. Isabel Sanchez was wearing a dress she must have put on with a shoehorn.
You've got the nicest janitor. He thinks I'm your sister.
Where'd you meet him?
He was in the lobby when I came in. I've been waiting for you.
Yeah, well, we got an office, you know.
No one answered when I rang. I wanted to be sure and see you before I left.
Taking a trip?
I leave for Mexico City first thing in the morning.
Well, it was a short visit.
It was long enough.
What about your sister?
That's what I came here to tell you. I found Carmen.
Oh, you did?
Or rather, Carmen found me. I feel foolish now, calling in a detective service and all that.
Why?
Well, Carmen came to my hotel about noon today. And you imagine she's been looking for me.
Last night you said she didn't have an address.
Well, that was another silly thing. Only it was her mistake. She's not very good at details.
Where is she now?
She's out buying a few things and packing. I've convinced her to come home with me.
All right. Now you want to know what I found?
Why on earth should I? I have my sister.
You were worried about a man named Chambers last night.
Carmen told me she hasn't seen him for months.
Did she tell you about her doctor?
No.
I met him. Only he said he never saw her.
Oh, is that so? Well, Mr. Regan, I do appreciate your services. Please thank Mr. Lyons for his kindness. I'm sorry I won't be able to see him.
He's going to be sorry, too.
You'll give him this envelope with $100 in it.
You're paid up.
It's for all the unnecessary trouble I've caused you. And, Mr. Regan, it's all confidential.
You read the contract.
I wouldn't want any of this to get back. It's wrong.
You know some of the wrong kind, do you?
Doesn't everyone? Thank you again.
outside.
Hello?
You run any expenses on this thing today?
No, I didn't.
Good. It's all over.
Isabel said she didn't see you.
There's a guy named Gallagher in missing persons. Got an eye like an eagle. He took one look at that snapshot and opened a file.
What kind of file?
Dead and unclaimed.
What do you mean?
Carmen Sanchez has been dead a year, and the county buried her.
You are listening to the story of the lost lady, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Before we continue with tonight's story, here's an important message from the Adjutant General's office. The Army Nurse Corps Reserve still has commissions available for graduate registered nurses between the ages of 21 and 45. If you believe you qualify for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps Reserve, apply to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. And now, back to the story of the lost lady and Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Well, there are enough angles in this thing to write a new geometry book. Isabel Sanchez came to Los Angeles to find her sister, Carmen. She called in the Lion, who started me digging. A doctor named Menlo out in Encino used a milk bottle for a jigger. He was heavy on green stuff, but light on memory, and gave me nothing but an ice cube. His girlfriend, Vicky, was a little different. She gave me a warm glow, but I still drew a blank on the missing sister. Then Isabel walked into my place and said she'd found Carmen and called off the chase. That's about when the Lion rang and said that he'd found her, too, only his version was a little different. She was holding down a plot in the county cemetery, been dead a year. Well, I caught a cab and I went over to her hotel. A small man with a bald head opened the door and looked at me like I was trying to crash a coming-out party.
Yes?
I'm looking for Isabel Sanchez.
Are you a friend?
She won't think so.
She's not available.
All right, I'll wait.
What I mean is, could you come back later?
What's wrong with her now?
Well, you see...
All right, come on, Buster. Let's throw it in gear.
Are you a guest of the hotel?
No.
Could you please tell me the nature of your business?
I want to see Isabel.
I'm sorry. I can't let you in until you tell me who you are.
Regan, International Detective Bureau. She's a client.
Oh, come in. I'm Dr. Stanwyck, the house physician.
She need one?
Not anymore. Look for yourself.
Well, how long's she been this way?
2 hours, I'd say. Bellboy found her a few minutes ago. She drank a lot. Alcoholic poisoning.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Regan, when a thing like this occurs, naturally, we don't like it to get around to the other guests. You'll use discretion, I presume.
I'll be as quiet as she is.
Thank you, Mr. Regan. We appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
The elevator's to your right.
I got a good memory.
Regan,
What are you doing here?
I've come to talk to our client.
You'll need a Ouija board.
What you mean?
She's dead.
Why'd you let that happen?
She wouldn't have done you any good.
What you talking about?
Yeah, all right. You go to Isabel. You say her sister's buried on the county, but it'll take a little cash to keep it out of the newspapers.
Not so loud.
Go back to your contest blanks, big shot. That Sanchez dame didn't come from Mexico and she wasn't rich.
You mean she's been lying?
I told you that yesterday.
All right, we'll close the Sanchez case.
Oh, no, we won't. It's still wide open.
Where you going?
To buy an airwick. Well, I went down to the Hall of Records. It's a brown building off Temple. It leans over like an old lady with a short cane. I took the elevator upstairs and I walked down to vital statistics. The place was empty except for a guy sitting behind the desk. He had on a black suit with dust on the shoulders. His fingernails were dirty and he was reading a dictionary. He must have been at a good part because he looked mad when I nudged him.
We're not out of dust. Quick, shove it.
I want some information.
That's what I'm here for. I'm a public servant.
Now, let's get to the death files, will you?
You're a morbid guy. You got a lot of stuff from births and marriages. Ask me something about that.
Carmen Sanchez died a year ago in August. Tell me what from.
Okay. How'd you spell it?
Just like it sounds.
Sanchez. 17. Solas. Sanaki. Santa. Oh. That's what happened to old Sandy. No wonder I ain't seen him around.
Get the Sanchez.
All right. I got the Sanchez. Carmen. 22, date of death, 8/30/47. Alcoholic poisoning. She drank a lot.
Who signed the certificate?
P.E. Menlo, M.D.
Thanks.
Next time, make it something hard.
All right. Try this. Menlo's wife died about the same time.
Masters, Marie, Melbourne, Babbitt, Menlo. Sylvia, 349247, alcoholic poisoning.
Certification?
P.E. Menlo. That guy can't keep a patient.
Well, I left and I went back out into the street. It was almost 5 and the traffic was heavy. I started to cross the street to a sandwich shop on the corner. A yellow cab raced me to the sidewalk, but I won. I went inside, and a skinny waitress with peanut-colored hair brought me a cup of stale coffee and a burnt hamburger. I sat there and I tried to figure it. It was like swimming through a tidal wave in hip boots. 3 deaths from the same thing and Menlo's name on every one of them. Well, the answers weren't in the coffee cup, so I went home, picked up my car, and drove out to Menlo's place in Encino. The drive was nice, and so was the reception.
I built a fire.
I forgot the marshmallows.
And we'll think of something else. You know, I'm not mad anymore.
I'm still looking for your doctor.
Let me take care of it.
No, I want to see him.
And you'll have to wait again.
When's he going to climb out of that bottle?
We had dinner at a place on Ventura. Paul found the bar. He'll stay till it closes.
I better go there.
Questions again?
Maybe.
I know some swell answers.
I'll bet you do.
I've worked for him a long time.
1 year.
How did you know? This is my night off.
You here all alone?
Isn't it terrible? Anything could happen. How do you like it?
Your way?
It's better. Now, let's have a nice, quiet evening. Just you and me. I had a feeling you'd be back.
That why you wore that?
Like it?
Well, you got talent, lady.
Discover me. It's been a famine of men like you.
You don't look underfed.
Why didn't I meet you sooner?
We didn't travel in the same crowd.
Let's start over.
Do you keep his files?
What's that got to do with us?
They'd never pass inspection.
Are you talking about something I should know?
Carmen Sanchez.
What about her?
She died. Menlo signed her death certificate.
Paul's lost a lot of patience. He's not very good. Did I tell you I played the piano?
You told me some other things.
Did I?
They make a good story.
I don't like stories.
Well, I'm going to tell you anyway.
I thought we were going to have a nice, quiet evening.
A girl walked in his office one day and dropped dead.
Good opening. Why'd she do that?
Alcoholic poisoning. She was a nobody named Carmen Sanchez.
Story's getting dull.
There was a snapshot in her pocketbook, not much else.
When does the action begin?
Right now, lady. The doctor's wife had an insurance policy. He convinced her to take a trip.
Why'd he want to do a thing like that?
So he could pull a name fix and collect his wife's insurance. He had a body.
No one will ever believe this plot.
He buried an empty box.
How do you know?
I'm going to have somebody dig it up.
What about the body?
He turned that over to the county.
Everybody lives happy ever after. Don't you like my music?
You're going to have to take up the harmonica, lady.
Why?
The gas chamber isn't big enough for a piano.
Who's going to the gas chamber?
You, maybe. An insurance fraud's one thing. Murder's a longer rap.
You haven't touched your drink.
I don't like mine that strong. Now, come on, lady, get your coat.
Max!
I thought you were alone.
I lied.
Hello, Regan. You look excited.
It's tough, Max.
Yeah, that's easy.
Soften him up.
Oh!
I was in a white room when the trip ended. I tried to move my head, but it felt like a grand piano. So I just lay there. Pretty soon somebody put something damp on my face, and I began to see things. Vicky was there, Max. So was Menlo. If I'd have had a deck of cards, we could have played a pinochle game. Menlo looked kind of upset, like an ostrich with a sore throat. He had a needle in his hand. I get the shakes.
You're all right, Paul. Now go ahead.
Just like Isabel.
You should have stayed out, Regan.
Oh, I wanted one more look at you, baby.
I hate to see the nice ones go, but it'll all be over in a minute. All right, Paul.
Give me a drink, Vicky.
Never mind. Hurry up.
Gonna have a drink.
Oh, you're too slow, Max.
Yeah? Keep away from me, Max. I'll kill you.
Yeah? Put down that
keep
gun.
away from me, I swear I'll kill you.
Oh,
I told you to keep away.
Menlo slug took care of Max, but Vicky shot Menlo twice. And his knees knocked together. He began to pitch around like a toy balloon in a hurricane. He dropped his gun, but he held onto the needle. Then he slumped forward and made a grab for Vicky, and they both went down. He jammed the needle into her arm.
Regan. Come here. Here.
Same stuff you used on Isabel?
Yeah. They'll call it alcoholic poison.
I'll straighten them out.
Regan, hold my head.
Yeah. Here.
Call a doctor.
He'd never make it.
Please, Regan. Call a doctor.
Give me 5 good reasons.
5 good reasons. I got Vicky. I'll never use a needle again. And
You only gave me 2. Well, we didn't hear from the suburbs, but there were enough ballots to make it an election. Homicide got the insurance commissioner down there, and he threw in a vote. Seems that Isabel Sanchez was Menlo's wife, only her name was Sylvia. When a dame named Carmen Sanchez dropped dead in his office, Menlo got kind of ambitious. He talked his wife into the switch, and, well, everything might have worked out. Except one night when he was seeing elephants, he told Vicky the whole thing. She set the squeeze play with Max in the dugout. When Sylvia got back and saw how things were, she called herself Isabel Sanchez and went to the Lion with a story about a lost sister. I was hired for scare work, and when she figured they had enough, she called me off, but it didn't take. And you know the rest. Well, the insurance company issued a fee for exposing it to fraud, and the Lion got his picture on page 1. It was right next to Vicky's. She was wearing one of those French swimming suits. The Lion said that'd do us a lot of good. It did. We each got a free bathing suit.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan with Herb Butterfield as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS at the same time next week for more hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by E. Jack Newman and Larry Roman. Produced by Sterling Tracy. The role of Vicky Starr was played by Yvonne Patey. Lorraine Tuttle was Isabel Sanchez. Ken Christie played Dr. Paul Menlo. And Larry Dobkin was Max Brenner. Original music for this program is by Milton Charles. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I get 10 a day in expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jack Webb is Jeff Regan, Investigator, as CBS offers you hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The Lady with Too Much Hair.
It's Suite 308 in the Cosmopolitan Building on 7th near Olive. The letters on the door say International Detective Bureau, Anthony J. Lyon, President. They used to be in gold, but the Lion scraped them off one day and made some kind of a deal with Fort Knox. Oh, it isn't much of an office. One room, the size of a cigar box, and it smells about the same. There's an overstuffed chair in one corner with a loose spring that's a menace. Right over it, there's a crack in the ceiling. But the Lion doesn't seem to mind. He says the place is rigged for comfort. Well, that's where I was at 5:25 last Wednesday night. The Lion was sitting behind the desk looking at himself in a mirror. What he saw should have scared him. A pair of shoe-button eyes mounted in a head like a Spanish onion.
You know, Regan, I don't feel like I used to.
Neither do the Republicans.
Think I've got that middle-aged look.
Just the spread.
It's getting a little scarce on top.
Change your shampoo.
I shouldn't be getting bald at my age. I'm only 39.
Your addition is kind of bad, isn't it?
I guess it's because I got so much worry. None of this business takes a lot out of a man.
Takes more out of your clients.
They get good service at reasonable rates.
Well, I've heard the commercial.
Regan,
Cancel all arrangements for the night. You're gonna be busy.
Doing what?
That's the trouble with you, young man. Too hasty. Learn how to relax, like me.
Tell that to your ulcer.
Ever hear of a lady named Hazel Carr?
No.
Well, you're going to. She's a businesswoman, and we got business with her.
What kind?
Later.
When?
Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective. Yeah. 1302 Beechwood. Right away, Mrs. Carr. Okay, there's the kickoff, Regan.
Who's playing?
You and a red-headed guy. Hop over to this address and hide behind a tree or something.
I forgot my beard.
You'll see a red-headed guy coming out of the house in about 45 minutes. Get a real good look at him.
Why?
He's the guy you're going to study so you'll know him anytime you see him.
Where does Hazel Carr fit?
She's inside the house. After you spot the guy, go in and see her.
Fill in the rest.
She'll give you all you got to know. Now get moving and stay on the ball.
I work for you. How can I get off? Well, I left the Lion sitting there, and I drove out to the Beechwood address. It turned out to be a corner house stuck on the top of a hill, and it figured a good rain would wash it down the drain. Well, I parked across the street and lit a cigarette. Watched a kid on a bicycle throwing newspapers. His aim was real good. He got 'em all on the roof. I watched him finish the block, and that's when my knee action began to suffer. A heavy guy in a trench coat had his foot on my running board. He had a big face, and he turned it sideways and stuck it in the window.
What's the matter, buddy? Out of gas?
No, my foot fell asleep.
Oh. How about a light? Want a light?
Got one.
Okay. Out of fluid, anyway.
Well, pull your head out of here before you lose it.
It's all right. I always carry a spare.
Come on, beat it, Buster. You spoil my view.
Oh. Peeking, huh?
Maybe.
You say maybe. I say yes.
All right, what do you want?
Same as you. You're looking. I'm looking.
Whose side you on?
Depends.
On what?
Whose side you're on. See ya.
That was when the front door of the Carr house opened and 6 feet of pinstripe gray came out on the sidewalk. His 200 pounds was topped off with a bush of red hair, and he had a face to match. It had a flushed look, like a high school boy at a burlesque show. He started down the street. The guy in the trench coat crossed over to the other side and moved after him, kind of slow. Then they disappeared around the corner. Now, he was playing his hand, I was playing mine. I climbed out of my car and walked up to the door of the Carr place. The bell sounded like something that should have been in Buckingham, but the woman who answered wasn't any queen.
Yes?
My name's Regan, International Detective Bureau.
Oh, Lion's Eye. Please come in, Mr. Regan. I'm Hazel Carr.
All right.
You saw him, I suppose.
The redhead?
Rather large, isn't he?
The Dons are missing a bet.
Sit down, Mr. Regan. May I offer you something?
I'll try a story.
We'll get to that in a moment.
What's wrong with right now?
We have other things to discuss. You have a dark suit, I suppose?
Yeah, I got it on.
Well, get it pressed. You're going out tonight, Mr. Regan.
I'm already booked.
Then disappoint her. You see, from now on, you're working for me.
Come on, strike a match, lady. I don't like the dark.
You're going to meet the 7:10 at the Union Station. My daughter Phyllis is coming in. She's been at an Eastern school getting finished.
How'd she turn out?
Just a vacation. She's dying to see Hollywood. She should have a young man.
Well, I'm no escort bureau.
I want more than an escort for Phyllis. I want a man with authority.
She play that rough?
That redhead you saw. He thinks he's in love with her.
We all make mistakes.
But he's impetuous. Follows her all over. He even threatened her. He says he'll kill her and himself if she doesn't marry him.
Well, either way, he loses.
I don't care about him. It's Phyllis that worries me. She's so young.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want her to know that things are so bad she needs protection. You must remember that.
Maybe she'll figure it out herself.
Don't let her. Anyway, I've wired her that a young man was going to meet her at the train to show her around. A nice young man. Can you act the part?
I'll try.
See that you do.
Who's that boy out in front in the trench coat?
I don't know what you mean.
Okay. Anything else?
I made your reservations for dinner dancing at the Grove. Now show her a good time.
You're paying the bills.
And keep her occupied until I figure out a way to get rid of that redhead.
Murder might work.
Think about it. Call me after you pick her up.
Sure.
Now, you better go.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Regan.
Yeah?
Here.
What's this?
Emily Post. Read up on your manners.
Well, I figured she wasn't telling everything, but it was her play. I headed for my place to clean up before meeting the train, and it took a little time bucking traffic on Franklin. At Gower, I played tag with the truck driver, trying hard to crease my fenders. It was about 6:15 when I pulled to a stop in front of my apartment. When I opened the door, I smelled cigar smoke. Somebody was over for a slumber party. The short, stocky guy with a stub crammed in his face was sleeping on the bed. He must have been having a real good dream, because he was tough to wake up. Hey, come on, buddy, hey. Come on, the alarm just went off.
Huh? Oh, hiya, Regan. Guess I dozed off waiting for you.
Pajamas in the top drawer.
How are you? Like a scratch. Yeah. So kind of late last night.
You should have stayed home today.
Had to see you.
What for?
Oh, you know what's a pretty crummy mattress you got.
Well, I'll put in for a beauty rest.
Huh. Yeah. Do that, Regan.
All right, punk, let's get to it.
Ease off, Pilgrim. I'm still shaking the sand out.
Well, get up and start talking.
Easy. Name's Mo. I'm a friend.
Convince me.
I'm gone. Hey, you got something to drink around?
Maybe after the talk.
Like it?
Who sent you?
Your insurance company.
I'm paid up.
I'm not in the collection department.
What else they got?
Friendly service, goodwill. Getting close to Christmas.
Yeah, I'll send you a card.
Don't want no card. Just want the pleasure of knowing I did you a service.
Name the kind.
Guys going to meet trains have accidents sometimes.
Santa Fe's not going to like you.
But I figure you will. Tipping you how to stay healthy.
My doctor tells me vitamins.
Mo says it's a wrong dope. Skip the train and take in a show.
I don't like popcorn.
It'd pay you to learn.
You want to tell me why?
You got enough. How about that drink, friend?
You didn't earn it.
Suit yourself, Peter. But being nice is really an act with me. I'm pretty nasty.
That won't get you an argument.
I'd even hit a guy 2 feet shorter than me.
Yeah, I'm turning pale.
That's a good color for you, Regan. Stay that way.
He chewed on the cigar a couple of times, and then he went out to find a spittoon. Oh, the whole thing had a crummy look, like a box of stale crackers. I tried to figure whether he was working for the redhead or grubbing around on his own, but not enough scenes were in to make it a full picture. Well, the car woman was writing the checks, and I was still trying. So I cleaned up, threw on some fresh clothes, and made it to the Union Station a little after 7. The super chief was just coming in. The station master, who walked with a slight lisp, took her name and said he'd bring her to me. And then I fought my way to the restaurant, and the waiter brought me a cup of coffee. He was a skinny little guy with a lot of neck muscles. I guess he got that way from talking so much.
Are you going someplace, mister?
Just been.
Oh, got fun?
It wasn't bad.
Sugar?
No, thanks.
Oh, that's no good for you anyway. Gives you diabetes. You know, mister, I gotta go someplace myself sometime.
I got a suggestion.
I've been working here 12 years, yeah. People come, people go. Pete Broidy stays on forever. Hey, cream?
No.
That's just as well it's sour. You know the farthest place I ever go, mister? That first door to the right.
Are you Mr. Regan?
Yeah.
I believe you're waiting for me.
You got a name?
Phyllis Carr.
That'll do.
Oh, but darling, aren't you going to ask me to sit down?
You can handle that yourself.
Thank you.
Where's your baggage?
We'll have to pick it up.
Are you going someplace, lady?
I just got in.
I've been figuring on going someplace myself. I was just telling your friend here.
Get us some coffee.
But I've...
Get it.
Okay. I'm just being friendly.
Yeah, I'm going to adore it here. Town full of mashers.
You'll get along.
I'm much older than I look, you know.
Carry a sign.
Well, you don't seem very happy with me. I'm dreadfully sorry. You're much better than I expected.
Your mother thought different.
Oh, she's a dear. I thought at first she might pick me one of those children from UCLA.
Well, they'll grow up.
Darling, who can wait that long? I want to have fun while I'm young.
What kind of school do you go to?
All girls.
Well, that explains a little.
And it's very progressive.
Here's your coffee, lady.
Oh, thank you so much.
Ah, don't mention it, lady. Yeah, like I was telling your friend here before.
Where are you going, Mr. Regan?
I figured on going...
No, not you. Me. Me.
Oh.
To phone your mother.
Say hello to the dear for me.
I'm going to say a lot more. Now, you sit right there till I get back.
Oh, whatever you say, darling. I'll be making myself more beautiful.
Save that for the redhead.
Where'd you hear about him?
News gets around.
You're more my type.
You better settle for UCLA. You don't want to wind up an old maid. Well, it wasn't appealing. Nursemaid to a junior miss, trying hard to work up a sweat. The curtain wasn't down, but I was ready to call off the show. I scratched around for a nickel, and I found the phone booth between the newsstand and a broom closet. There was some old gal inside with a waffle for a hat having a private filibuster. When she finished, I went in and started to dial Hazel Carr. That's when I spotted that redhead in the pinstripe working his way through the crowd. He had an eager look, like an English setter flushing quail. I threw the receiver back on the hook and started for Phyllis. As soon as I stepped out of the booth, the thunder broke. Somebody threw 2 slugs into the redhead and his light went out. The crowd began to gather, so I went back for Phyllis. It was hard going. I was moving against the grain.
Hey, watch out where you're going, what?
Let me through.
I heard the shots just come out.
Look out. Hey. Hey, you.
Some excitement outside, hey, mister?
Call homicide.
I've been working here 12 years, seen a lot of things.
Where'd she go?
One day a whack chased the major all over the place.
Listen.
Hey.
Now, listen. That blonde sitting over in the corner with a high meter reading. Where'd she go?
You're spilling the coffee. Now see what you done.
What happened to her?
Leave me alone.
Give it to me.
She went out.
When?
Well, just after you did.
Before or after the shots?
I don't remember.
Well, think.
Before. Yeah, before. I remember watching the way she walked.
She got a date?
She tried, but she said she was going steady with a red-headed guy.
Well, things weren't going to get any better at the Union Station. Homicide would be down there scratching around. So I used the back door of the restaurant, picked up my car, and went out to the Lions. When he opened the front door, he had a bottle of beer in one hand and a chicken sandwich in the other. He looked unhappy, like a beaver with a loose tooth.
Regan, where you been? I've been looking all over for you.
Did you try missing persons?
Called your place 3 times, nobody answered.
You knew I was working.
That's what I called you about. I got something to tell you.
Well, wait your turn.
What's the matter with you? In trouble again?
No, you are, big shot. Another bum client.
International detective never had a bum client.
Well, those 2 women just spoiled your record.
You've been drinking.
You better call homicide and get us off that hook and then turn back Carr's retainer.
Regan, what are you saying?
You heard me.
But it's unethical to return money when Anthony J. Lyon
stop it, will you?
Word.
You quit giving blood when you found out somebody'd pay for it.
You're out of line.
Every time you cut yourself, you make a beeline for the Red Cross to get it back.
International detectives under obligation to Mrs. Carr, and we're going to see it through.
All right. You hold her hand in the gas chamber.
What does that mean?
That's where she's going to be after the police get through.
What happened?
That redhead got himself a free ride to the morgue. It looks like her daughter, Phyllis Carr, called the play.
You're out of your mind. Look at this telegram.
Let me see.
It's from Phyllis Carr in New York. She just ran away from school with a Princeton man.
You are listening to the story of the lady with too much hair, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Commissions are still available in the Army Nurse Corps. Graduate registered nurses between the ages of 21 and 45 may qualify for service with this fine organization. Nurses may request active or inactive status. Those on active status enjoy the same privileges as regular Army officers. Those on inactive status may continue their civilian nursing duties, but stand ready to serve in time of emergency. If you are interested in joining the Army Nurse Corps and believe you qualify for a commission, apply to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. And now, back to Jeff Regan, Investigator, and the story of the lady with too much hair.
Well, it all made sense, like a girdle on a Siamese twin. Started out with a redhead and a pinstripe and wound up a nursemaid job with a girl named Phyllis. While I'm in a phone booth, somebody throws a couple of sleeping pills at the redheaded guy. The smoke cleared, and Red's doing the big sleep in Union Station, and my date's somewhere else. The Lion makes it a Sunday special with a telegram that says everything is off. Well, it didn't take 20/20 vision to see that the girl in the station was a substitute or the telegram was a phony. Yeah, it was easy to figure my next move. I went across the street, and I found a booth way over in the corner. I was 2 drinks into the house when the skinny guy in the trench coat eased down beside me.
Hi, Regan. Think it'll help?
You get around.
So do you.
Still following people?
I gave up. You?
You got something to say?
I'm just here for a friendly drink.
Try the bartender.
I like conversation.
What kind?
All kinds. Bourbon and water. Now, don't look so worried, Regan. I'll pay for my own.
You're going to make a night of it?
I can't. Got things to do. Got to find a man who shot a man.
What man?
The one I followed. The one you watched. Any idea?
Yeah.
Who?
You.
Bum joke, Regan.
Well, why'd you follow him?
My business. Besides, I lost him in a traffic jam.
Here you are, Mac.
Thanks. Well, here's to the newspapers. Seen this one yet with pictures? All about our friend. Fine murder story.
No, I work the crosswords.
Oh, give me crime and lots of it. You know why?
No, tell me why.
It's sin, and sin is here to stay.
All right, you said your piece.
Unknown assailant fires 2 shots into traveler at Union Station. Listening?
It's an old story.
Think so?
He got his red hair dirty on the floor.
Wrong caper.
Well, I'll catch up later.
This guy was different.
How?
Bald, like a boiled egg.
Crazy. Give me that.
See what I mean? The guy in the picture ain't got red hair, got no hair.
What's your angle, Buster?
Like I said, I read papers. Why?
Thought maybe you belonged to the Barbers Union. Well, it turned out to be an even trade. I took his newspaper, and he got my ice and the drink. Well, I went back to the office and sat down and tried to figure it out. It was all crazy, like an Eskimo with a popsicle. I started by calling Hazel Carr's house, but the nickel came back. The phone book gave a business address, so I drove out there. It was a pink stucco job out on Olympic, right after you pass Redondo. A red neon sign told you that Hazel Carr Incorporated specialized in hair pieces. Nobody answered up front, so I slipped around to the back door. The door opened into a workroom. I scratched a match. Somebody'd been looking for something, and it wasn't dandruff. Every wig in the place was torn apart. It was just about then that I heard a step, and then a flashlight jumped out at me, and I smelled a cigar. It was Mo.
Hi, Regan.
Well, sleeping beauty.
I'm awake this time.
I'm impressed. Tell me more.
Stand still, Regan. This alarm clock goes off.
It's already rung.
I didn't do it.
Body in Union Station? Chamber of Commerce gets upset.
I'm from Florida.
Figure to bring up the orange crop?
Didn't do this either.
Spit out the seeds.
Regan, you're not friendly.
You got here first.
I'm here all the time.
No, you're trying too hard, Mo.
I work here. It's a serious business. We make billiard balls happy.
All right, so you work for Hazel Carr. Say something with hormones.
You're learning nothing that's not in the trades.
Why'd you snatch the redhead's toupee?
You make me tired of saying I didn't.
Couldn't meet his installments?
Look out, you'll get credit.
What's in that toupee?
Ask enough questions, Regan.
Relax, buddy. You'll burn out your coils.
You're in the way. I told you once.
I was born on the second honeymoon.
Well, happy birthday, Junior.
Ooh! I was lying face down in a pile of Santa Claus beards and yak tails. When I rolled over, there was the lion. He was shaking like a polar bear in a French bathing suit.
Wake up, Regan, wake up.
Ooh.
I could hire a detective for the price of you.
Get a midget and he'd starve to death.
We got a client. She needs you.
What are you, Silent Arrow?
I'm a nursemaid with you around. She called the office.
Gonna have another daughter?
I told you it's legitimate. She didn't know nothing about the phony.
Where is she now?
1629 Locust Avenue. Why?
She's in the middle of a smuggle.
You sure?
It adds up.
She pays the bill. She's straight.
How'd you meet her in the first place?
I got a right to a private life.
Not at your age. No, I left the lion standing here and I climbed in my car. I made a couple of right turns in the wrong zone, but I found the address all right. 1629 turned out to be a 2-story Monterey number in the middle of what looked like a golf course. If Hazel Carr owned this place, too, she must have been selling toupees to Crosby's whole stable. I parked the car and I headed for the lights that were on downstairs. I took the front steps 2 at a time. Well,
Wow. If it isn't UCLA.
I just got in from Berkeley.
Oh, don't be bitter.
I'm not. Where you been?
Jealous?
You're fickle.
Just when I'm in college.
Lucky student body.
I didn't know you noticed.
Well, skip it. It was a lousy act anyway.
Good enough to fool you. Going somewhere?
I got a date.
If it's with Mrs. Carr, don't bother. I sent for you.
You better try again.
Your boss just got a phone call. Well, if I put on one act, I can put on another, can't I?
You didn't kill Red.
Not important.
Yes, it is. Come on back inside. We're going to have a threesome.
I like it better at the zebra room. You could find a dark place.
That'll come later.
I'm leaving.
No, you're not. Inside, sis.
You don't have to coax me.
Where is she? Mrs. Carr.
Look, it wasn't me. She's been dead a long time.
So's your alibi.
I've only been here for 5 minutes.
You're lying.
I'll make you listen to me.
Look out. Drop it. You pick up that gun and I'll break you in two.
Oh, stop it. Get me a drink. Some over there.
All right.
Look, I didn't kill him. Not either one of them.
Sure.
You don't believe anything.
Depends on the source. Here, this will slow you down.
Thanks.
All right, now let's start talking.
You got me into it.
Mo,
Maybe.
say yes.
Don't be personal.
You get me out of the way so he can plug the redhead and snatch the toupee.
Mo's impulsive. That's all. Forget about him.
But the toupee was empty, so the two of you have to scratch around some other places for it.
Shall I run my fingers through your hair?
Let's stick to the subject.
I wish you would.
Did the redhead know he was carrying an empty load?
Nobody did, except Mrs. Carr.
It was a smuggle, and she was holding out.
It's a mistake for a woman, don't you think?
They had a trio, and she wanted to sing solo.
The boys weren't smart like you are.
Maybe she was worried about her daughter. Maybe she wanted to go straight, and the boys didn't want her to.
You're wasting our time. Let me show you where I fit in.
No, you're on the wrong floor.
There's a way to fix everything.
You're an accessory.
I can become essential.
You'd get lipstick on my expense account.
Come here.
Now, break it up, baby. You scratched around every place. You still can't find the goods.
I think I found it.
You figure the old lady used me as a safe deposit box?
Where else could it be?
All right, supposing I got it, what next?
Do I have to draw a diagram? You might as well be realistic about this thing.
What's it worth?
$50,000 of the white stuff.
I don't like to dream.
You look like you could use one. I'm extra.
Meet the contract there.
Oh, yeah, this act figured to do it.
Mo.
You had a good memory.
Mo, baby.
Skip it. Stand still, Pilgrim.
I was trying to get it from
I
you.
heard the song. That Regan might like to hear the chorus.
Oh. Mr. Bet, Regan. You should grab an offer when it's hot.
Don't be sad, Pilgrim. She smiled at all the boys. Come on, let's get out of here. You'll look better with slow paralysis.
Well, I had about as much chance as a clean towel in a boarding house. When the muscle said move, I had to be polite. I guess he figured the car place was too crowded and he wanted new scenery. Well, we went out to the street, and he steered me for his car. It was a black job with white sidewalls, and there were 2 suitcases in the back seat. But all his bags weren't packed. He was missing a small package, and he had the idea it was over at my place. When we got there, it was about midnight, but it wasn't too late for him to go to work.
Now, isn't this better, Regan? Home sweet home.
I never liked it anyway.
Move.
I got a lease.
Those things can be broken. Want me to show you how?
No, I'll struggle along.
You make things hard on yourself. Now do something the easy way. Get me the stuff.
You're wasting your time.
I got lots of it. You ain't.
Well, I haven't got it.
Mo thinks you have.
Well, then he's pretty dumb.
You... That's on account I don't like your choice of words.
Buy me a dictionary.
You're gonna get yourself 2 big holes in your middle if you don't lay that stuff in my hand.
Sorry I had to do that to him, Regan.
I forgive you.
I just came up to get my newspaper back, and he was acting nasty.
The little guy in the bar.
My boss doesn't like it when I shoot people.
Uncle Sam, huh?
Mm-hmm. Narcotics. I tried to tip you off before, but you weren't listening.
Somebody should have tipped Mo.
Weren't you watching? I just did.
Well, it was all over fast, like a short beer in a cheap saloon. They took him away in a basket, and all I had left was a spot on the rug. They had a good thing until Hazel Carr got anxious and decided to pull out. Only she wanted to be clean and have the stuff, too. That's what started the scavenger hunt. The only thing straight in the whole corkscrew was the part about the daughter needing protection. But I guess she got it back at Princeton. The stuff? Oh, it finally turned up. Hazel Carr had found herself a good place to hide it. The feds spotted it the first thing the next morning when he saw the lion. How could he miss? The lion looked awful in that red toupee.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan with Herb Butterfield as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS at the same time next week for more hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by Larry Roman and Jackson Gillis. Produced by Sterling Tracy. Included in tonight's cast were Mary Lansing, Ken Christie, Sidney Miller, Lorette Philbrandt, and Ed Barrier. 29,000 nurses are needed to join the new Army Nurse Corps Officers Reserve. For the first time in history, qualified nurses have the opportunity of receiving commissions in the regular Army Reserve. These nurses will remain on inactive status, ready to serve their country in time of emergency. 4,000 of them, if they wish, may choose active duty. All nurses who receive commissions will benefit from the opportunity for specialized training offered to them by the Army. Inactive reserve status will not interfere with the nurse's civilian life. If you're a registered graduate nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, drop a card to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. Original music for this program is by Milton Charles. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Man in the Church.
You'll find the Cosmopolitan Building on 7th Street near Olive. A pile of white granite holding up a brass clock that hasn't kept time since 1932. That's the year Anthony J. Lyon, the guy I work for, took out a 30-year lease on Suite 308. You can't miss it. Right after you get off the elevator, the International Detective Bureau. Good bargain counter if you want to buy your trouble wholesale. Right after the SC game last Saturday, I walked in. The Lion was at his desk. He had a sparkle in one eye and a jeweler's glass in the other. And even though he tried to cover up, I could tell he was looking at a $50 bill.
Oh, you, Regan. I was just noticing the engraving on this bill. Intricate, fascinating, work of art, really.
Grant took a good picture.
Yeah, didn't he, though? Ulysses Simpson Grant was one of our greatest presidents, Regan.
So you're starting a collection?
I've already started one. This is my first showing.
All right. Who's the new client?
Client? Oh, I didn't get this from a client, really. Rather an old friend. Just a little errand. Yes, I called you in because I want you to do a favor for a friend.
Last time we did a favor for a friend, he turned out to have a record as long as a rolled-up kite string.
Oh, Pencole's not like that. Not at all.
Pencole?
Yes, Charles Pencole, my friend. He wants a bonded, licensed operator at his place at 6 o'clock tonight. Capitol Hotel on Aliso Street.
And just what does Charles Pencole, Capitol Hotel, Aliso Street, want this bonded, licensed operator to do at 6 o'clock?
Now, see here, Jeffrey, there's no need to take that attitude. All Pencole wants is someone to deliver a cash amount of $5,000.
You took another job without asking any questions, didn't you?
What do you mean, ask questions?
When a man who lives in a two-bit hotel on Aliso Street needs a licensed operator to deliver $5,000, there's questions to be asked.
Well, I ask questions.
Well, then give me some answers.
All right. So I lied to you a little about his being an old friend. He isn't that, really, but The man asked for help. I couldn't turn him down. He touched me in some way, Jeffrey. Here. There was a look about him. Gentle. Soft.
A $50 look.
I tell you, Mr. Penco was a distressed soul when he came in to see me. If you could have seen him so disturbed, so helpless. It was our opportunity to help a brother in distress. Charles Penco is our brother, Regan.
Come on, answers. Start talking.
All right. I'll tell you what I can. Penco has a problem, but it's in strictest confidence. I told him I'd give him our best operator, you, Jeffrey, but I had to swear I wouldn't divulge details even to you. But I promise it's nothing illegal, just a simple little job. My word, Jeffrey.
If you're lying to me again.
I'm not. Go see this man, Jeffrey. Take one look at him. You'll see I'm telling the truth. Now, I told him you'd be there. The reputation of the agency's at stake.
You took his $50.
Yes, I took his $50.
And we're on the hook.
Yes, we're on the hook.
Okay, Fatso, I'll see him. Just see him. But you stay right here.
Stay here? Why?
Because if this ball has a curve on it, I'm coming back here to ram that $50 right down your throat. Well, the lion had put on a good act, and I went for it again. Maybe it was because I figured he lied so much he'd accidentally have to tell the truth once in a while. Or maybe it was because he looked different when he was describing Charlie Penco. Anyhow, it was dark on Aliso Street, and it was trying to rain when I found a white blister over the sidewalk that blinked out Capitol Hotel, rooms $1 and up. I walked through a lobby that smelled like last year's laundry. Nobody was behind the desk, but I spun the register around and picked up a Charles A. Penco in room H. It was upstairs, in between a broom closet and a fire escape. But I didn't have to knock. A tall, big-boned man with a lot of gray hair had the shorter one by the lapels.
This ain't right. You should do things this way. You've been out of touch.
Yeah, Johnny, I've been out of touch, but I know how to handle a punk like you. Now listen to me. Get in my way once again, and I'll break you in half.
Look, I'm warning you, kid.
Shut up!
All right, big shut up.
Don't try a gun, you crazy
Drop the heater, Buster.
What?
I said drop it.
Got a lot of friends, Charlie. They always show up just in time. I remember you too, mister. I remember you
Get
too.
out of here. Go on, get out.
I remember this. I remember all of this.
You're a pretty good soldier. What's your name?
Regan.
Oh, you some thanks. Thanks, Regan. I'd have used that thing, you know.
We try to keep our clients alive until we've earned our fees.
Clients?
I'm from International.
Oh.
And if you're Charlie Penco, you're a client until $50 is used up.
Oh, yeah, sure. Come on in, Regan. Here, make yourself at home. Isn't much. Wire bed and a neon sign outside. I've had better, Regan.
Yeah.
Hey, you want a drink?
Why not?
Probably got a lot of questions to ask, Regan. I'll answer them fast. Yeah, here you are.
Thanks. Suppose you start with the punk.
Johnny Largo?
Mm-hmm.
Look, he hasn't got anything to do with you and me. He's a separate fuse.
Sure. He's used that 38 before.
You know him?
I've seen him in the mug files.
Well, I can handle him. I want you to handle something else. What's the look for?
I've seen that kind of suit before. Did $10 come with it?
Yeah. Just got out of San Quentin. Did 18 years. It's over. Time served.
It shows.
Hey, you don't do that much vacation standing on your rear, Regan. It's hard to get any exercise in a 10-by-8 room. And the nights, too, they're always a couple of million years long. You got somebody to worry about.
Somebody like Largo?
No, I tell you, he's nothing. In 29, he was a truck driver who had big ideas. He's still got them, but he's got nothing to back them up with.
All right. You got somebody else to worry about?
Yeah. The guy's name is Sidney Chambers. Owe him some money.
You sure you want a detective?
I can pay Chambers, but I can't see him. I'm going to be busy. You're bonded. I can trust you to carry the money.
Messenger boys are bonded,
It's
too.
a simple job, Regan. That's why I'd only pay the lion $50 to have it done. There you are. 5,000 right there. Go ahead, count it.
I'll take your word. Where do I find your man?
Sidney Chambers will be at the planetarium in front of the entrance. He'll be in a black suit wearing a white carnation in a briefcase.
And just like that, I walk up and hand him $5,000.
Just like that?
How do you know I won't feel like taking a trip?
I don't. But then I still haven't got anything to worry about.
You got that much money?
No, Regan, I got me.
And Charlie Penco never let anybody put anything over on him.
What about the state of California?
It was a bum rap.
Oh, sure it was. Good night. I left him sitting there. He looked as happy as a Ubangi with a fever blister. Maybe the lion was telling the truth. So I put the $5,000 in my pocket, but it felt hot, like a dynamite stick with a short fuse. It was 10 minutes to 8 when I parked in front of the planetarium. A little guy in a black suit was standing at the entrance looking at his watch. I was afraid he was going to get trampled, but the briefcase and white carnation saved him.
Doors will be closed at 8 o'clock. All those wishing to listen to tonight's lecture
Going to the lecture? It's all about a trip to the moon tonight.
Oh, is it? Well, I don't think I'll go in. I'm expecting a friend.
Friend named Charlie Penco?
What?
Penco. You going to meet him here?
Yes, but you can't be Penco. You're much too young.
That's right, I'm not Penco.
I don't understand, Mr.
Regan.
Oh. Mr. Penco promised me faithfully he'd meet me here tonight.
You had parents, didn't you? Name?
No. I'm Sidney Chambers, but
You got the briefcase to collect some money in?
Did you bring it? Did you really bring it?
How much expecting?
Why, $5,000 and not a penny less.
All right. There you are.
Well, say now. Say
it's
now.
All there.
It certainly is. It certainly is. It most certainly is. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Regan.
If I hadn't seen him pat his bulged pocket, I'd have gone on home and played canasta with my landlady. But when I saw him drive away, I began to get a slow feeling. Like all my troubles were already started. So I crawled to my car and followed him. I was still following when he pulled up in Palos Verdes and parked in front of a little house stuck up on a hill all by itself. I had that same feeling when I cut my engine, coasted to a stop, and sat there thinking about nothing. I watched a light go on somewhere in the back of the house. I was just putting my cigarette out when the place lit up like a cop. I pulled my gun and started for the door. But I wasn't fast enough to stop that black hoop that was in the alley. I found Chambers wrapped around the dining room table. He was holding on to that briefcase, and the $5,000 was still there. But he'd never get a chance to spend it. He was all used up.
Anthony J. Lyon speaking.
You better have something good to say, Fatso.
Regan, where you been? I've been looking all over.
You know where I've been.
I called the Capitol Hotel, but no one answered. Listen, Regan, I don't want you to take this job.
I took it 3 hours ago, and now I need those answers.
Answers?
You told me Penco had filled you in on the background of this thing. Well, it's time you shared secrets with me.
Regan, I can't tell you anything.
You'd better.
But I didn't get anything from him, Regan. I made up that stuff about a personal problem just to get you to take the job.
All for $50?
There's no time for that now.
You said it.
After you left, I got worried, so I looked up Penco. He's really good-time Charlie Penco, an old-time racketeer.
And he just got out of San Quentin. And somebody's already dead.
What?
Now get this. I'm calling you from a house in Palos Verdes. It belongs to a little guy named Sidney Chambers. I made the delivery and decided to follow him home. Just as I got here, somebody blew his fuse.
What happened to the $5,000? The killer steal it?
It's still here.
Still there? Good.
I thought that'd get action.
Now, hold on to it. International will keep it safely until the police go ahead. Regan. Regan. Hello, are you still there?
I was still there, but I wasn't listening to the lion. I was looking at the traffic cop standing in the doorway. He was looking at what was left of Chambers, at the money spread all around, and then at me. I began to feel helpless, like a fiddler without a chin.
I'll take your gun. Go ahead, finish your call. I won't listen.
It isn't important.
Dead, huh? You, got anything to say, mister? Uh-huh. Nice gun. Yours?
Yeah, it's my gun, but I...
Yeah, sure. Just been fired.
Those bullets won't match up with the ones in him. You got this all
wrong? Money, too. Well. Weapon, motive. I'll be in plain clothes this time tomorrow.
Look, the guy who did it's making time right now.
You'll be surprised the kind of drivers we have around Los Angeles. I'm working Palos Verdes. I stop a minute, I hear noises like guns. And I just cruise around on my bike where I think I hear the noise. And I find you. All right, killer, move. My turn to make a call.
I leaned into his gun, spun around, and knocked his wrist down. The bullets went wild, and I hit the light switch.
Come back here! Come back!
That gave me time enough to get through the door. He lost me when I ran up the hill and back of the house toward the oil derricks. But I knew we'd keep right on looking. And so would every cop in Los Angeles. I had as much chance as a snowball in a Turkish bath. None of it made sense. I delivered Penco's $5,000 to a little guy named Sidney Chambers. And before I knew it, a question mark in a black coupe blew out Chambers' life. But he left that $5,000 scattered all over the place. And an eager cop who likes double-breasted suits tagged me for the job. When I broke away from that cop, I knew I'd have to get some answers. I made my way back downtown and dropped into the Capitol Hotel. Any key fitted room H. It was as clean as a bookie's stall when a long shot comes in. No Charlie Penco, nothing. The newspaper clipping on the dresser with an ad on how to handle your muscles on one side and part of a society column on the other meant nothing. But the knock on the door had possibilities.
Charles, are you in there? Are you asleep? Charles,
She was a tall, gray-haired woman in a fur coat. She didn't look like Penco's kind of company.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought this was Mr. Pencoll's room.
He's left town. Maybe I can be of help.
No, I'm sure you can't. I just made a mistake, that's all. I'm sorry I bothered you. I'm terribly sorry. Please forgive
Well, just a minute.
Relax. You can see her later. Inside.
Wait a minute.
Come on in, boys. Come in. I wanted Charlie, but you'll do for now.
You got a parade permit, Largo?
I don't need one. This is going to be a quiet little party. You and me and my friends this time.
Don't they talk?
Sure they talk. Boys, there's a friend of Charlie Penco.
Hello. Hi.
You see? All right, friend of Charlie Penco's. We had all the introductions. Now let's have a party. You took my gun away tonight. I told you I'd remember you. This is going to be fun. Hold 'em. Now, here we go with feeling.
Boys, he's getting heavy.
Nah, don't let him fall, Sam. We're just getting a good start.
Well, it was almost morning when I started to come around. I was still in room H. Some cold water and a trip to the drugstore didn't make me feel any better, but I had some answers to find. The morning papers were full of the brutal murder of city employee Sidney Chambers. They'd run on to tell how he worked in the Hall of Records. My name was in the article. They'd matched the bullets, and my gun didn't figure. But Homicide had wanted some answers, and I didn't have any to give them. I started with that clipping I'd found in Penco's room. It wasn't much, but it had names. Something about a Meredith Gibbons and a Donald Townsend getting married. There was an address in the phone book, Sherman Oaks. Nice house on a nice street.
Good morning, darling. I didn't expect you so... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were Donald.
My name's Regan. I'd like to see Meredith Gibbons.
Why, I'm Meredith Gibbons. Well, please come in, Mr. Regan.
Thanks.
I'll have to apologize for the appearance of the house. I'm packing and all. I'm being married this afternoon.
Yeah, I read about that.
Oh. Mr. Regan, I'll have to apologize again. I don't believe I know you.
No, you don't. Look, I won't take a lot of your time. I'm a private investigator. I'd like to ask some questions.
Private investigator? Well, certainly, Mr. Regan, but I don't know...
Hey, darling, I'd like
to... Donald, you're here.
Oh, morning, sweet.
Donald, this is Mr. Regan. He's a private detective. He wants to ask me some questions.
Oh? Well, glad to meet you, Regan. What's this all about?
Probably nothing. Just a lead. Look, do you people know a man named Penco?
Penco?
Oh, no,
It's important. His name's Charles Penco.
No, Mr. Regan, I don't.
I'm sorry, neither do I.
All right. Does the name Sidney Chambers mean anything to you?
No, sorry again, Regan. Nothing again. I can't think so well. I'm marrying her today.
Oh, Donald. No, Mr. Regan, I've never heard that name before. You're looking for these men?
One of them's dead.
Oh? Which one?
Chambers. He was shot last night.
Oh, dear.
I've got to find Penco.
Well, sure wish we could help you more, but... tell me, Regan, why did you come here?
I found this clipping about your marriage in Penco's room.
Well, that's funny. Truly, Mr. Regan, I never heard the name
Meredith?
before.
Donald, you have so many things to do today.
Oh, Mother, I want you to meet Mr. Regan. He's a detective. This is my mother.
How do you do, Mr. Regan?
It was the same gray-haired woman I'd met the night before in Charlie's room. Had to hand it to her. She didn't raise an eyelash. She looked right through me like she was meeting me for the first time. I didn't give her away. There was something in her eyes that said, don't.
Mr. Regan, I know you'll excuse us. We have so many things to do. Well, perhaps Mother can help you.
Sure.
Bye, Regan.
I hope you find your man, Mr. Regan.
They look like a real nice pair, Mrs. Gibbons.
They're wonderful children, Mr. Regan. Wonderful.
You know what I have to ask you.
Yes, I know.
Man's been killed.
Sit down, Mr. Regan, please.
Thanks.
That lovely girl who just walked out of the door is Charles Penco's daughter.
Oh.
Yes. Charles married my younger sister in 1929. She never knew what Charles did for a living. She was in the hospital, Mr. Regan, dying while Charles was in court. And when his sentence was pronounced, his daughter was born at a hospital in Glendale.
That'd be Meredith.
Yes.
Go on.
Before Charles began his life sentence, he took what money he had left and established an irrevocable trust fund for her and for me. It was his plan. I adopted her legally. He promised that he'd never write or bother in any way, and he hasn't. Oh, after so much heartache for a real mother, he was trying to do one decent thing.
It worked out?
Oh, yes. Yes, he kept his word. He was paroled last week. I read it in the papers.
And you went to see him at his hotel. I met you there.
Yes. Yes, I went to see him last night. The parole officer gave me his address. A little man had been here last week on some pretext or another, and I was worried. I thought he was a friend of Charles who might want to make trouble.
Nobody else knows about this adoption?
No one, Mr. Regan. No one at all. Just Charles and I. My sister, well, she had the baby under my name.
I see.
I read the morning papers. The little man, the one who called on me last week and acted strangely, was murdered last night. His name was Chambers. I read about it in the paper.
Yeah, that's right.
And the police are looking for you, Mr. Regan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, please, I can't ask you to continue being a fugitive. I know you didn't kill him, but if there's any way at all, Mr. Regan... Oh, listen to me. Meredith can't become involved in something like this.
If there's any way to keep her out of it, Mrs. Gibbons, I'll do it.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Regan. Thank you.
When I left there, I had a pretty good picture of the whole thing. A check with the Civil Service Commission did the rest as far as Chambers' part fitted in. Besides working at the Hall of Records from 1932 on, he'd worked at the city morgue before. And before that, the county hospital as an orderly. And before that, a private hospital in Glendale. But that still left Johnny Largo on stage. The Lion had part of it when I found him at the office.
Regan.
Who'd you expect?
Never mind. Anybody see you? You're hot, boy.
You know how I got that way.
I know, but those things will happen. Where's that $5,000?
A cop on the Palos Verdes division is looking at it.
Huh?
Don't you read the papers? They're looking for me. They want to talk to me about a murder.
Oh, and I wanted to see how that much money looked all at once.
What have you been telling Homicide?
That I don't know anything about it.
Well, maybe I better make a call.
Now, look, Jeffrey. We've got to find out who tagged Chambers. It's the only way we can square ourselves with Homicide.
You afraid of that jailhouse coffee?
Oh, please. I had another one of my attacks today. Oh, knowing you were out there somewhere in this vast city, hunted, because of my indiscreetness. Jeffrey, I've done you wrong.
You're going to drown in those tears.
Oh, now, please, find out who killed that poor man Chambers. Square yourself with the police. Make a clean breast of everything.
Well, then you start giving me more answers.
I'll help you in every way I can, Jeffrey.
All right, where does Johnny Largo tie in with Charlie Penco?
Largo? Oh, it's an old-time feud. I went through the 1929 morgue files. Largo tried to kill Penco over some money or something. He claimed Penco held out on him.
Nothing else?
Nothing else. Why, you got a lead?
What does Largo do now?
He runs a joint in Gardena that fronts for a roulette wheel. Hey, where you going?
To try my luck.
By the way, what happened to your face?
It got stepped on.
Somebody had big feet.
Yeah, 6 of them. Bye. I knew I was coming into the home stretch. I made Largo's place about 3 o'clock that afternoon, but I was too late. 3 squad cars were piled up in front, and the morgue wagon was there. I checked with the driver, looked inside, and saw that their customer was Largo. He was extremely dead. It was easy to see Penco was making the rounds. First, Chambers. Second, Largo. He figured to have one more stop, and I found it. That black coupe was in front of St. Anne's Church in Sherman Oaks. Inside, Meredith Gibbons and Townsend were kneeling at the altar. There were a lot of people watching. But the one I was interested in was the guy in the dark suit. He was standing in the back.
Hello, Regan.
I came to get you, Charlie.
Yeah, I figured you would.
They don't like murder in this state, no matter what it's for.
The state doesn't know Chambers was trying to buy that kid up there out of her life.
So to keep your daughter from knowing who her old man was, you hired me. So you could get a line on Chambers, follow him, kill him.
He was just a name on a phone to me. You had to tag him for me. It's the only way to treat him. Somehow he knew she was my kid. He had all the facts for blackmail. He waited 18 years to trap me.
Largo was just a sideline.
He was until he found out I'd killed Chambers. You see, he was following me that night in Palos Verdes.
So you traded one blackmail for another.
Yeah.
And no way out. We'd better go, Penco.
Now, just a minute, Regan. I want to see you walk. She looks just like her mother. Regan.
What's the matter? What?
Largo threw some that connected here. Put your arm in back of me. Hold me up, Regan. At least till she gets by. I don't want to ruin anything. Please.
But Donald, there's Mr. Regan. He came to our wedding. How nice.
Yes. Hello, Regan. Thanks
Hello.
for coming.
Oh, we're so happy. Did you ever find the man you were looking for?
Yeah. I found him.
I'm glad. We're so very happy today.
We sure are.
Mr. Regan, do I know your friend? He looks familiar.
No, you don't know me. Not at all. Good luck.
Well, thank you
you.
very much. Come on, darling.
All right, dear.
Okay, Penco.
Thanks, Regan. Oh, get me out of here, quick.
There were 4 of Largo's slugs in him. He died in the ambulance. Homicide knew about the old feud, and that satisfied them why Penco killed Johnny Largo and those 2 hoods. But they were bending their eyebrows trying to figure out why Penco killed Chambers. I didn't figure it was up to me to explain it. The next morning when I came into the office, somebody was just leaving. The Lion had one arm around her shoulder.
No, just part of our service. Glad to be of help, but... Oh, Regan.
Oh, Mr. Regan.
Hello, Mrs. Gibbons.
Oh, I just came by to thank you. To thank you for everything. I didn't know that people could be so understanding. I didn't know. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Fine figure of a woman, Regan. Fine figure of a woman.
And what else does she want?
Well, she just came to thank us, that's all.
Yeah.
Regan, you don't think that after all that's happened...
Yes, I do.
Well, that certainly doesn't show a very good opinion of me.
How'd she get the address?
Well, I gave her a call.
Give me.
Now, you don't really think
I
that...
said give me.
It's just a small check. A gesture of her appreciation.
Oh.
Regan, that's dough!
You got paid for this once?
Yes, but this was a bonus for the rest of it. After all, International has expenses. This is a legitimate... Oh, well... Maybe this time you're right.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by E. Jack Newman, directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant.
They called it Margate Mansion, but the name didn't fit. It was a pile of old cement and cracked stucco held up by a half a dozen tired palm trees. The people inside didn't fit either. Crusty old lady who talked backwards, a redhead with an urge to travel fast. But it was Junior who won first prize. He was half Einstein and half Hollywood playboy. Only when this boy played, it was with poison. It started on a Tuesday. I was headed down Taft Avenue on my way to the laundromat. I had a date with a washing machine and a blonde cashier named Gloria. That's when a cab pulled up beside me and the Lion hopped out. He was blowing sparks out of a fat cigar. Had a new client.
Oh, Jeffrey, my boy, I'm glad I caught you.
Get back in the cab, Fatso. I'm busy.
Yeah, but I have to talk to you. I was just going up to your apartment.
Well, have a good time. I'll be out all day.
Now, Jeffrey, is that any way to talk? After all I've done for you, after the many opportunities I've given you to help your fellow beings in distress.
Look, I've worked 3 weeks without a rest. I gotta wash my socks.
Wash your socks? You can talk about a thing like that when I'm here to present you with a golden opportunity? An opportunity to demonstrate our humanitarian sentiments? A chance to lift one who is in trouble?
How much did you lift from him?
$100, and it's not him, it's a her. Oh, it's really a very simple job, Jeffrey, very simple. I've just been over there. Lovely old house, fine old family. The Margates, flower of the Old South.
Gone to seed.
Yes. But you know how it is with descendants of old families. Fresh young growth choked back by the weeds of the old family stock. The fresh new plants smothered by decay and ruin.
Try Figaro.
Regan, you don't seem to understand. We've been retained by Mrs. Margate. It's about her nephew, Hilary Margate. Strange youth indeed. Needs watching. Mrs. Margate needs protection. I tell you, it's a very serious matter.
Well, so's my laundry.
Regan, will you listen to me?
There's another choice?
Yes. See Mrs. Margate. Root out the facts.
Get her a gardener.
She doesn't need a gardener. She needs you. Now, don't give me any more trouble.
Okay, sweetheart. Here.
Wait a minute. What's this?
My laundry. Put the shirts and socks in a washing machine. Put 2 bits in the slot. And stay away from the blonde. She doesn't like cigar smoke.
Regan, you mean this means that you will see Mrs. Margate?
Don't try to be coy. You knew I'd see her the minute you stepped out of that cab.
You're damn right.
I walked up Vine and turned right past Franklin. All the places up there are old, but Margate Mansion was old when William S. Hart was Gene Autry. A bunch of stucco turrets with a widow walk on top. Made out of wood, turned down by the termites. But I was looking at what was standing in the front bay window, looking at me. Red hair and white eyes and a complexion like skim milk. She was what answered the door when I twisted the old-fashioned bell.
Hello. I saw you from the window.
Yeah, I saw you seeing me.
Well, come in. Come in, please.
Thanks.
I hope you don't mind the disorder. I'm afraid Your name?
Regan.
Oh. Well, sit here, Mr. Regan. Please don't mind the dust on the sofa. No one nice ever comes, so it doesn't matter. I like you. I want you to stay.
It shows.
You're not married or anything like that, Mr. Regan.
Nothing like that.
Oh, that's nice. I'm not married either, Mr. Regan.
I heard it was Mrs. Margate.
Oh, that's my aunt. I'm not married at all. Mr. Regan, you didn't just come to see my aunt.
I've got a lot of time.
Oh, I've been foolish again, haven't I? Sometimes I get so mixed up.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
What's your name?
Gwethelyn?
Oh, Mrs. Margate's niece.
Yes.
Hilary's your brother?
Yes, Mr. Regan. All those questions.
Business.
Business?
Yeah, International Detective Bureau. Your aunt's on the line for $100 worth.
A detective?
Well, that's polite for it.
Oh, you shouldn't have told me that. You shouldn't have told me that at all.
Well, suppose you tell me some things.
I'm mixed up, Mr. Regan. I can't help.
Gwethelyn!
My aunt.
Did I hear the front door bell?
Don't say anything. Don't tell her.
I did hear the front door. Well, Gwethelyn, who is this man?
He's...
Regan.
Regan? Oh, you're the man they call the Lions. I've been expecting you. I'm gardening.
I should have figured.
What? I have a green thumb, as they say. Follow me. Go to your room, Gwethelyn.
Yes, Addie.
Gwethelyn?
Yes, Addie. I'm going.
She went all right, like a rabbit at a greyhound race. Only I wasn't sure this rabbit could stay ahead of the dogs. Right then I had another problem, keeping up with Mrs. Margate. It wasn't the way she walked. It was her talk that winded me.
We'll go to the garden. My niece and nephew have problems that weigh heavily on my heart, Mr. Regan. This way. Family collapsing and falling to ruin. Just 3 Margates left, myself and the 2 children, Gwethelyn and Hilary. Only 52 years old with such responsibilities.
Hillary?
No, myself, of course. 52, but Hilary's the real problem. You follow me?
Right behind you.
What? Oh, yes. Out this door. The garden. There. You see that pool? By the date palm?
Uh-huh.
Fish. Carp, Mr. Regan. He concocts things. Hilary brews things. He fed something he had brewed to Hilary F. Margate Sr., the carp, and he turned bright green.
Hilary?
The carp.
Oh.
We found him next morning floating belly up, stark bright green. Hilary F. Margate Sr., the carp. We name our fish after the dear departed members of our family.
Nice custom.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
Hilary poisoned the carp when he was only 146 years old.
The carp?
Yes. No, Hilary. Come along. Dear Hilary was only a boy at the time. Such a problem, Mr. Regan. Oh, here, in my vegetable garden. Oh, have an onion, Mr. Regan. Delicious.
Look, Mrs. Margate.
Eat the onion, Mr. Regan. George! George is my gardener.
I'm over here, Mrs. Margate.
Oh, you can go out back and cut the weeds, George. Mr. Regan and I have some private matters to discuss.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent, man, George. Excellent. And be sure you get them all, George. We must be rid of the weeds.
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
Now we're alone, Mr. Regan. Go on, eat it.
Oh.
As I was saying, Hilary. That boy, such a problem.
Yeah, as you were saying.
Yes. Good, aren't they?
Yeah. Look, Mrs. Margate, what is it you want me to do?
Do? Oh, well, I want you to look after Hilary.
I was told you wanted protection.
Well, it's the same thing, isn't it?
No, Hillary needs a nursemaid. That's not our line.
Now, see here, Mr. Regan. International Detective Bureau has already agreed to handle my case. Mr. Lyon himself accepted my check.
He'll accept anyone's check.
But he promised to help.
Well, then talk to him.
I'm talking to you. I'm explaining.
You're explaining nothing. You've given me a lot of double talk, and I have a feeling that's all you want to give me. Now, make sense.
All right. Going to force me to say what I hope never to say to anyone. Not anyone. My life is in danger.
I can believe that.
My tea, yesterday. I noticed the odor of almonds.
I'm listening.
I didn't drink it, naturally.
Naturally.
Hilary brewed that tea, Mr. Regan. My nephew.
Now you've said something. Where is he?
Ocean Park, the shooting gallery.
Shooting gallery?
Yes, he's strange, very strange. He brews things, collects guns, practices shooting. You won't like him.
I'll go talk to him.
Yes, you'd better. As I've said, Mr. Regan, I don't wish to be murdered.
I headed the car down La Brea to Olympic and then out to the Ocean Park Pier. It was afternoon business, popcorn and sailor style. Shooting gallery had one customer, a kid in a corduroy sport with a face like a cantaloupe out of season. You didn't need the family album to figure him for Hilary Margate. I walked over, but he didn't take the gun from his shoulder.
Leeks.
Come again?
Leeks. Scallions.
My name's Regan.
Allium ascalonica, Mr. Regan. Onions. You've been eating them.
So?
This suggests you're the private detective hired by my aunt. Bullseye?
You read palms, too?
I fancy myself an amateur detective, Mr. Regan. I seldom miss.
I notice.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Regan, I am interested in hiring you myself.
Well, that's a switch.
I think there's going to be a murder.
Anybody I know?
Yes. My aunt.
Who plays the heavy?
The heavy?
Who's going to kill her?
I am.
Are you practicing? What's with this?
I don't need practice, Mr. Regan.
Even experts get the chair. All right, Junior, let's start making sense.
Very well, Mr. Regan. My aunt is a domineering autocrat. Actually, I should hate to kill her. But I feel I must, to protect myself, you understand.
From what?
No, I dabble in poisons, Mr. Regan. I am un connoisseur, as the French say. Poisoner. When I was 15...
I heard that one. Yeah, Hilary F. Margate Sr., the carp.
Oh, he died a horrible death.
My regrets. Get to the point.
Ours is an evil household, Mr. Regan. The last of the Margates, a decaying race. My aunt, for example, and Gwetherly.
I met her.
Then you understand that something must be done. This is an urgent matter, Mr. Regan. It would be wise to take my case.
One Margate for a client's too many.
Very well, Mr. Regan. But you want information. Perhaps I'll give it to you tomorrow. I'll phone you. As they say on the radio, you may save a life. Possibly your own.
Made a real funny joke the way he said it, only I wasn't laughing. And neither was he. I got in my car and started for town to tell the lion he'd been underpaid. All the way in, I kept getting a picture of a mechanical rabbit going around a track. I tried putting Gwetherlin's face on it, and Mrs. Margate's, then Hilary's. The others didn't fit. Gwetherlin's did. I was still thinking about it when I parked, and that's when I put another face on the rabbit, my own. The guy who fell in behind me and started following was no greyhound, but he had squeaky shoes that slowed down when I slowed down. We stayed together for a block, and when I turned left toward the office, he turned left. I wondered if he was an amateur. I found out when I sidestepped into an alley and pulled him in after me. All right, Buster, this is where you get off.
Hey, say, what to go?
Come on, who hired you?
Let me go. Let me go.
Give me some answers.
I talk. Will you? You want muscles, huh? Muscles? All right. I got it.
He had them all right, and he knew where to use them. He had a bald head, and he used that, too, right in the middle of my stomach. I shouldn't have bent double, but I did. It was a setup. The next blow sent me around against the... I went to my knees. When I came up, it was too late. The bald head was gone. But someone else was there.
Mr. Regan.
It was Gwetherlyn Margate.
Mr. Regan, you should be careful. Are you all right?
He was following me.
No, Mr. Regan. No, he wasn't. I was going to your office. He was following me.
She was ready to talk, but the fog in my head wouldn't let me listen. I got her around the corner into a bar. She waited until the waiter brought the drinks.
2 Bourbon Street, Mr. Regan. And if I may say so, this is a lovely tomato you are escorting into my humble palace.
You said so.
And may I say so, Mr. Regan, that I am also partial to redheads on account of my first love was a redhead? She played second flute in our orchestra.
Sure, keep the change.
That was when I was with Stokowski. The Hollywood Bowl. How well I remember. Me and my fiddle. We made together beautiful music. Me and the fiddle, you understand, not the redhead. She gave me nothing but the cold shoulder on account she was hot for a guy that played bass.
Come on, you told me that story yesterday.
What, you don't wish to hear the story of my life, Mr. Regan? Well, it was the same way with Mr. Stokowski. The artist is lost in the world of today.
Oh, no. All right, now we can talk.
I don't know, Mr. Regan.
Who was following you?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm used to it, Mr. Regan.
Who was the mug?
It doesn't matter, Mr. Regan. It's too late anymore. I thought...
You thought what?
I thought you'd help me, Mr. Regan. I was on my way to your office.
Why?
There's going to be trouble, Mr. Regan. Serious trouble.
What says so?
Everything. Hillary, my aunt, they're all acting so strangely. And those people who come to the house.
People? Who?
I don't know. The man who was following me's one of them. Something strange is going on, Mr. Regan. Something terrible.
You still haven't told me anything.
Don't you see? It isn't anything I can tell you. It's a feeling. A terrible feeling. Everything's wrong.
I've got to have facts, lady.
I don't... Wait, there's one thing.
Yeah?
The gardener, Mr. Hendricks.
George?
Yes. My aunt knows him, Mr. Regan. Better than just a gardener. And something else.
What?
George has been in prison. I know he's been in prison. I heard him say something once on the telephone.
To who?
I don't know. There's so much I don't know.
Well, that makes 2 of us.
You don't believe me. You've got to believe me. Something terrible's going to happen.
Sure.
Hillary's going to kill your aunt.
What? Hillary? Oh, no. No, that's not it at all. It's me they're going to kill. Don't you see? They're going to kill me.
After that, I couldn't get anything out of her that made sense. I loaded her into a cab and then walked over to Pershing Square to feed the pigeons. Maybe something would come to me. Nothing did, except pigeons. After a while, I went over to the Examiner morgue to look up George Hendricks. There was nothing, not a word. But the Lion has ways of finding those things out, so I went back to the office. The Lion had information, all right, but not the kind I expected.
Regan, where have you been? I've been calling every saloon in the city.
You got the wrong one.
I often wonder why I hired you.
Okay, Fatso, why the steam?
I'll tell you why, because you were supposed to be on the Margate case, that's why.
Well, what do you think I've been doing?
I know what you're going to be doing. You're going to go out to the Margate mansion right now and fast. They just found Hillary Margate in his room. He's been shot through the head.
In his little beanie.
This is CBS, and you're listening to the story of the Little Man's Lament.
Tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Cut the entire thing, and we go into Regan theme.
And now...
Down for Joe Graham.
Nothing made sense. There were 3 Margates, the old lady, her nephew Hillary, and his sister Gwethelyn. And all 3 of them wanted to hire me to stop a murder. Then the Lion tells me Hillary Margate has just been shot. Well, one thing was sure. With 3 people to work for, one of them was bound to turn up dead. I put the Lion to work looking up the gardener, George Hendricks. Then I hopped in the car and headed out to the Margate place off Franklin Avenue. By the time I got there, it was turning dark. Out front, black and white Chevy said police in big letters. When the old lady opened the door, she acted as though she'd never heard of the word.
Oh, Mr. Regan, please come in. I'm sorry you didn't get to meet him. Hillary, strange boy.
I met him.
Who did? This way, Mr. Regan. Well, it's no matter. It was inevitable. Hillary's uncle, my husband, before he died, warned me something like this would happen. He was a young fool, Hillary.
How did it happen?
Oh, with a gun, of course. How else could one shoot oneself except with a gun? In here, Mr. Regan. We won't be bothered by them. Sometimes police can be so nosy. Do sit down, and we shall have tea.
With or without almonds?
I know what you're thinking, Mr. Regan, but I'm sure it had nothing to do with it.
What did?
Just a moment, Mr. Regan. There's someone at our door. Well, Gwethelyn?
I was just coming to see you, Addie. I thought you wanted me to tell Mr. Regan about Hillary.
Yes, it's a good idea. Mr. Regan, I'll let Gwethelyn tell you. She was here at the time. She was a lovely woman. Gwethelyn's mother, my late sister. Well, go ahead, child, go ahead.
I got home about 5.
Better sit down, child. No, not there. Here.
Yes, Addie. Well, Mr. Regan, Hillary was in the gun room reading. I went in to talk to him, but he ordered me out of the room. He said he didn't want to be disturbed. He was concentrating.
Go on.
I left the room. A couple of minutes later, I heard a shot. When I went back, he was there. Hillary. On the floor, dead.
You called the police?
I told Auntie. She called them.
They've been so nice, the police. They promised not to disturb me any more than was necessary. Wasn't that nice?
They're in his room now?
With Hillary. Dear Hillary.
Well, you won't need me anymore. I think I'd better be going.
Oh, yes, of course. Gwethelyn, see Mr. Regan to the door like a nice girl.
Yes, Auntie.
And come again sometime soon, Mr. Regan. We shall have tea together.
Thanks.
This way, Mr. Regan. Mr. Regan, I've got to talk to you. This way, quickly.
What's on your mind?
It's nice out here, isn't it, Mr. Regan?
You wanted to talk.
It's so very nice. The night, the cool breeze. I like you, Mr. Regan.
I like you. Talk.
It's so very nice. The night, the cool breeze. Maybe we could drive down to the ocean some evening, you and I. Maybe we could see the lights along the pier and the crowds of people laughing and having fun. Maybe we could do that, Mr. Regan. You and I.
Sure. Get to the point, will you?
All right, Mr. Regan. I'll tell you. I thought maybe... Oh, well, never mind. It's about Hillary. Something he did tonight.
Like what?
When he came home, before that, he had a book. A big book. He was reading it when it happened. Why would he read a book and then shoot himself?
You got me. What was the title?
I don't know. When the police came, the book was gone.
Where'd he buy it?
I don't know that either. But I'm sure it's important, Mr. Regan. I'm sure of it. You don't think it's important?
Oh, I don't know. I reach for answers. Sometimes they come up air. This sounds like air.
I know something else, Mr. Regan. It's about George. George Hendricks, our gardener.
Yeah?
He disappeared this afternoon after it...
Go on.
Andy sent for him when the police arrived, but he wasn't in his room. The police were angry. They think he might have done it.
And you think so, too?
I'm not sure, Mr. Regan. I'm not sure of anything now.
She turned and ran into the house and left me with a lot of night air and cool breeze. If Hendricks had taken a powder, the police would check that angle. That left me with a book, a very big book. I walked down Franklin toward my car. Up ahead, I saw a small man in a black suit locking a shop door. Over his head, a sign said Franklin Avenue Bookshop. That did it. I caught him before he closed up.
I beg your pardon.
Do you know a Hillary Margate? Lives up the street.
Yes, I know him. Why?
Was he in today?
He's a regular customer.
Was he in? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did he buy a book?
No.
You sure?
Positive. He asked for a volume we didn't have.
What volume?
I don't remember the title because we didn't have it in stock. It was a textbook.
Textbook?
Yes, on horticulture. Plants.
Plants. Plants?
Does that mean something to you?
Yeah. It could explain why the Margate family has gone to seed. It was crazy, but it was beginning to untangle. I headed for my car up the street, but before I touched the starter, I found out I had company.
All right, Regan, drive.
The gun in my back told me he meant it. One look in the mirror told me he was George Hendricks. All right, you're calling him. Where to?
Your apartment. I want to talk. Have a chair, Regan. It's your house.
Thanks.
I talk. You sit and listen.
I can stand.
I said sit down.
It's your party, Hendricks.
There's been an accident at the Margate house.
I heard.
Hillary shot himself.
That right?
You think different?
Changed my mind.
I didn't kill him, Regan.
Who said you did?
I never could get used to confinement.
San Quentin?
Sandstone, Minnesota.
Tell me more.
Listen, Regan, the police don't like guys with a record.
What was your rap, Hendricks?
Checks, something like that. Forgery.
So why tell me?
You're moving in my direction, Regan. I don't like it.
Is that why you ran?
There's something else.
Yeah?
The name. It isn't Hendricks. It's Margate.
What's that?
Freehold Quincy Margate.
No wonder you changed it.
There were several reasons.
Yeah, old South family.
Listen, Regan, you gotta believe me. I didn't kill Hillary. I didn't have anything to do with it.
You know a big guy, bald head with a stupid face?
Molly? He works at the Margate place part-time.
What's his job?
Flunky. He works in the garden with me.
When he isn't tailing the girl.
Leave me out of that part of it.
Well, do I answer it?
Yes, but watch what you say.
Regan.
Regan, I expected to hear from you sooner. What happened to you? Regan, are you there?
Yeah, just got here.
What's the matter? Someone with you?
You're a genius.
Yeah, well, I just found out about Hendricks.
You guessed it.
You mean he's there?
Go on.
Hey, listen, that's not his real name, Regan. It's Margate. He's Margate, Freehold Quincy Margate, age 46, height 5'11", weight 180.
Get to the point.
Well, about that prison record, quite correct. It was 8 years ago. Charge?
Narcotics violation.
Regan, be careful. He'll hear you.
No, he won't. He just went out the door. Fast.
Do I have to listen to Tracy all through?
I had what I needed. I averaged 50 down Franklin and pulled up in front of the Margate place 10 minutes later. It was dark and it looked empty like a beer can after a picnic. I found an open window and crawled in. It was the gun room. And that meant I didn't have to go much farther. But somebody changed my mind for me when the door suddenly opened and a hunk of orange lightning stabbed in my direction. I ducked and the other chair next to me toppled over. I couldn't wait for the next one.
Let me go.
Drop it.
You're hurting.
Oh, it's better. Now some lights.
Mr. Regan, I thought you were one of them.
I'm not. That book Hillary was reading. I'm in a hurry, baby.
You already know, don't you, Mr. Regan? All right. I didn't see it closely. It had pictures of plants.
Like the ones in your backyard?
Yes. I didn't know what it meant
Until Hillary got it. Then you were too scared to talk. Why?
Mr. Regan, Hillary didn't poison my aunt's tea. They only said he did so they could kill me and then blame him for it. That way they'd be rid of both of us.
Yeah, but Hillary caught on too quick.
That's why they killed him, Mr. Regan. Oh, don't let them know I know.
It won't matter now, baby. I circled around the house in a hurry. Empty. Then I tried the garden. That's when I saw it, 50 yards behind the house. A strange light at first, then something red that began to grow. Then smoke and more smoke. I ran for the back of the garden in the flames. She saw me coming.
Stand back, Mr. Regan.
Maybe tomorrow, Mrs. Margate.
I warn you, Regan, stand back.
You hired me, remember?
Take one more step, Mr. Regan, and Morley will kill you.
You figured he'd be around. Put the gun down, Marley. That smoke's getting in your eyes.
No. Shoot him, Morley. Shoot him.
You're late for that. I dove across the column of smoke and caught his arm as he tried to find me with that gun. I got to him first. I owed him something for what he'd given me in the alley, and I paid him back with interest. The old lady just stood there and glared at me, the fire reflecting in her eyes. It took me 10 minutes in my best sport coat to stop the blaze. Oh, that's a change right there. But the price was cheap, because where the fire had been was a nice pile of Exhibit A. It looked just like an ordinary plant, but the police call it marijuana.
I don't want a marijuana.
Somebody spotted the smoke and called the fire department. The police were right behind him and loaded the last of the Margates into the wagon. Well, it was like Gweth said. She was scheduled to turn up poison, and I was supposed to testify that Hillary had done it. Only Hillary cut on too fast, and they gave him a bullet for his trouble. After I finished up at headquarters, I went to the office and filled the lion in. He was disappointed.
And this fella the police picked up at the depot, this Hendricks, he wasn't the culprit we were looking for?
He was under the old lady's thumb like the rest of the family. She blackmailed him into growing the stuff. With his record, he couldn't afford to squawk.
He couldn't afford to squawk. How do you think I feel?
Well, you got a check for $100, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
She did pay you, didn't she?
Well, you see, Jeffrey, that is, she gave me a check when I first went out there for $100.
You said that.
Well, I didn't think anything of it at the time, but, you see, her brother-in-law...
You mean...
Well, that is, Hendricks did have a prison record for narcotics violation, but, it seems upon examining the records more closely, there was an earlier sentence for,
Bad checks.
Yes, and, it seems to run in the family.
Oh, I don't get paid again this week.
Oh, go on, quit me, kick a man when he's down.
Oh, stop it.
Well, you know I never withhold payment when I have it. Right now I don't have it, maybe next week.
Now, if you wait 2 weeks, it'll be Thanksgiving.
What's that mean?
You can have the end of the turkey I've been getting.
Jeffrey, you're not being kind. Remember my heart.
I'll try.
Well, that's better. Now, here's 25 cents.
For what?
Go over and pick up your laundry. I forgot to wait for it.
Now we introduce our guest of the evening, Robert Mitchell.
System.
We'll be back in just a minute.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Bring a chair.
It was the kind of a day that when there's nothing left to do, you go get a haircut. So I settled down in Sam's barber shop up the street and waited for my number to come up. Instead, I got a cloud of 3-for-a-dime cigar smoke. Anthony J. Lyon, my boss, puffed in.
So there you are, Jeffrey. I've been looking all over for you.
Well, keep looking, Fatso. I'm in the chair next.
Your haircut? Oh, that can wait, Jeffrey. We've got a new client.
You want a detective or a sheepdog?
It's very funny, Jeffrey. I'll admit you could stand some trimming around the ears, but today I've agreed to help our client.
He gets a trimming.
Jeffrey, how can you say such a thing? We must get back to the office at once. Mr. Rome is waiting.
Mr. Rome?
Charles Rome, a young violinist, very talented.
Sure. Hey, that makes us brothers.
Brothers? What on earth are you talking about, Jeffrey?
Both long hairs. Come on, Fatso. I told Sam I'd be back later for the haircut. The Lion and I walked around the corner to our office. Mr. Charles Rome was waiting all right. Tall, thin, blond guy with long, skinny fingers that tapped along the edge of his chair. He was maybe 23. On the floor beside him was a black violin case. He looked nervous.
Well, Mr. Rome, I told you I'd locate him right away. Hey, Mr. Rome, my number one operative, Mr. Regan.
How do you do, Mr. Regan?
Hi.
Hey, Jeffrey, Mr. Rome here would tell you his problem, and I'm sure you can help him.
Okay, Rome. Start at the top.
Yes, sir. Well, you see, Mr. Regan, it's about Tina. Tina Lanier, my fiancée. She returned my ring.
That's your problem?
Well, there's more. When Tina did that, she wouldn't tell me why. But I'm sure she still loves me, Mr. Regan. I'm sure.
Another guy?
Oh, no, nothing like that. She loves me, I tell you.
Okay, take it easy.
There's one thing I ask, Mr. Regan. Follow Tina, talk to her, find out, but that's all.
What?
Jeffrey, Mr. Rome has already discussed this with me. He's especially anxious that we limit the case to the girl and no one else.
You must promise, Mr. Regan, that there may be others, but you're to pay no attention to them, just the girl.
What are you selling, Rome?
Jeffrey!
Listen, Lion, I'm tired of buying half-baked stories from any client with a fee. There's more and I want it.
Well, I can't tell you any more than that, Mr. Regan. It's Tina I'm worried about.
That's the truth, Jeffrey. Our client...
Okay, our client. Only one of these days we're going to know what we're getting into first. All right, Paganini. Where do I find the girl? The tall, skinny guy wrote out an address on the back of a sheet of music paper. It turned out to be a small shop. Cracked white plaster, tiny black sign over the door out on Sunset Boulevard. Lanier's Music Appreciation Shop and Violin Repair Service. I parked the car and went in. It was old violins all over the place. Strings, bows, rosin, busted bridges, pieces of wood, jars of varnish. Amidst the debris sat a little man behind a battered counter. He was sad-eyed, curly-haired, and 60. His fingers were carefully fitting 2 pieces of wood together. He didn't look up when I came in. There was a bell on the counter.
A customer. Please forgive me. But that's why I have the bell. I don't hear so good, and sometimes I'm too deep in my work.
You're Mr. Lanier?
Yes. Antonio Lanier. It was Laconata, but you see, the name Lanier, it's much more American.
Is your daughter in?
Tina? Well, Tina, she's...
Hey, Tony. Leave this for Nick, huh?
Nick? Oh, yes, Nick. Yes, I leave it for him.
Tell him it's a good fiddle, and I want it fixed right. You got that?
Sure, I got that. It will be fixed.
Okay.
You were going to tell me about Tina.
Signor, I don't know why it is you wish to see her. If it's not too important, I suggest some other time.
Reason?
Well, it's something private. Also, Signor, Tina's not in. She's not returned from her harp lesson.
Harp?
Yes, she's studying with the great Robert Olenger. He's very fine. Oh, Tina.
I'm going to my room, Father.
Tina, come here. I must talk with you.
It's no use, Father. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Now, leave me alone.
Nice girl, Tina.
Oh, Signora, please, you mustn't judge Tina too quick. She's a sweet girl, a kind girl. It's just that, well, she's not herself lately.
How long does she usually stay in there?
Who can tell? But tonight she will be out. Tonight is the concert. And this she does not miss. The Philharmonic, the fine music.
What's the girl running from?
Please, Signor. I'm tired, very tired. Perhaps we talk some other time. Please, you must go.
The little man hurried out of the room and disappeared behind the same door his daughter Tina had slammed a couple of minutes before. Only when he glanced back at me, there was a different look in his eyes, far away, like he was looking right through me. Outside, the sun was setting behind a neon sign, only I didn't get to admire the view. A taxi pulled up and a slim, distinguished-looking guy, gray at the temples, stepped out. He was wearing white tie and tails, and like everybody else, he carried a violin case. He walked right past me without batting an eye and went into the shop. The taxi drove off, and I headed for my car. But when I got there, I had a customer waiting. Only the thing he had in his hand was no violin. It was a knife.
You know me?
You're the guy I left the fiddle for Nick to fix.
That's right, Maestro. I'm the guy.
Get to the point.
You're playing the wrong tune.
You can talk plainer than that.
Sure, but I'm a musician. I prefer to put my message in my own idiom, if you get what I mean.
You play the knife?
Oh, no, the shiv is just protection. I play the cello, Maestro. And I'm telling you to join another orchestra. Tina Lanier doesn't want you hanging around. End of composition, Maestro.
The guy with the knife waved a quick downbeat in my direction and disappeared. I headed for home and a shower and some concert-type clothes. An old double-breasted suit and a shirt my laundry claimed was white. I just finished a quick shave when I heard somebody playing boy drummer on my door. I opened it.
May I come in, Mr. Regan?
Why not? You've got a musician's union card. Charles Rome, double-breasted suit and white shirt, but no violin case, sat down. He had something on his mind, but from the look on his face, it didn't add that he was anxious to go into it. I washed the shaving soap off my face and dressed while he sat. That's when I got an idea. You dressed to go out?
Why, yes.
Concert?
Yes, Mr. Regan. How did you know?
Well, you and Tina used to go to concerts together.
We used to.
You're going tonight, hoping to see her.
Well, that's true. But, Mr. Regan, I came to see you about Tina, to talk to you.
Go later. Have you got a season ticket?
To the concert? Yes.
Next to Tina. You bought them together.
Well, it was before we...
Okay, I got news for you, Rome. It's going to be a big evening, only you aren't going to be there.
But, Mr. Regan, it's my chance to see Tina, to talk to her.
Yeah, there'll be talk, all right, but you won't be in it.
But
Give me that ticket, Paganini. I got a date with the lady who plays the harp. It was a big night at the Philharmonic. Crowds in mink and earrings, starched shirts and top hats. And the rest of us in the balcony. I found the seat Charles Rome had bought and settled down to wait for Tina Lanier. 10 minutes later, she showed up. She sat down next to me without looking right or left, and things began to happen. A tall, slim guy, gray at the temples, full dress, came out on the stage. He took a bow, and the audience calmed down. And I recognized him. The guy I'd seen going into Antonio Lanier's violin shop. I took a quick look at the program, but I didn't need it to know the guy with the baton was Robert Erlinger, Tina's harp teacher. Tina Lanier sat there with her eyes closed and listened to the music. But I had a job to do. I nudged her arm and she turned with a start. Her eyes blinked and then she recognized me.
What do you want?
Talk, sweetheart.
Leave me alone.
Why did you ditch him?
Who are you talking about?
Charles Rome, your fiancé.
I won't answer that.
He might be smart.
I know what's smart. Go away.
Quiet, please.
Rome's got a right to an explanation.
He got his ring back. Who are you, anyway?
Jeff Regan?
I don't know you, Mr. Regan. Leave me alone.
Quiet, please.
Okay, sister, it's your life. Only Rome isn't going to like it that way. Maybe you'll want to know about the man with the knife at your place.
What?
Yeah, the little guy who carries a shiv. Long, sharp. Charlie Rome might be interested.
You saw him?
You saw me. I don't like knives waved under my throat.
If you won't be quiet, I'll call the manager.
Mr. Regan, please, tell Charles. Tell him I'm sorry. That's all. That's all there is.
You're sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Now, go away.
So my talk with Tina Lanier got me nowhere. Except the fact that somebody was putting the screws on somebody else, and it didn't add up to a broken engagement. What it did add up to was a lot of violins. I thought about that as I headed for the little red sign that said exit. I made my way past a couple of frowning ushers to the alley outside. When I got there, it was dark and empty. Me and a couple of bottles and torn ticket stubs. I walked out toward the street and then stopped. Somewhere in that alley was somebody else. Maybe behind the fire escape. Maybe behind a big poster. And then I was sure...
Okay, Maestro.
Get your hands off.
I told you, Maestro.
Knife again.
Yeah, the shiv, Maestro. Sharp steel in this blade. There's enough to make you look like a bag of confetti.
What's Tina Lanier to you?
It's not your business, Maestro. I told you to stay away from her. I told you it was off key. Now I'm going to show you just what a good knife...
Do
the mug folded into a heap on the alley. He could trade in the knife any time. He wouldn't need it where he was going. I headed out of the alley toward where the shots came from. There was a cab driver at the curb waiting for the concert crowd, and I grabbed him. Only he saw nobody and said nothing. The guy who'd put the slugs in the cello player was gone. I headed back to my car and hopped in. Now I had to have answers and have them fast. Jeff Regan was too close to a killing not to have a lot of it rub off. It was going to be me and a murderer, or the police. It started when a lovesick violinist hired the Lion and me to find out why his fiancée, Tina Lanier, gave him the go-by. But it ended with me and a corpse in an alley beside the Philharmonic Auditorium. The corpse was a mug who wanted me to stay away from Tina. I'd first met him at a violin repair shop out on Sunset. And that's where I was heading now, to Lanier's Music Appreciation Shop and Violin Repair Service, owned and operated by Tina Lanier's father. It was close to 9 o'clock when I got out of my car, went inside, and rang the bell on the counter. A medium-sized, sharp-looking character with a pencil-lined mustache came out from the back room.
Yes, sir?
Lanier in?
I'm sorry, sir. The shop is closed for the evening.
Okay. But tell Lanier I want to talk to him.
I'm afraid you misunderstood me. I said the shop was closed for the evening.
Look, Mac, this is business, and I don't mean fiddles. Now go tell him what I said.
Very well, if you insist. Oh, by the way, my name is Nick, not Mac.
The suave gentleman named Nick went back through the door. A couple of minutes later, Antonio Lanier shuffled out to meet me. He was wearing an overcoat, and even in the dim light of the shop, you could make out tears in his eyes.
You wish to see me, senor?
Yeah.
I wonder perhaps if you could wait until tomorrow.
Well, that's pretty important, Mr. Lanier.
Yes, I suppose it is, Ma. You see, I have to go out. It's important, too.
Maybe I better tell you something. There's been a murder.
Murder?
Yeah, a little guy. I saw him in your shop today. He left a violin for Nick.
Yes, I know.
You know about him?
I know he was killed 30 minutes ago, senor. The police telephoned to tell me.
You mean Nick?
That's correct, senor. The man with the violin is dead, and my daughter, Tina, has been arrested for murder.
Antonio Lanier walked out of the little shop, and I watched his bent shoulders as he shuffled off down the street. Then I realized what had happened. Tina Lanier had followed me when I left the concert. That meant she'd gotten to the alley just after the shots were fired. You could add the rest easy. A couple of ushers, maybe, hearing the shots, had run out and found her. That was enough for the police to take her in for questioning. Well, there wasn't much I could do until morning, so I headed home for some sleep. I dreamed about a group of excited figures all talking to each other. Only when I looked closer, they weren't people. They were violins. The next morning, I drove down to the police station. Lieutenant Candid, homicide squad, was at his desk.
Now what's bothering you, Regan?
The Lanier girl?
Well, I can understand why.
Got it out.
I've seen some lookers in that cell, Regan. Remember the Pendleton dame a couple of years ago? Some woman. Chopped up her husband with an axe.
What about Tina Lanier?
Remember the Carlton woman back in 39? There was a dame. Red hair, green eyes, legs. What was it she used? A letter opener?
Ice pick.
Oh, yeah, ice pick. Oh, I hated to see her go, Regan.
Gas chamber?
Not guilty. She's married again. Millionaire.
Which brings us to Tina Lanier.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. Maybe not the fire that Carlton woman had, but not bad.
Get to the point, Candid. What have you got on her?
She killed a guy, Regan. We call it murder.
There's more.
Sure there's more. There's always more.
Like?
Like she was found standing over the guy. Guy's name, Joe Fenton. Petty crook, knife artist. San Quentin boy, Regan. Did a year in 1945.
That's no motive.
You know something else? While Fenton was in prison, he played cello with the San Quentin Orchestra. Cute?
I'm still listening.
Okay. How about this? Tina Lanier's been dating Joe Fenton for 2 months. The boyfriend.
What?
That's right. Got witnesses for that. What's Tina Lanier to you, Regan?
She was engaged to a guy named Charles Rome. Client.
You betting on him?
I'm not betting on anybody. I think you got the wrong customer.
Oh, it's a drab job, Regan. Dames like Tina brighten up the place. You understand?
Sure, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
See you around.
Yeah, see you around.
That gave me a lead. Joe Fenton, Tina Lanier. I headed for the office of my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. Only when I got there, I got another surprise. Sitting across the desk from him was Antonio Lanier. Violin case under his arm, circles under his eyes.
Jeffrey, I've been looking for you. Mr. Lanier wants to talk to you.
Well, that makes us even.
Jeffrey, what on earth are you talking about? Mr. Lanier has retained us to clear his daughter, Tina. Mr. Lanier is a client, Jeffrey, a client.
Is that right, Lanier?
Yes, Mr. Regan. Yes, that's correct.
Well, then, maybe you'd like to talk now.
But Mr. Regan,
There's questions, Mr. Lanier, like about Tina.
Tina someday gonna be a fine artist. She will be recognized as a true...
If she stays away from guys like Joe Fenton.
Yes.
Okay, Lanier. One more question. Who's Nick?
What?
Nick, your helper, the guy Joe Fenton left the violin for.
Well, Nick is just as you say, my helper. I hired him several years ago.
Jeffrey,
4
why are you
years ago.
questioning our client this way?
Because we've got to get facts before we get a total. We were hired to find out why Tina ditched Charles Rome, and now she's got herself booked for a murder she probably didn't commit, and her father expects us to clear her. We can't go into this thing wearing a blindfold.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, aren't we going to help Mr. Lanier?
Yeah, I'll drop him by his shop. Maybe if he gets his hands on a violin, he'll relax. Lanier sat in the front seat as we drove out Sunset. He didn't say anything. His tired little shoulders were hunched forward as he stared out of the window, watching the traffic. In front of his shop, he thanked me again and went inside. I started to drive away and then stopped. A cab had pulled up behind me, and a tall, thin guy with graying hair stepped out. Under his arm, a violin case. Robert Erlinger, the guy I wanted to have words with. Dr. Erlinger, I presume?
I beg your pardon?
You got a minute?
I don't know you.
I know you.
What is it you want?
It has something to do with a murder. Your pupil, Tina Lanier, is on the hook.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I was on my way to see Mr. Lanier to express my sympathy and to offer my services in any way.
Okay. You want to help? A couple of questions. You play the fiddle?
Mr. Regan, I play every instrument in the orchestra.
Well, then why carry a violin?
I was taking it to Mr. Lanier for repairs.
Oh, you mind if I look?
I don't see what possible interest my violin would hold for you.
Well, just let me decide.
Very well. But I must ask you not to handle it.
It was beginning to make sense. A lot of separate strings, like on a violin. Only when you tune them, make the notes fit each other, and draw a boss across it, you get music. I headed for the downtown library and found a binding of all the issues of the San Quentin News, the prison paper, for the year 1945, the year Joe Fenton had dropped in. I spent 2 hours covering every page, and then I had it. The last note. Call it the lost chord, but it sang like a canary. I checked for my gun and drove out toward Hollywood. It took me 30 minutes in the nighttime traffic, and then I was there.
Yes, who is it?
Regan.
Who? Oh, it's you, Senor Regan.
I'd like to have words with you, Lanier.
Well, Senor, I'm very busy. I'm doing a rush job.
So am I.
So?
Yeah, it's about Tina.
Oh, well, then of course we will talk, Senor Regan. About Tina, I'm always willing to talk.
Well, that'll save us a lot of trouble, Lanier.
Yes. Please, sit down here.
Thanks. Got a little story for you, Lanier. Short story, but covers a lot of territory.
Yes, I'm listening, Senor.
It starts with a guy and his daughter. A violin maker who put a lot of faith in his girl with talent. A guy who'd sell his soul to give the girl everything.
Yes, that's true.
This guy sold his talent for making violins. Sold it for dough so he could give his girl harp lessons.
Maybe.
Seems this guy made a mistake once. Went to prison for it.
Mistakes? We all make mistakes.
Sure. Only the guy I'm talking about made another one. While in prison, he met a couple of musicians in the prison band. They had ideas. Used the guy's talent for making violins. Phony masterpieces. Take regular fiddles and doctor them up so they look like real dough.
You know.
I know. You sold yourself back up the river, Lanier. For Tina.
Yeah. Yes, it's true. Ma signore, such a talent. Such a talent cannot be wasted.
Only Tina ditched a career in a nice guy like Charlie Rome for dough. Your mistake, Lanier.
But she was not in her right mind. She didn't know what she was doing.
But you did. You killed Joe Fenton, and your daughter's set to take the rap.
No, I will not let her. Senor Regan, when you came in, I was thinking all alone, with my violins beside me. I had decided Tina will suffer no longer for my mistakes. I'm going to the police. I'm going to tell them everything. I'm going to
Lanier.
I'm going to tell the police anything, Lanier.
Medium-sized guy, pencil-lined mustache, gun in his hand. The guy I'd met the night before in Lanier's shop. Nick.
Stay where you are, Regan.
Ah, you're the other half of the team. You and Joe Fenton. Saw your picture about a half hour ago.
That right?
Library. Back copy of the San Quentin News. Picture of the prison orchestra. You and Fenton and Lanier.
Now, isn't that nice? Real nice. My picture in the paper.
It's too bad Erlinger didn't see it. Before he let Tina talk him into bringing his violin here for repairs.
Yes?
I saw Erlinger's fiddle. A Guarnerius worth about $50,000. You used it to model from, to have Lanier make the phonies.
Erlinger's a dumb cluck. He never knew the difference. Besides, he got his original Guarnerius back.
Sure, he's dumb. That way. But so was Lanier. Quiet, easy-going little man. Probably would have lived to a ripe old honest age. You mugs hadn't dropped in.
We just told Lanier what kind of a chance a man with a record had. We convinced him, Regan, he was better off using his brain for something lucrative.
You mean you blackmailed him?
You can call it that. He took persuading, but he's finished now.
You just killed a guy. You're the one who's finished.
Not yet. Bad timing. Oh, my wrist.
Now we're even. Hello, operator? Police. Lanier's violin shop. Sunset. Yeah. Bring an ambulance. It took a week to patch up the hole in my arm, but Antonio Lanier wasn't that lucky. He died, trying to do something right for his daughter, Tina. And maybe he succeeded. Tina Lanier and Charles Rome dropped in to see me a couple of days later. The scared look was out of her eyes, and even with the tears, there was something soft and warm. By the time I was in shape again, I needed a haircut so bad, even the dog catcher wasn't interested. And I figured my barber, Sam, could take the full afternoon for the job.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Jeff? I never seen such a head of hair in St. Bernard.
Busy, Sam.
What do you mean, busy? Fellow with a soft job like you got's got no reason not to have his hair cut every 2 weeks, maybe 10 days.
Jeffrey, here you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Hiya, Fatso.
Jeffrey, what's the idea of not showing up at the office? Just because you got a little bandage on your arm doesn't mean you can take a week off.
You gave me the week off.
I did not. Oh, yes, so I did. He caught me in a weak moment.
Oh, well, that makes us even. Beat it, Fatso. I'm getting a haircut.
Yeah, so I see. Needed it, too. Well, when you're finished, Jeffrey, I want you to report to the office at once. We've got a client.
Client?
Yes, big oil man from Texas. Lots of money. Seems as though he met some man on the street one day. They had
Sam,
words about some oil stuff.
turn the chair around.
Sure thing, Jet.
Yeah, that's better, Sam.
Well, you got time for shampoo, Jet?
Nothing but time, Sam. Give me the works.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Man Behind the Rod.
She was ported and relieved. She had sharp cams, lift and overlap, and Dick Elcock loved her. Before the case was closed, she came close to killing me. But I didn't know about that when I walked into the Lyon Detective Bureau office. The Lion, my boss, Anthony J., was sitting behind his desk studying a photo. He had that "we got a new client" beam on his face.
Well, Jeffrey, here you are.
That's right.
We've got a new client, my boy. Very bucksy.
How much?
$300, Jeffrey. $150 down this morning, $150 at the close of the case.
Who's the photo?
This? Jennifer B. The B stands for Jennifer's displacement, Jeffrey.
Don't stop now.
No. Well, Jennifer displaces 230 cubic inches, you see, so of course she's B.
Of course.
As to foot-pounds of torque, now let me see. Mr. Elcock told me when he was here this morning, but I don't seem to
Elcock, who's he?
Our new client, Jeffrey. He wants us to get his son, Dick Elcock, away from Jennifer here.
Let me see that photograph.
Certainly, my boy. Here you are.
So that's it. Jennifer's one of those souped-up jobs, a hot rod.
Exactly. She develops 140 miles per hour at 8,000 RPM. Mr. Elcock feels that's a little bit too much for his boy Dick.
I see what he means.
But, of course, as Mr. Elcock said this morning, he'd hardly hire private detectives merely to check on his son if he didn't have reason to think something queer was going on, Jeffrey.
Now we're getting somewhere. Elcock say what?
Well, something to do with somebody named Salvatore, Jeffrey.
Salvatore?
Yes. Mr. Elcock's heard them quarreling over the phone.
His son and Salvatore?
That's right. Threats, veiled threats, recriminations, that sort of thing.
Nothing more specific?
No. Well, you know how it is. Father doesn't like to eavesdrop. That is, not too obviously, Jeffrey.
Guess not. Salvatore. Well, that's the start, I guess. Plenty of Salvatores around L.A. You had to know the last name or it didn't help much. I phoned our client, Mr. Elcock. He didn't know Salvatore's last name. All he could give me was that his son was a pretty decent kid, but nuts over speed and motors. About noon, I went down onto the street, and that was when I came up with something.
Paper, Mr. Regan? Afternoon editions, just out.
Yeah, okay.
Here you are, Mr. Regan.
Thanks. There you go. Keep the change.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Regan.
I glanced through the news, turned to the sport page, and there it was. Photo of Jennifer B. Lowered body, no fenders, chrome dual exhausts, cut-down top, slot windows. Jennifer B. Expensive-looking hot rod. Dick Elcock was racing her at 2 p.m. on a dirt track above Santa Monica, the paper said. Checked my watch, it was 12:15. There was time to pick up the line and make the first race.
The paper listed the others who were racing hot rods. One name interested me, Salvatore Marino. Over this way, Lion.
I'm right with you, Jeffrey.
Here, through the crowd. There, that passageway goes out to the track.
Oh, you want to find Dick Elcock before the races start. Is that it, Jeffrey?
We've got a quarter of an hour before 2 o'clock. Might as well use it.
Yes.
Hey.
What is it, Jeffrey?
They're ahead at the end of the passage. Come on, Lion.
But, Jeffrey, it's just a young man, one of the hot rod races.
Dungarees, T-shirt, white crash helmet, driving goggles shoved up on the crash helmet. It's a hot rod driver, sure.
Well, then, Jeffrey, I don't see...
Look at the expression on his face.
Yeah, he doesn't look very trustworthy, does he, Jeffrey?
He's watching for something just outside the passage. All right, take it easy now. He doesn't see us. He was thin-faced, sly. On the back of his T-shirt was the number 7. I glanced at the clipping I'd torn from the paper, names and numbers of the drivers. Dick Elcock? No. Salvatore Marino? Salvatore Marino was number 2. Dick Elcock was number 9. Number 7. Somebody else. James Pritchard. Lion and I got 3/4 up the passage before we saw in Pritchard's hand a long reaming tool, pointed, steel sharp. That was when...
Salvatore! I got business, Pritchard. No, hold it! Keep out of it. This fight's between Elcock and me.
Number 2 hot rod driver in the passageway, Salvatore Marino. Then another driver in the passage, number 9, Dick Elcock. Salvatore Marino jumped him. Come on, Lion, grab Marino. I'll get Elcock.
Now, Jeffrey, don't be hasty.
Come on, you keep out of it, Pritchard.
I ain't in this.
Come on, you two. Break it up.
No, leave us alone. He's been after me a month, and I'm going to clean him up. Yeah, sure, Dick. You're going to clean me up. You and MacArthur. Yeah, come on and fight, and you'll see. See what, jerk? Come on, Lion. Get out. Break it.
Sal, all right, now, boys. What's this all about?
Well, Sal jumped me, Mr. Miller. He's been asking for it. I
Oh,
haven't.
All right. We all know it's because of the girl, Francie Pritchard, huh?
That reminded me. I looked around. James Pritchard had disappeared.
It is because of Francie Pritchard, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Miller. Yeah, it is.
I thought so. Oh, you gentlemen, who are you?
My name's Regan. This is Mr. Lion.
Well, thank you for being kind enough to intervene.
We're private detectives.
Yes, Lion Detective Bureau.
I see. And you're here on business, perhaps?
Oh, yes, as a
Hold
matter
it,
of
Lion. Maybe we are.
Oh. Well, I'm Jack Miller. I sponsor these afternoon hot rod races. Oversee the activities of the boys, you understand. Perhaps you gentlemen... Sal, Dick, Class B trials start in 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
You two had better get to your cars.
Okay, Mr. Miller.
And we'll discuss what just happened later, Dick. Sal?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Oh, and you gentlemen, perhaps you would accompany me to my office where we can talk. Cigars, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Miller.
Yes, we're racing Class Bs this afternoon. 183 to 250 cubic inch displacement.
Who's Francie Pritchard, Miller?
Your professional concern, Mr. Regan, is with Miss Pritchard?
With Dick Elcock. His concern seems to be with Francie Pritchard.
Oh, yes. I see how it is now.
She James Pritchard's sister?
That's right, she is.
Dick Elcock's father has engaged us to check up on his boy, Mr. Miller.
To get the record straight, Miller, it's this hot rod stuff Elcock's worried about.
Oh, yes. Some parents do consider hot rods dangerous. That's one of the reasons I sponsor this track, you see, to keep the boys from racing in the streets.
What do you get out of running the show, Miller?
A certain spiritual satisfaction, Mr. Regan.
Oh, now, Mr. Miller, I'm sure Mr. Regan didn't mean to imply
And too, Mr. Regan, I have a speed shop, as they are called, dealing in hot rod and special car accessory equipment. It's quite a profitable business.
It'd figure there'd be something like that.
Which of the two motives you consider the chief one will be an index to your own character, Mr. Regan.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
Well, gentlemen, the first preliminary is about to start. If you'd care to watch from my box.
Look there, Jeffrey. There's Jennifer B.
Dick Elcock's hot rod. I didn't know the cars carried passengers, Miller.
Sometimes.
That hot rod 2 cars over from Elcock at the wheel, Salvatore Marino.
Jeffrey, Salvatore Marino's passenger is a girl.
Yeah. Francie Pritchard Miller?
Oh, yes, that's Miss Pritchard, Mr. Regan.
Hey, that's Jennifer B. moving to the front now.
And right beside Elcock's car, that's Salvatore Marino.
Hey, Jeffrey, did you see that? Marino tried to sideswipe Elcock.
You let your kids get away with that stuff, Miller? Marino ought to be disqualified.
No, gentlemen, you understand a certain amount of leeway. Naturally, high competitive spirit of the boy.
Sure, competitive for Francie Pritchard. Look what's going on out there on the track.
Jeffrey, those boys are going to crash if they're not careful.
It wasn't just Marino that ought to be thrown off the track. Our client, Elcock's son, too. Marino and Elcock were battling it out at 60 and 70 miles an hour, skidding, gunning, slewing dirt. Well, it was a clean-cut case. You didn't have to be a genius to see it was a love feud. Elcock and Marino against each other. Motive, love for Francie. Sure, it was simple. All of a sudden, I thought of something. Dick Elcock trying to smash Marino's car because Salvatore Marino was his rival for Francie. Yeah, Marino driving, but Francie a passenger in the same car. Elcock would have to crack up Francie to crack up Marino on account of Francie. You put it that way, and it didn't make sense. First trials ended with Marino and Elcock finishing 1-2, both qualified for the big race. There were 3 more heats to be run off before the big race started. I told the line to keep an eye on the track. Miller stepped out of the box a second, and I told him to keep an eye on Miller. Then I went out back of the track where the drivers were tuning up their hot rods. Dick Elcock had his hand under the hood of a car. The car wasn't the Jennifer B.
Dick, don't butt into it, don't.
I'm not doing anything. That's Marino's car, isn't it?
Oh, who are you?
Name's Regan.
Well, what have you got to do with
I heard him tell Mr. Miller, Francie. He's a detective.
Oh, well, then you know, Mr. Regan.
I know about you, Francie, and Salvatore Marino, and Dick Elcock here.
What about the rest?
Rest? Gimme.
Oh, no, I...
Don't tell him anything, Francie.
No, Dick, no, I won't.
Listen, Elcock, your father hired me. That's why I'm here. He doesn't like you messing around hot rods. After watching your prelim, I see what he means.
I'm old enough to do what I want to.
Your dad put up $300 to my agency that says you aren't. Now give it to me. Why did you try to run Marino off the track in the preliminary?
Well, because of Francie.
That's what I thought at first. You and Salvatore rivaled for Francie. That checks, huh, Francie?
What? Yes.
Sure, love triangle. Only, Elcock, you couldn't hurt Salvatore out there on the track without hurting Francie. They were in the same car. So what was really on your mind?
Oh, I was sore at Salvatore.
You stick to that. A minute ago, you had your hand under the hood of Salvatore's car here to mess it up because you're sore at him?
Yes.
That all of it?
That's all of it.
Listen, Elcock, you're into something maybe way in over your head.
That's true, Mr. Regan.
You keep out of it, Francie.
No. Listen to him. Listen to Mr. Regan, Dick.
I know what I'm doing.
You and Marino were jamming each other out there on the track, and Miller isn't going to disqualify you for the main race. Why? You won't answer that one, huh? Well, maybe Miller will. I found Miller and Lyon back in Miller's office under the stands. Miller wouldn't disqualify Elcock and Marino. Hedged, put on a cool smile, said he didn't feel it justified. I told him my job was to protect Dick Elcock. That was what Elcock's dad had bought himself, a $150 down and $150 to come.
Mr. Regan, why don't you ride with Dick Elcock in the race? Each driver will have a passenger.
That's not a bad idea, Miller.
Jeffrey, it might be dangerous, very dangerous, my boy.
You know, Lyon, you're right.
Well, Jeffrey, are you sure you really ought
Gotta protect Elcock. That's what we're hired for. And besides, Miller, there's something screwy going on here at your track. Maybe during the big race I'll find out what. I went back out to where the hot rods were warming up before going to the start of the main race. Something screwy was going on at Miller's hot rod track, all right. Something wrong. Real wrong. There's a clot of hot rod drivers, mechanics, and girlfriends around something on the ground, and I shoved in.
All right, don't crowd. Stay back for the ambulance, please. Please stay back.
Elcock, what's up?
It's Francie, Mr. Regan.
Joe, Tommy, help with the stretcher.
Is she hurt badly, Doctor?
Oh, I can't tell. She's unconscious.
What happened?
Well, somebody hit Francie over the head, Mr. Regan.
Yes, here, just at the temple.
We were all watching the end of the last preliminary, and then we turned around, and there she was, Mr. Regan, slumped on the ground.
Nobody saw it happen?
No.
Noise of the race covered any cry Francie might have made.
I suppose so. But, Mr. Regan, who'd hate Francie enough to do this to her?
Maybe it wasn't somebody who hated Francie, Elcock. What?
I don't understand.
Maybe it was somebody who loved her. Knocked Francie out so she wouldn't ride with Salvatore Marino in the big race. Just in case, Elcock, anything should happen to Marino's car. It was a five-sided triangle. Dick Elcock and Salvatore Marino in love with Francie Pritchard. That part was clear. Only after that, the thing smogged up. There was James Pritchard, Francie's brother, in it somewhere. And Miller, sponsor of the hot rod track. Miller wouldn't disqualify Marino and Elcock for the main race, when you could see with your eyes shut the kids were going to fight it out with their hot rods on the track. The track ambulance carried Francie Pritchard off. Before I had time to check around and maybe get a lead on who slugged her, the loudspeaker system was announcing the main race.
Classic of the afternoon. Check your programs, please, as the qualifying entrants are announced. Number 2, Salvatore Marino. Number 5, Tommy Tomlinson. Number 7, James Pritchard. Number 8, Harry Esmond. Number 9, Dick Elcock.
I went over to Jennifer B. Her headlights taped to prevent flying glass. Fire extinguisher ready in case of a crash. Dick Elcock was strapping himself into the bucket seat behind the wheel.
I can't talk to you now, Mr. Regan. The race starts in just a second.
I'm riding with you, Elcock.
You can't do that.
Any special reason?
Well, just that Well, Mr. Miller won't let you.
His suggestion.
Mr. Miller said you should ride with me in that race?
Yeah. You got an extra one of those crash helmets?
No, I don't want you to ride with me.
Listen, Elcock, I could go to the phone right now and call your dad, tell him where you are, what you're doing, describe the way you and Salvatore Marino drove in that first prelim.
Oh, don't do that, Mr. Regan.
Or I could phone the cops, tell them about Francie Pritchard. I could give the cops a pretty solid story, Dick, on who might have assaulted her, what the motive might have been. They might figure they had enough to lock you up.
I didn't hit Francie, Mr. Regan. I wouldn't do that.
Maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you didn't do it.
I tell you, I didn't.
If that's true, Elcock, you better help me prove it. You got an extra crash helmet?
Yes. Well, yes, I have, Mr. Regan, with my gear in the back of the car.
Get it, Elcock. Yeah, go ahead, get it. I'll be right back. The Lion was standing up in Miller's box 20 or 30 yards on up the track, signaling me. I went over, and the Lion was alone in the box.
Hey, Jeffrey, I've got to talk to you a minute.
Shoot, that's all?
Well, Jeffrey, something very strange is going on here.
Where's Miller?
That's just it. We came back up from the office, and then he excused himself. Said he had to go back down under the stands and speak to some of the track officials.
Go on.
Well, when he didn't come back, I went down to see what had happened to him. I've checked everywhere, Jeffrey. Mr. Miller has disappeared.
Fatso, you saw the ambulance go up to the other end of the track a little while ago.
Yes?
Somebody knocked Francie Pritchard cold.
Jeffrey.
Lion, did Miller leave his box before or after that?
Right, it was afterwards, Jeffrey.
Yeah, after Francie was hit. Yeah, well, maybe that fits.
Hit? Jeffrey, I'm not sure I follow you.
Listen, Lion, I got to get back to Dick Elcock's car for the race.
Yeah, but Jeffrey...
Try to find Miller.
Jeffrey, I told you he's not here.
Yeah, but wherever he is, find him, Lion. It's important.
Hurry up, Mr. Regan. We'll get rolling in 20 or 30 seconds.
Got a crash helmet for me, Dick?
Yeah, here.
Okay.
And belt yourself into the seat.
Sure. Anything I can do during the race?
Well, this is the fire extinguisher clipped here under the wheel post. We crack up and get pinned in the car.
I get the picture.
When we get the signal, we go into a roll in low gear, the whole field. And when we hit the start and get waved into the race, we run the gears. Then hold high, wide open.
Yeah.
There, she's sounding swell. Maybe we'll win the race, Mr. Regan.
Maybe, if we finish it.
Here we go.
A line of hopped-up jalops moving in low toward the start. Car next to the Jennifer B, close, driver hunched under white crash helmet, goggles covering half his face, but you could see the driver was Salvatore Marino. Marino turned and yelled at Elcock.
I'm gonna crash you, Dick, for what you did to Francie.
Before Elcock could answer, we hit the start of the race. first turn in a pack, cars jouncing together, jarring each other. The pack was solid up the backstretch, began to swing out, going into the second lap. Jennifer B. was low to the track, skidding under the slewed-up dirt. You smelled scorched oil. You jerked and snapped in your bucket seat. Fourth lap. Half a dozen leaders had cleared the pack. Elcock, Marino, Jimmy Pritchard, 2 or 3 others. Marino, Pritchard, Elcock, Jennifer B. I was riding in tight together, bunched. Then all of a sudden, Marino shot ahead.
It's got it, like Sal said.
What's got what?
Sal's jalop. Look at it pull out.
Hey, Marino's slacking up.
Dick, look out! He's tapping in on us. Hang on! Mr. Regan. Mr. Regan. Huh? Mr. Regan. Mr. Regan. We've got to get out of the car.
Yeah, that's right.
My side's jammed against the rail.
Marino drove us into the rail.
Can we get out on your side?
See if this door will open. Shut. No, it's okay.
Let's get out.
What's our chance?
Not now.
As soon as they get past.
Okay.
Inside cars flashing by a foot or two from the smashed-up Jennifer B. Then Elcock and I made a break for it. Then we were in the infield. Safe. The funny thing, when we were safe, fear came.
That was... Gosh, that was close.
It sure was.
When you think of what could have happened, she could have caught fire. We could have... Oh, holy smoke, Mr. Regan. We might be dead now.
Maybe your dad's not too far off the beam, Dick, wanting you to give up this jalopy racing.
Gee, I guess he sure isn't. And what's happened to Francie, too, because of this.
Yeah. You didn't slug her, Dick. You love her.
I do, Mr. Regan. Yeah, but you said...
Said maybe whoever slugged Francie did it because he loved her.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Well, watch the race.
The race?
Watch Marino's car.
Sal's way out ahead. Nobody'll catch him now. That triple carb manifold deal sure soups up his crate.
Triple carb manifold. That unusual on a racing jalop?
No, but Sal's worked out some improvements. Get simultaneous carburization.
Advance like that could be worth dough.
Yeah, it could.
Elcock, Miller knew about it.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Dick.
Huh?
Watch car number 7.
Pritchard?
Pritchard.
Well, Pritchard's dropping back to the field.
Well, let Salvatore Marino lap him, Dick.
But why would he do that?
Because his car's not fast enough to catch Marino's.
Sure, I know that.
And he wants Marino alongside of him, Dick.
Mr. Regan, then
Pritchard, Francie's brother.
You mean when Sal comes alongside
and we can't do a thing about it, Dick.
But Pritch...
Sure, Pritch. He conked his sister to keep her out of Marino's car during the race.
I didn't think that...
You knew Miller was in it.
Yes, Mr. Regan. Yes, I did.
That was why you tried to block Marino out of the running in the prelim. You wanted to put him out of commission. You knew Miller wanted him smashed up.
Francie told me she heard him talking.
You figured a little smash up in the prelim would be better than a big one in the main event because you thought Francie would be riding with him.
Yes, that was it, Mr. Regan. But why, Mr. Regan? Mr. Miller, and now you say Pritch. What have they got against Salvatore?
Nothing, Dick.
Nothing?
That's it. Nothing.
Oh, but that doesn't make sense.
Look, Dick. Marino's lapping Pritchard now.
Pulling alongside him.
Pulling alongside.
Mr. Regan! He's gonna crash him! Oh, no!
You can see Pritchard now, Mr. Regan.
Thanks, Doc. Oh, Dick.
Yes, Mr. Regan?
Why don't you check the other hospital by phone while I'm inside? See how Francie's coming along.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
This way, Doc.
In here.
Okay. It's going to be all right.
Oh, yes. Afraid the other boy is hurt a little more seriously. But he'll pull through it all, of course. Now in this room. Just go on in, Mr. Regan. It's quite all right to talk to him.
Wait a second. The room's empty.
What?
Pritchard's run out. There was a fire stairs at the other end of the hospital corridor. One of the nurses had seen Pritchard going that way, thought he was a patient allowed up and around. I hit the stairs fast and got outside. There was a bumpy road circling the hospital grounds and a figure in a hospital bathrobe 20 yards away, and I took off. All right, Pritchard.
Stay back. Stay back.
Still packing that reaming tool, huh? Convenient. Makes a dagger. Possession of it easy to explain around hot rods. Okay, Pritchard. Use it.
I'll kill you, Regan.
And face a murder rap? Pritchard, you haven't got the nerve.
Yeah? Sure I have.
You better quit now with a jail sentence for assault.
Miller put me up to it.
Sure he did. Put you up to smashing up Salvatore Marino during the race. Put you up to it, but you did it, Pritchard.
Didn't want Francie to get hurt in the race.
Yeah, I know. That makes you a notch better than Miller anyway. But it isn't saying very much for you, Pritchard. Pritchard dropped the reaming tool. I took him back to the hospital, had a couple of interns guard him. Then I phoned the cops. Dick Elcock came up. He checked by phone on Francie. She was all right. So that about wrapped it up. Except for one little thing. Miller, the man behind the rod that picked off Salvatore. I went out to where my car was parked, and that was when I saw a blimp with crash helmet and goggles coming toward me.
Jeffrey, here I am over here.
Lion!
Jeffrey, you seem surprised to see me. I'm on the case, too, you know.
Lion, where'd you get that thing?
This hot rod, Jeffrey?
Hot rod? That's a 1930 model.
Yes, but with a 1947 engine, Jeffrey. Imported and relieved, special heads, intake manifolds, stroke, de-stroke, piston popped up, flywheels chopped, baffles installed. Oh, you wouldn't believe it, Jeffrey, but this car does 130 miles an hour.
You know that.
I did it.
Huh?
Well, Jeffrey, it was like this. It began to appear that Mr. Miller was implicated in this case.
Uh-huh. Go on.
And you asked me to find him, Jeffrey, wherever he was.
Sure.
So, realizing he had a head start, my boy, I borrowed a car from one of the spectators at the track. Well, I found that Mr. Miller had taken the Coast Highway north, running away.
That checks.
He had one of those speedy foreign cars, Jeffrey. It seems Mr. Miller has some quite considerable source of income.
That checks, too.
Yes, I'm sure it does. Well, Jeffrey, Mr. Miller's car was very fast, but I just went through the gears, held high, wide open, and...
You caught Miller.
No, Jeffrey.
No.
No, I got arrested in Malibu for speeding. Exceeding the speed limit by 103 miles an hour, Jeffrey. 128 to 25 miles old.
Lion, do you realize it's Miller who is behind this whole case?
Well, of course I do, Jeffrey. That is, I suspected as much.
He's been milking ideas from the kids around his track for months. Changing them around a little, marketing them as his own stuff. Then Salvatore Marino turned up a triple carburetor manifold, really worth money.
Triple carburetor?
Yes. Miller wanted the car it was in smashed up so it wouldn't get out. The idea was Marino.
Oh, so that was it.
And you do 128 through Malibu and let him get away.
Oh, Mr. Miller didn't get away, Jeffrey.
What?
Oh, he was right ahead of me, so the police stopped him, too. Not doing quite my speed, of course. They said he was only doing 107 in his foreign car. And when I told them a few things about him, Jeffrey, they locked him up.
You mean that Miller...
Yeah, that's right, Jeffrey. In the Malibu station. In a cell.
Lion, my boy, sometimes you amaze me.
Oh, now, Jeffrey, it was nothing. Nothing at all.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking, inviting you to be with us again next Wednesday at 9 for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
When Anthony J. Lyon cashes in on somebody's trouble, it means money for him. For me, it means work. I'm Jeff Regan, the Lyon's private eye.
Here's the kind of program you've been waiting to hear. Hard-boiled action and mystery as told by Jeff Regan, Investigator. So stand by for trouble. Stand by for suspense. Stand by for adventure. In tonight's story, The Lady with the Golden Hair. And now, here's Jack Webb as Jeff Regan.
Well, this is the way it started. I was sitting in the lion's den waiting for him to get off the phone so I could ask him about my expense sheet on that New Orleans thing. He was playing the usual games with his lawyer, and just about the time he hung up and turned his chair my way, the office door opened.
All right, Regan, what do you want? Aha!
A little curly-headed man, about 40, dressed in a black suit, was standing there. He was holding a stack of $50 bills, a gold-headed cane, and a red card in one hand. In his other, he had a black derby with a hole through the top of it, a pair of suede gloves, and a white carnation. He stood there, looked at both of us. The lion looked at the $50 bills. I looked at the little man.
Aha! You are Mr. Lion, no? I, Max Vladney, have come to see you unappointed. Where you are?
My name's Regan. This is Mr. Lion.
Aha! You will do it.
Won't you sit down, Mr.
Max Vladney, Max. 1642 Mulholland Drive, Hollywood 28, on Imperial Studio payroll. Time I do not have. I will not sit. Aha. I demonstrate. See you. That flower I do not need. This, a ticket because I too long park, I also do not need. Cane I place here. A gift from my grandfather. I keep that. Also gloves. Now, what have I left, gentlemen?
Quite a bundle of cash, Mr. Vladimir.
Yeah, from bank I just arrived. Also this I do not need. For you. All for you.
Well, Mr. Vladimir.
Aha. Now, what I have. You I answer myself. Bullet hole in hat. See you.
Oh.
Is not finished. 1, 2, 3.
Well, those look like 38 slugs. Where'd you get them?
Out of doorway. I dig them where I'm shot last night in my home.
Who's shooting at you, Mr. Vladney?
This, if I know, I shoot back. I have no enemies. Everyone is madly in love with Max Vladney. I must buy new hat. Cannot buy new hat. Kindly you will guard my body from dying.
Of course. Now, you've certainly come to the right place, Mr. Vladney. If your life has been threatened, you can depend on International Detective Bureau to see that no harm comes to you.
Therefore it is so. We see.
I understand perfectly.
Well, if somebody shot at you last night, why didn't you call the police?
Mr. Regan meant to ask who recommended you to International.
Aha, I explain. In Imperial Motion Picture Studio, where master of makeup, Max Vladney, who is great, is imported to create beautiful faces from skinny skulls and fat necks, is much newspaper. Free sometimes for agents to press. Hollywood police might think because I work on great gun epic, tie my rope tight, is free trick for agents to press. But is not joke. To you I come to take no chance.
Yeah.
In I am, Mr. Regan.
Of course you're in, Mr. Vladney. And Mr. Regan here will stick right by your side until we can get to the bottom of all
Now,
this.
wait a minute.
If I have to, I'll use every man on my staff to protect your life, Mr. Vladney. All of the resources of International Detective Bureau are behind you. Regan, I'm entrusting you with Mr. Vladney's life.
Already better, I feel. We start.
And call me, Regan. Call me.
I know. Call you if I run into trouble. Come on, Max. Well, you can see how it was. Max Vladney's car was parked in a red zone in front of the building, and there was another ticket on it. He tore that one up, too. On the way out to his house, I tried to get a little more information, but it didn't come to much. He couldn't figure out why somebody was shooting at him or who was doing it. It was about 6 o'clock when we pulled up in front of his house on Mulholland Drive, one of those little places with a big sun porch in front of it and an egg-shaped swimming pool in front of that. He was pulling things out of his pockets looking for the keys to the front door when it happened.
See what I tell you. All the time shooting at Maxie, someone.
All right, get on.
What I tell you, my heart is full again of home.
All right, shut up. You aren't hit.
But he's frightening.
Well, unless he's got a machine gun, he can't find anything more.
Wait, where go you? You leave Max to be killed.
I'm going after him. Stay right here. You'll be all right. I started for the heavy brush outside the clearing of the house where white gun smoke still hung around the trees. And then I saw him. He was a gray-haired man, stocky build, glasses, about 100 feet away, running down the hill waving a gun. I went after him, but I couldn't get a clear shot. Oh, he was quite an acrobat. He dived over a wooden road bracer and went skidding down the embankment. By the time I got there, he was climbing into an old Chevy convertible, and he took off in a cloud of dust. I couldn't see the license plate on the car.
Darling, this is absolutely terrible, terrible, darling. Something like this happening to you. Oh, Max, why would anyone want to do such a thing? It's beyond me.
I got back to the house 10 minutes later, and there was a black convertible in the driveway and a very blonde girl in the doorway. She was digging the new slugs out of the woodwork with a penknife. Max was lying on one of the beach chairs. When the blonde girl saw me, she pulled off her sunglasses and held out her hand.
How do you do? You're Mr. Regan. Did you kill him?
I got away.
Oh, and I am again to be shot at.
You say he got away, then you saw who it was.
Part of him. Who are you?
Oh, you beg my pardon. This is Hilda Graham. You have seen her in pictures. The hair, I have seen her differently. She's my wife, almost.
Did you see anybody?
Well, I heard the shots as I drove up and found poor Max by the door.
He's got to stop this business, Mr. Regan. He's got to stop. Next time, maybe...
Well, it certainly does have to stop, Mr. Regan. Max, why, he's the finest makeup artist in the world. It'd be a great loss to everyone in Hollywood if anything ever happened to him.
You see? Am I valuable? Did I not tell you?
Yeah. Call me. Where's your phone?
Oh, in there, in my private workshop, study, where I hope to live. Use it, please. Call Mr. Lyon and stop the shooting.
Oh, Max, darling, it's all so terrible. After all you've done to me, now I should be able to do something for you. I feel so helpless.
Lyon. This is me. I'm calling from Max's. Somebody just threw 6 bullets all over the place.
What? Is Max all right?
Didn't even come close.
Oh, good. Now, the Treasury Department tells me he paid $20,000 last year in income tax, and he can afford little protection.
Well, whoever it is got away. I think we ought to turn this over to the cops.
The cops? And let them do for free what we're getting paid to do? Not on your life, Regan.
What about his life?
Well, we'll worry about that, too. Now, listen. I'm sending Joe Candy out there to give you a hand. Now, this flat is a first-class gold mine as far as I'm concerned, and that means as far as you're concerned.
I don't care what you...
Until then, do anything you want. So long as you stick by Maxie and don't call the cops.
That figured. That's a fair label.
Roof phoning, Mr. Regan?
Yeah, you want one?
No, thanks. I've something much better than that at my house.
I'll bet you have.
I live all alone in Toluca Lake. End of the canyon.
I'll remember that when I get thirsty.
Who do you suppose is shooting at Max?
You tell me, lady. I just met him.
I thought you said you saw whoever it was.
I did.
Well, aren't you going to look for him or send out an alarm or whatever you do?
Yeah, whatever we do.
I see.
Don't you think you ought to be in there holding hands with Max? He's had a hard day.
Max? Oh, he's resting now. Do you think he's the kind I'd really have something in common with?
I wouldn't know, lady.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was just leaving. I have to be at the studio early tomorrow. If there's anything I can do at all, I'd be only too happy to cooperate.
Yeah, well, why don't you start by giving me those slugs you were digging out of the doorway?
Oh, I completely forgot about those. Here, I meant to give them to you.
Thanks, I'll need these.
Really, whatever on earth for?
Comparison test, the ejector marks, the firing pin dents. You can tell if they were fired from the same gun if you want to look into it.
And, of course, being a detective, you want to look into it.
That's right, I want to look into it.
Well, Mr. Regan, it's been nice meeting you. I know you'll take good care of Max. If there's anything I can do...
Yeah, I'll give you a ring.
Bye, Mr. Regan. Until we meet again.
I followed her out the door and watched her pat Max on the head, kiss him on the cheek. And then she slid under the wheel of that convertible like she'd been built right along with it. That famous golden hair was blowing behind her by the time she got onto the main road.
Be careful, careful. Oh, lovely she is, Mr. Regan, huh?
Yeah, Maxie, she's just fine.
For her, too, you must keep me alive. She needs me.
Yeah.
What now?
We wait for another guy.
Aha, reinforcers. I like you, Mr. Regan. Already better, I feel.
It's only me, Regan. Take it easy.
Oh, Chanto. Come on in. What took you so long?
I stopped by police ballistics on the way out. I had them 38 slugs that Max brought in checked.
Well, I got some more for you.
Well, I found a winner. Gun belongs to a feller named Pete Berger. Ain't no permit on it. He done 6 to 18 in San Quentin once for robbery. Sprung a couple of years ago.
Address?
Yeah, a place on Figueroa right off of Sunset. Here.
Thanks. Well, he was around again this afternoon, shooting things all over the place.
I wonder what the connection is.
I'm going to find out before Maxie does. You take over, Joe.
Okay, where's our clay pigeon at?
Roosting in there. Now, keep your eyes open, Canto. I'll get back as soon as I can.
Oh, take your time, son. Joey the Canto is on the job.
Yeah, I feel better already.
Hey, do you know how to play Carolina in the morning? What's that Carolina in the evening? Well, if there isn't a stranger in our midst, boy.
Hey, get a look at that. Will you white shirt off?
Curly-haired. Maybe he's...
Hey, sure shine. He's got big feet.
Yeah, awful big feet. What'll it be, mister? Mom champagne or beer?
Neither one, lady.
Well, we ain't got either one for you, copper.
You picked wrong tonight.
Flossie never picks 'em wrong. I can tell by your feet. You're paid by the city or you're a private peeper and somebody else pays you. Makes no difference to me. All spell copper. What do you want?
No fuss with you, Flossie. I'm looking for Pete Berger.
Who?
Pete Berger. This is his last address.
Ain't never heard of no Pete Berger, and neither has anybody else. And he ain't never lived here, and you got a wrong steer.
That door lead to rooms upstairs?
Yeah, that door leads to rooms upstairs.
Mind if I take a look?
I mind a lot of things, Seamus. And taking a look is one of them.
All right. This Pete Berger you don't know, never heard of, was throwing a lot of lead around yesterday and today, and I'm going to take a look anyway.
Wait. Hey, you can't go up there.
I was only halfway up when a man in a gray sweatshirt backed over to the top of the stairs. There were 3 red holes just about the center of the sweatshirt. He turned around and tried to say something. I saw what was going to happen, and I hugged the side of the banister.
Oh, Pete! Pete! Oh, Pete, oh, Pete, honey.
She ran over and was kneeling beside him, holding his head in her arms, rocking back and forth. Yeah, you guessed it. It was the same man I'd chased all afternoon, and he didn't live 5 seconds.
We'll return to Jeff Regan, Investigator, in just a moment. But first, here's an important message from the Adjutant General's office. At no time in our nation's history has it been more important to develop an outstanding Army medical department. Without an adequate nurse corps, this cannot be accomplished, and nurses are still needed to fill the estimated requirements for 1948. If you're a graduate registered nurse, over 21 and under 45, you are invited to apply for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps Reserve. If you are selected, you may choose either active duty or inactive status. Apply to the Adjutant General, Washington 25, D.C. And now, back to the story of the lady with the golden hair. And Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Well, after he came falling down the stairs at me and Flossie had a good cry over him, there wasn't anything to do but to call Central Homicide. They got there a few minutes later and went over the whole place, taking pictures and prints. Finally, a wagon pulled up, took what was left of Pete Berger down to the morgue. Detective Lieutenant Salvatore Vendetti up to homicide, asked everybody a lot of questions, and shipped a couple of people downtown for a couple of different things, and finally got around to me.
Regan, I think you ought to get yourself a new job. Every time the lion growls, you wind up with a corpse someplace and somebody has to ask you questions.
That wasn't my idea, Sally.
I might have to book you on technical charge.
Oh, stop it, will you? You know I didn't have anything to do with him getting
When
shot.
the next car named Pete Berger gets topped off just before a private dick gets around to asking him a few questions, I got to ask the private dick some questions myself, or else the chief is going to ask me some questions. Make sense?
All I know is that somebody's been shooting at a client of mine.
Mm-hmm. And that somebody's Pete Berger. How do you know?
The bullets came from a gun owned by Pete Berger, so I came down to see him.
Only he walks out all loaded down with 45 slugs and dies before you can say hello. Isn't that the bump? Who's your client, Regan?
Do I have to tell you?
No, but you will.
Company policy.
Company policy. Confidence in a client, Regan.
Can you arrest me for anything?
Depends. Material witness, maybe.
Yeah. While it's depending, I'll get a hold of the lion, he'll get a hold of Harry Presidio, and then I'll bet you $10 there'll be a writ of habeas corpus at the station by the time you get me there.
All right, you're clear. This is a murder case, Regan. That's a serious crime in anybody's town.
I don't know any more than I just told you, Sal.
You know the name of your client? Okay. Why was Pete shooting at him?
That's what I was going to ask Pete.
Oh, now just exactly where does that put us?
My client's safe and sound in his home, and Joe Canto's keeping an eye on him.
When Canto was pounding a beat for the department, some guys got away from him.
A lot of guys get away from a lot of cops, but not when the cop's watching. Canto's good at that, you know him.
Oh, sure. But it's a thought.
Well, it's no good.
Before Pete Berger went to San Quentin, he was never very handy with a gun because his eyes were so bad he couldn't see his hand in front of his face.
He didn't hit anything yesterday or today, but he was sure trying.
Now, Flossie told me Pete's been playing stuntman in pictures, making a buck at it. It seems he learned all his tricks while he was in the clink. They have a nice gym up there. I never tell what they'll do next. Still, can't understand why he'd all of a sudden go around shooting at somebody.
You figure it's Sally
Unless maybe
Umley.
there was something personal and that Pete had to do it. And whoever Pete was shooting, I got kind of sore. Turn around and plug Pete tonight, huh?
My client's home, safe.
Sure. Canto's good. Almost forgot. Pete Berger was a perfect setup for a wise guy. An ex-con who done 15 years, who learns his lesson, wants to make a straight dime, gets mad when anybody bothers.
Blackmail.
It's been done before. Pete had a good, healthy bank balance. I guess he was saving up for his old age. But some wise guy finds out Pete's a con, says, I'll tell your boss unless you kick in. Then maybe Pete starts shooting to scare him into shutting up. Make sense?
Sounds like an old fairy tale, Sally.
But screwy enough to be the answer. Only this wise guy Pete's shooting at thinks Pete might be meaning business. So he just comes over here tonight and plugs Pete.
And who's the wise guy?
Your client. You aren't going to tell me his name?
I can't involve a client in a murder.
Oh, yeah, company policy. I almost forgot. Regan will find out in the morning. We got some lawyers, too.
I know.
Couldn't tell me now?
I'll phone you in an hour, Sally.
Okay. Okay, Regan, you can talk to him first. But phone me.
Good night.
Night, Regan. See you around.
My watch said 4 o'clock by the time I got to the hills back of Laurel Canyon and started up Mulholland Drive. The usual fog was in the usual places, doing the usual things to trees and houses. And when I pulled up in front of Max's house, one light was burning in the window. The rest of the house looked dark. Everything was quiet. The first thing I noticed was cordite. It smells black, and it means that guns have been fired. The whole room was full of it. Max Vladney was lying half on the floor and half on the table he'd used for a workshop. A bottle of spirit gum was spilled on the floor along with some false blonde hair and a cracked wig block. He had one free arm around a white plaster cast of a head, just like it was a doll. There were 2 blue holes in the middle of his forehead. I just stood there looking at him when I heard a noise in back of me. It was Canto, and he was on the floor at the foot of the bed.
Oh, no, don't try to move me, Regan. I've been laying here waiting for you. It's in my lungs somewhere. I don't think I got any blood to spare. Joey boy let you down, huh? It happened an hour after you left. I don't know who done it. There's a lot of noise in Max's room, and I come in, the next thing I knowed, I'm taking a slug myself. Hey, call me a doc, will you, Regan? I got a date tomorrow night. She's been trying to get rid of me. Does it give her a good excuse? Guess Lionel'll be mad, huh? Call me a doc, Regan, right quick.
Well, I made a lot of phone calls before it was all over. Hollywood Receiving Hospital, Windetti, Central Homicide, and I got the Lion out of bed and told him what had happened. He said he'd meet me at the hospital. I hung around a while and talked to Windetti. He didn't have much to say. When he got through poking around, he gave me a lift as far as the hospital. The Lion was standing around the hall when I got there. It was the first time I'd ever seen him look tired.
Hello, Regan. I just talked to the doctor. This is going to cost plenty.
How bad is it?
$25 a day for a room, plus surgery.
No, I mean Canto.
Oh, well, bullet penetrated upper lobe of his right lung. Here, they pulled this out.
45 slug.
Who shoots 45s that good?
Lots of people.
Same kind of people who go around killing Pete Berger and Max Vladney.
Yeah.
Canto getting himself shot's going to eat up every penny we might have made on this thing.
Is money all you ever think of?
What else is there to think about? If you got it, you're fine. If you haven't got it, you're nothing but a bum.
One of your own men is lying in there wondering if he's ever going to live or die, and he took that slug because you sent him on the job.
Everybody dies. I'll give him a citation.
Oh, you big pile of blubber. I ought to push you out a window.
Now, talk like that isn't going to help anything.
No, but I know what is.
Now, wait a minute, Regan. This is a police job.
Oh, now it's a police job.
Yeah, like I told you. And you can't go running around sticking your snoot into a couple of killings and giving International a lot of bad publicity.
Now, get this, Fatso. I'm going out and find the guy who plugged Canto.
Now, you listen to me.
And I want it down in the books and the papers and any place else that an International operator brought in the guy who killed one of their clients and shot one of their men.
I won't be responsible for anything that happens.
Okay, if you don't like the way I do things, you can pull my license right off the wall and get yourself another boy.
Hey, where you going? Come back
Well, Mr. Regan, when I saw you at Max's yesterday afternoon, I didn't think you'd come by for that drink at 6 o'clock in the morning. Well, come in. I was just having coffee. I have to be at the studio for an early makeup job.
You look all right to me, the way you are.
Well, you can be nice. Will you have some coffee?
No, thanks.
Oh?
I just stopped by for a minute. I'm afraid I have some tough news for you.
Max. Something happened to Max.
He's dead.
Oh, no. Not Max. Oh, Max.
Somebody shot him 3 hours ago.
Why would anyone want to kill Max?
That's what I'm going to find out.
Max expected me to marry him. He had so many plans. What can I do to help, Mr. Regan? What can I do?
All right, now look. A smart cop named Windetti is going to be knocking on your door pretty soon. He's going to ask you a lot of questions about Max. Give me the answers first.
Would you mind terribly if we sat down? Max was all I had. I want to be near someone.
Sure.
I know I'm acting silly about this. What is it I can tell you, Mr. Regan?
Did Max ever mention a man named Pete Berger?
No, I've never heard that name before.
Well, he worked at the same studio. He was the one that shot at Max yesterday afternoon.
And he killed Max?
No, he's dead, too. He was shot to death an hour earlier. I was there.
I'm not very good at this kind of thing. What are you trying to tell me, Mr. Regan?
Both of these killings were done by an amateur, and not very good jobs. But there had to be some reason.
I don't know.
I've been in the business a long time, lady. Too long. People kill for money or love or just for the crazy feel of blasting a gun at somebody.
This has been a lot for you.
You know, if you find a reason, you find a killer. What kind of work would a makeup man be doing at home?
I don't know. Max always tried to improve his work. I suppose that's why he made the money he did.
He might have made a plaster cast of a head so he could study a face.
I suppose so. Yes.
Your face?
Yes, I suppose so. Why?
Well, it's a nice face. I've seen it in pictures.
Most press agents think my hair is nicer.
Yeah, it is. Long, golden hair.
Does it feel soft and The way you hoped it would feel.
Yeah, it does.
And my lips. I don't feel bad doing this. I never did love Max. I was indebted to him. I was terribly ill several years ago. He helped me.
I can see why he felt the way he did about you.
Can you? I like the way you did that.
I know what Max had been working on. It was something for you.
Really?
He was holding a plaster cast of your head in his arms when I found him. Of course, there was no hair on it, and it looked kind of funny.
Don't say that! Don't ever say a thing like that!
Yeah, now I got it.
What are you talking about?
Murder, lady, lots of it. You killed a poor ex-con because he bungled a job you blackmailed him into doing. You shot him last night because I was going to talk to
You're
him.
crazy. Why would I do a thing like that?
Then you went over and you killed Max, and while you were at it, you pumped a slug or two into Joe
You said
Canto.
yourself there's got to be a reason.
Every newspaper in the country's going to carry this story, lady. Oh, yeah. Hilda Graham, the one with all the long golden hair, is really as bald as a fresh egg.
Shut up! Shut up! Don't you ever say anything like that in front of me. Why are you...
Go ahead, lady. Pick up that paperweight, and I'll break you in two. Now, come on. Let's go.
No. Oh, no, you can't. You mustn't. They'll find out about my hair. Please, please don't tell them about my hair. I couldn't stand that. Please. Oh, please, please. You know how nice I can be.
Lady, you're a bum. Well, Max had been trying to get her to marry him, and she didn't want to marry anybody, so she killed him. The police stenographer scratched his head on that one until I explained it was her hair, that long golden hair. Only it wasn't hers. It was a wig that Max had fixed up for her. She'd lost all hers when she was sick and couldn't stand the thought of anybody going around knowing it wasn't her own. Well, I guess you run into all kinds. A couple of days later, I saw Canto at the hospital. He'd had some transfusions and a lot of other things. He was coming along fine. I was reading a paper when I walked in.
Oh, Ray. So what is what, huh?
Hi, Joe.
I've been reading about that Hilda Graham. Too bad they don't take her picture without all that pretty hair. It'd serve her right.
Yeah. How you feeling?
Peachy. Regan, how long we been working for the line?
Too long.
How many people been killed and messed up in that time that me and you knows about personally?
Too many.
There's one thing I can't get through my noodle. Why don't we get some other kind of a job? Real estate or movie extras or something. Why do we do it? Why do we do it, Jeff?
I don't know, Joe. I don't know.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan, with Wilms Herbert as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS same time next week for trouble, suspense, and thrilling adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator. The role of Max Vladney was played by Hans Conried, with Barton Yarborough as Joe Canto. Betty Lou Gerson was Hilda Graham. Jack Crucian was Wendetti. Marlo Dwyer was Flossie. Jeff Regan, Investigator is written by E. Jack Newman, produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with special music by Del Castillo. This program came to you from Hollywood. Bob Lamont speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of A Tree Grows in Encino.
There was a confused redhead with cool lips and a hot temper, an interior decorator who didn't want his orange trees moved, and a strange little man who hired the Lion Detective Agency to make sure he got himself convicted of murder. A real sensible case. It was about 5:30 lunchtime when I reported back to the Lion's office to see what was on tap for the afternoon. Plenty was. Plenty in the form of a thin, haughty little man sitting across the desk from the Lion. Anthony J. had his mouth wide open when I walked in.
Jeffrey, come in, come in. I've been waiting for you. This is Mr.
McMurray. Jonathan McMurray.
McMurray, yes. Jeffrey, he thinks he needs our help.
Not sure yet, Mr. McMurray?
Yes, I am quite sure. It is your employer, Mr. Lyon, who is not sure.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that, Mr. McMurray. Yours is a very unusual case.
Suppose somebody tells me what this is all about.
Jeffrey, Mr. McMurray...
I will explain my own problems, Mr. Lyon.
Yes.
Yes, you explain them, Mac.
Mr. Regan, it's quite simple. I want you to prove I am guilty of murder.
What?
Yeah, quite simple, Jeffrey.
I have murdered my wife, Mr. Regan. I've gone to the police and confessed. They refuse to believe me. It's up to you to prove I'm right.
Yeah, up to us, Jeffrey.
Wait a minute, Fatso. Let's get all the story, Mac. You killed your wife and the police won't believe you? When?
On the morning of April 3rd at 3 a.m. 3 years ago.
3 years?
You see, Jeffrey, I told you this was
Mr.
a very...
Lyon.
Yeah.
I had gone to bed early the night of April 2nd. I heard noises several hours later. I assumed they were burglars. I went downstairs, taking my gun, of course, and saw a figure breaking in. Naturally, I fired. It was my wife.
Your wife breaking into your own house?
It seemed that way at the time. Perhaps I was not fully awake. We all make mistakes, you know.
All make mistakes.
Of course. I do not believe in murder. That is why I am here.
The police wouldn't believe you.
Nothing but a group of incompetent, immoral civil servants. Are we not paying them to establish law and order? I ask you, Mr. Regan, are we
Finish
not...
the story. What happened after you shot your wife?
In a moment of utter weakness, I lost my head. I fled the city.
And for 3 years you've hidden out. Only your conscience got to bothering you. You finally decided to...
Certainly not. The woman was dead. My problem was more basic, down to the very roots of nature. I wrestled, shall we say, with all the evil of the world, and won.
Where?
In San Francisco, where I had established myself in business. It was last week I decided that I must pay the price or live forever in a morass of sin. I have decided, Mr. Regan, to make an example of myself.
Jeffrey, perhaps we'd better explain to Mr. McMurray that we're pretty busy this season. Maybe someone
Wait a minute,
else...
Lion. Mac, did you and your wife get along?
We quarreled constantly. When I married her, I had assumed she was a woman of some inner dignity and spirit. I discovered she was no better
What was
than...
his name?
I beg your pardon.
The other man.
There was no other man. She had not sunk that low. We quarreled about her work. It kept her out nights.
Her work kept her out nights?
Exactly. She was an interior decorator. Lois, that was her name. Lois was one of those soulless moderns. Form follows function, that sort of nonsense.
I take it you aren't modern.
I, sir, am an architect. An architect of the old school. I believe in the established order of things. You, Mr. Regan, are morally obligated to see that justice is done.
Jeffrey, do we have...
Man, they can't all make sense.
Gentlemen! Enough of this childish quibbling. I assure you, you are going to take my case.
We took the little man's case. We took it with cash in advance and both fingers crossed. The Lion fumbled for his fountain pen, while McMurray calmly waited with his open checkbook. There was only one place for me to go. The police.
They tell me you were looking for me, Regan.
Right, Lieutenant Candid, just the man I was looking for.
What's her name?
This time it's a him. Jonathan McMurray.
Never heard of him.
Well, it happened 3 years ago. Claims he shot his wife.
Never heard of him.
Wife's name was Lois. Interior decorator.
Oh, yeah. Blonde, about 5'5", blue eyes. Age 28, weight 116. I remember.
You met her?
Nope, that was the description the husband filed with us yesterday when he came in. When you told me her name, I remembered.
Sure. Sure you did, Candid.
Regan guys are a dime a dozen around a police station. But dames with nice measurements? Oh, that's something else.
Why didn't you book him, Candid?
Book him for what?
The murder of his wife.
Believe that nut story? Are you kidding, Regan? Do I look like I've been on the force that long?
Candid, a man comes to you and confesses to a 3-year-old murder. He's got a motive and a complete story, and you turn him away.
Oh, take it easy, Regan. Mr. McMurray may like the coziness of the gas chamber, but it takes more than that to spend the taxpayers' money sending him there.
Like what?
Like a corpus delicti. A body. You should excuse the expression.
No body?
Regan, Lois McMurray, the little man's wife, disappeared 3 years ago. We can get at least 2 witnesses who say that when she got on the boat for South America, she wasn't dead. She was very much alive.
Made sense. Sure, real fine sense. Candid told me his witnesses. One, Howard Nelson Whitmore, interior decorator, extraordinary, the missing woman's ex-boss. The other witness? Mrs. Nelson Whitmore. They'd been with Lois McMurray the day she'd sailed. That was April 4th, the day after McMurray claimed he'd killed her. When a client buys $100 worth, you give him $100 worth. I checked the address of Howard Nelson Whitmore and drove out. Robertson Boulevard, Beverly Hills. There was chocolate brown and chalk white, and twisted plywood and copper wire hanging from the ceilings. Average family could live a year on the cost of 1 month's rent.
How do you do? May I help you, sir?
Like to see Mr. Whitmore.
You mean Mr. Nelson Whitmore. It's hyphenated, you know.
How wonderful. Could I see Mr. Nelson Whitmore?
Oh, didn't I tell you? He's in conference with his wife.
And we won't discuss the matter again, Howard. Is that clear?
Well, for the last time, it's absurd. Absolutely absurd.
We'll see how absurd it is after it's done, and it will be done, you understand?
This is the last time I'll put up with any of your fantastic schemes. Now, get out!
You lame brain nincompoop ought to... Well... Hello.
Hello.
Where did you come from, stranger?
You're Mrs. Nelson Whitmore?
For the time being, but then, of course, all things change. You know that, don't you?
Sure. All things change. Maybe you and I could talk about that.
Oh, I'm sure we could, Mr.
Regan. Jeff Regan.
I'm sure we could, Mr. Regan. My card. I'll be at home in an hour. Encino. Just off Ventura. You can't miss it.
She was medium size and red hair and medium size and red hair. She drifted out of the place like a pneumatic cloud looking for a bolt of lightning. The secretary watched her leave and swallowed a couple of times and looked at me and swallowed a couple of times.
You may go in now, Mr. Regan.
I went in. Mr. Howard Nelson Whitmore looked florid behind his desk, his face flushed and his eyes liquid anger. He was holding a long steel letter opener, which he tapped steadily against the desk.
My secretary said you wished to speak to me, Mr. Regan.
Maybe I ought to come back later.
You can discuss whatever you wish to discuss right now.
Your wife always like that?
I said we could discuss your business now. Sorry, old man.
Forget it.
It's just that sometimes she drives me nearly out of my mind with her schemes, her stupid, idiotic schemes.
Like what?
And we have a small orange grove out in Encino. I shouldn't say grove, really. Only 10 trees.
She doesn't like oranges?
No, she wants them moved. Can you imagine that? She wants those 10 trees uprooted and transplanted to some other part of our land. She says they'll blend into the landscape better.
And you don't think so?
Of course I don't think so. Planted those trees myself 3 years ago in the spring. And planted them where they are because that's where they belong.
Trees belong certain places, is that it?
I will not have you questioning me this way. I planted those orange trees where I wanted them planted, and that's that. They've been there for 3 years, and they'll stay there.
Okay, Mr. Nelson Whitmore. They're your oranges, and it's your land.
I don't know what's gotten into me, Mr. Regan, letting a few orange trees upset me this way. It's just that I don't like people digging around my yard.
That's a good idea. Never know what they might turn up.
What's that?
Nothing. I understand you and your wife were with Lois McMurray when she sailed for South America a few years back.
No, sir. I didn't get the name.
Mrs. Jonathan McMurray. Lois. Used to work for you.
Yes, of course. Been so long since she left us.
For South America, that is.
Yes, South America. Yes, my wife and I went with her to the boat.
Funny thing, her husband claims she's dead.
Her husband?
Jonathan McMurray.
Yes, of course, the architect. Blundering idiot if ever I met one.
You like people, don't you?
I like decent people, not narrow-minded bigots like that McMurray fellow. He's still living in the dark ages.
Yeah, but as far as his wife's concerned, Lois, she's gone. Out of the country.
Yes. As far as I know, it was 3 years ago. Yes. 3 years ago this week.
Maybe there's more.
More? What else do you mean, Mr. Regan?
More that you know that you aren't telling me? Like, why did she suddenly leave for South America?
Mrs. McMurray sailed to South America with an admirer.
In other words, she ran out on her husband.
Precisely. Not that I could blame the poor girl. McMurray never gave her a divorce. She was literally forced into it.
It all fits. Except for one little item.
Yes?
McMurray claims he shot his wife on April 3rd. You claim she sailed for South America April 4th. Somebody's lying. Somebody was lying. A decorator named Nelson Whitmore, or an architect named McMurray. Or maybe it was a bigger switch. Both of them lying. Maybe the answer to that one would be with a fire-breathing redhead named Mrs. Nelson Whitmore. She'd said she'd be home in Encino. It was an invite I wasn't going to pass up. I got out there around 5:30, the sun dropping down behind the valley hills, the grass around the place soft and moist, and the 10 orange trees lining the driveway to Mrs. Nelson Whitmore's house. It was redwood siding, sprawling over a hillside, weaving around like a giant snake. Ranch type for millionaires. Complete with gravel driveway, 4-car garage, and swimming pool. I rang the doorbell.
Hello, Mr. Regan. I knew you were too intelligent to turn down my invitation.
Red hair, red dressing gown, same texture. Soft and silky. A film of expensive gauze covering golden tan skin.
This way, Mr. Regan. The drink's a mix.
You thought of everything.
If we don't think of ourselves, no one else will. Or does that sound like a bromide? Sit here.
Nice furniture.
Herman Miller, Mr. Regan. Foam rubber throughout. You didn't come to discuss furniture, did you?
I came to discuss a friend of yours, Mrs.
Claire.
Her name's Lois. Lois McMurray.
Hmm?
Lois McMurray. You know her. Quit stalling.
Am I stalling, Jeff?
Can't take you that long to think up an answer. Why do you want those orange trees moved?
Your mind does travel, doesn't it?
That's still no answer.
Oh, very well, Jeff. You're being a cad, you know, a real cad.
I get paid to be a cad.
You're a private detective? I thought so.
Look, Claire, there's a big fancy game in progress. Somebody's playing somebody else for a sap. I get paid to find out who. By the hour.
That must make you terribly expensive, Jeff. Who paid you?
Wrong pitch, lady. Give me answers instead.
Have it your way. I want the orange trees moved because I want them moved. I don't have to answer for that to you or to my husband.
It couldn't be because you think there's something under the ground you ought to know about.
Oh, what a fantastic idea.
Keep talking.
I won't be questioned this way. Do you hear?
Lois McMurray didn't leave on any boat for South America, did she?
Get out.
You and your husband are lying, aren't you?
Get out of my house!
I got out. Out of the Redwood Mansion. Out down the gravel driveway past the orange trees toward my car. When it happened. Inside the living room, the smell of cordite, and behind the thick blue clouds stood Mrs. Claire Nelson Whitmore. Stood staring at me, a dazed look on her face, a gun hanging limp in her hand. At her feet, the haughty little man named Jonathan McMurray, dead. Claire Nelson Whitmore looked at me, blinked twice, then collapsed unconscious at my feet. It started when the Lion and I were hired by a self-righteous little man named Jonathan McMurray. He claimed he'd shot his wife 3 years ago and wanted us to prove it. Only I met an interior decorator and his wife who claimed they'd seen the McMurray woman leave on a boat for South America, very much alive. The only thing that made sense was that I was standing in the living room of the decorator's wife, Claire Nelson Whitmore, and she was lying unconscious at my feet. And next to her was my client, Jonathan McMurray. Not unconscious. Dead. I called Lieutenant Candid down to police headquarters and waited for Claire Nelson Whitmore to supply some answers.
Thanks. Thank you, Jeff.
You killed McMurray?
He came at me after you left the house. He came through the back door. He had a gun.
You had a gun?
I was frightened. Just before you got here this afternoon, I heard a noise. I thought it was a truck backfiring from the highway.
But it scared you enough to get a gun?
He shot first. Mr. Regan, he shot first.
Yeah, he shot and missed, and then you fired back.
I had to, Mr. Regan. I had to. It was self-defense.
There's 2 guns on the floor, Claire. Yours and McMurray's. Both of them hot. The police will decide.
Police?
Well, you could save some time by talking now.
Jeff, I'm confused. I'm terribly confused. I don't know where to turn.
Well, that makes sense.
I didn't mean anything earlier today. I didn't mean anything, Jeff.
All in fun. A great big pitch like that. All in fun.
It was self-defense. I shot him in self-defense.
Police.
Oh, Jeff, you gotta believe me.
Not me, lady. The police. They're the ones who gotta believe you. Lieutenant Candid came in with a photographer and 3 detectives. An ambulance showed up a couple of minutes after that with a medic and 2 stretcher bearers. I gave Candid the whole story, the business about the orange trees included. He listened, nodded for one of the detectives to take notes, and then told me to stick around. He and another guy went into Claire Nelson Whitmore. 10 minutes later, he came back out.
State of near collapse. Couldn't get much, Regan.
I thought maybe.
The dead man's gun had been fired twice, and hers 3 times. She wasn't hit, Regan.
She didn't say anything about McMurray's wife, Lois.
Nope. Nothing you hadn't already told me. Just one thing bothers me, Regan.
Just one thing?
Those orange trees. Why does she want to move?
No, she says they look better somewhere else.
You think it's as simple as that?
I don't think anymore. I gave it up when McMurray hired me. If you're looking for logic in this one, Candid, forget it.
She's an awful good-looking dame, Regan.
Yeah?
I'm partial to redheads.
Sure.
Redheads and oranges. Regan, I think I'm going to dig for oranges.
You figure it that way, huh?
Lois McMurray disappeared 3 years ago, and that's when the orange trees were planted.
Howard Nelson Whitmore, the redhead's husband, made a special point of telling me that, Candid.
Oh, now, Regan.
He laid it out like a bad joke in a comedy routine.
You mean you think he deliberately wants us to
Look,
think
Candid, you dig. I'll try another idea.
Okay, Regan. I'll dig.
Candid called the city, and the city sent out the diggers. Maybe I was off base. Maybe I'd had too many weird stories for one day. But the orange tree routine smelled as phony as Limburger in a perfume shop. I called my boss, the Lion.
Anthony J. Lyon Detective Agency. Anthony
Me,
J.
Fatso, get your pencil.
Jeffrey, I've been trying to get in touch with you.
Okay, you have.
Jeffrey, that McMurray fella called here about 2 hours ago.
What?
Jonathan McMurray. He told me to tell you to forget everything.
He told you that?
Yes, he said something about going back to San Francisco, that divine law would right the wrongs, or something like that.
Lion, are you sure?
Is something wrong, Jeffrey?
Just one little thing, Fatso. McMurray's here with me now.
Oh, good. I wanted to ask him about...
Dead, Fatso.
Well, tell him for me... Dead? No.
Yeah. Now, listen, Lion, I've got an idea. I'll need your help. I want a complete check on Lois McMurray, Jonathan's wife. I want to know where she was born, how many kids in the family, if her parents are living, where she met her ex-husband,
Jeffrey,
everything.
Are you out of your mind? Our client's dead, and besides...
Don't argue, Fatso. Just get busy.
Yeah, but Jeffrey...
McMurray gets his money worth, Fatso, dead or alive. I went outside. Candid was watching the diggers. How many trees, Candid?
Well, we dug up 4 of them. 6 to go.
Find anything?
Dirt.
Still hopeful, huh?
Still hopeful. I called Howard Nelson Whitmore's office. He'd left there a couple of hours ago. Just after you did, his secretary said.
Think he left for Point South?
I don't know, Regan. I don't like it. Any of it.
Except the redhead. You're partial to redheads, remember?
I'm looking for a blonde now. A deceased blonde.
Who left for South America. You told me about her.
All right, so maybe she didn't leave for South America. Maybe she's dead, Regan. Dead and buried. Buried under one of those orange trees.
No, that's a good guess.
You got anything better to offer?
Nope. See you around, Candid. That's when I got an idea. A halfway idea that kept growing until it was a big, full-blooded 100% idea. Claire Nelson Whitmore said she'd heard a noise, like a truck backfire from the highway. She said that's why she'd gotten out the gun. Maybe she was telling the truth. Maybe there was one story in the tangle of lies you could believe. I decided to believe it, and that was an answer in itself. Behind the house, the garage was built for 4 cars. It was loaded. Servants' quarters, and then, over a couple of yards, swimming pool. I headed that way, checking the garage, trying the door to the servants' quarters, finding bushes, shrubs with nothing behind them. Up the hill, the swimming pool. Quiet. Still, like a mirage in the desert. Emerald pool, tile and brick, oval shape, expensive. Claire wasn't lying. She'd heard that noise. I found her husband, Howard Nelson Whitmore, in the swimming pool. In the swimming pool with a hole in his back. Candid and his boys puffed up the hill to the pool in a hurry when they caught my signal, and I went down to the house, to the room of Claire Nelson Whitmore.
Jeff.
Don't get up, lady. You and I are going to have words.
But, Jeff, you know how bad I feel.
Yeah, you may feel worse.
But the police said I could rest.
Yeah, that was before they found your husband dead in the swimming pool.
What?
You didn't know about that, huh?
Howard in the swimming.
When they pulled him out, they found a bullet in his back.
Oh, no, Jeff. I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
That's no answer, lady. The whole thing comes in one big package. You tied the ribbon on it. Give me the phone.
No, Jeff, no, I didn't.
I can tell you a few things, baby, but I want to be sure. Real sure.
But, Jeff,
Just give me the phone.
Yes, Jeff? Oh.
I gave the operator the number, and the red-headed woman sat frightened on the bed while I talked. Her eyes looked at me, cutting, deep, staring through the tension, knowing what was happening and hoping it wouldn't happen. I got the lion, and I got my answer, while the red-headed woman sat staring at me on the bed.
Jeff, what did you find out?
About Lois McMurray? What I thought I'd find out. That she's from Chicago. She has no brothers or sisters. That her parents are both dead.
She's alive.
Yeah. She's alive.
Jeff, what does it matter about her?
Lois McMurray met Jonathan in Chicago, just after she got out of prison. McMurray made her his project for the year, Salvation, his version of it.
She married him.
She married him because she didn't know what else to do. She married him because girls with prison records don't have a lot of choice. She married him and he converted her.
Go on, Jeff.
He taught her to live a decent life, as he called it. She was his project, remember? The straight and narrow.
She didn't love him. She never loved him.
Who could? But she was a confused woman. She needed something, somebody. She got little Jonathan McMurray, crackpot crusader.
Oh, she got him, Jim. And she learned to hate him. Hate everything about him. Hate his pettiness, his cruelty, his self-righteous conceit.
But he wouldn't give her a divorce. That was wrong. She didn't appreciate his good deeds.
She hated him, Jeff. She hated him.
Yeah, Lois. You hated him. And then you met Howard Nelson Whitmore. He was the opposite of McMurray. Clever, crafty, and in love with you. He cooked up a scheme whereby you could get rid of Jonathan. He framed up that burglar routine. Jonathan fired at a shadow that night 3 years ago. Only when the lights came on, you were on the floor playing dead.
I had to, Jeff. Don't you see? I had to. I couldn't stand it anymore, living that way, being a prisoner of the man I hated. Anything was better than that.
And just like Howard figured, Jonathan ran. He ran a long way.
But he came back, Jeff. Why did he have to come back?
Because he wanted to make an example of himself. You and Howard spoiled that. You were alive, not dead. That infuriated him. His one chance in life to be a martyr, and you and Howard ruined it for him.
That's why...
That's why he shot Howard and then came after you. Vengeance. The wrath of the righteous. Divine law, he called it. He was going to be a martyr after all.
Jeff, you know that I didn't shoot first. You know it was him, Jonathan, mean, hateful.
Mrs. Whitmore, Lieutenant Candid wants to see you.
And when I came around, Howard Nelson Whitmore got scared of his story about seeing Lois leave for South America. He knew he couldn't make it stick, so he tried that orange tree routine while I was in his office. Figured the cops might dig, but they'd never find a body. No corpse, no crime. It's the whole story, lady. You dyed your hair red, no relatives to identify you. You forgot about being Lois McMurray.
She's dead, Jeff. Please, let her stay dead.
All right, Mrs. Whitmore, open up.
That's it, Lois. Candid's no dumbbell.
If he doesn't know that I'm... No one knows.
But me. I know. I'll testify for you, Lois. But I won't lie for you.
All right, open up that door.
You've got hands, Candid. Open it up yourself. They took Lois McMurray down to headquarters and got the full story from beginning to end. Sure, she was booked on a couple of accounts, but nowhere in it could they stick a murder charge. That made Lieutenant Candid an unhappy man. After all, he figured maybe the chief would begin to think he was partial to redheads. When I got to the office the next morning, my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, looked as cheerful as a kid with the measles. Hi, Fatso.
Oh, hello, Jeffrey.
Nice day, huh, Lyon? Real nice day.
Is it, Jeffrey? I didn't notice.
What's eating you? We just wrapped up a $100 case. Just like that.
Yes, Jeffrey, I know. $100 case.
Hey, wait a minute, Fatso. We did get paid, didn't we? McMurray may have been a murderer, but not paying would be something else to him. You know, a sin to cheat.
Yes, Jeffrey. Mr. McMurray didn't plan to cheat us. In fact, he said he'd send me the money later.
Later? Look, when I left the office this morning, he had his checkbook out and you were reaching for your fountain pen.
Jeffrey, I tried to tell you on the phone. There was a mistake in the contract. Well, he wanted his lawyer to... there was a legal question. Jeffrey, I ran out of ink.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Bob Stevenson speaking, inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan in...
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story titled A Cure for Insomnia.
An ad in the papers, that's what started this one off. There were 3 dead and 1 to go by the time we got to the last half of the last inning of it, and it looked like the pitcher that was tossing the strikeouts was shooting for my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. It got rolling the kind of day you don't see much around L.A. Storm breaking about 10 in the morning when I got down to the Lyon Detective Bureau office.
Jeffrey, my boy, be careful where you stand.
What's the matter, Lyon? Drop an olive?
No, don't be funny. Your feet are muddy and we can't afford to have the carpet cleaned. Not the way business is going these days.
Yeah, well, okay, Lyon. Mind if I sit down? My overcoat's wet.
Well, then take it off first. Regan, our books don't balance for the month of April. Wait a minute. Leave your coat on and don't sit down.
So we got a new client.
Yes, Jeffrey. I was sitting here at my desk 20 minutes ago trying to balance our books.
And the phone rang and it was a new client.
Exactly, Jeffrey.
Who?
A man named Paulson. He lives in Hollywood in the hills above Hollywood and Vine on Chapman Boulevard. 7707 and a half. And you better get out there right away.
Somebody's life in danger, maybe?
Life in danger? Oh, no. The victim's already dead. Mrs. Paulson. Paulson's wife. Murdered, Paulson says. He wants us to prove it.
Paulson wants us to prove his wife was murdered?
Yes. You see, Mrs. Paulson died 7 or 8 days ago. The police say she committed suicide. But Mr. Paulson would be so much happier if it would turn out that she were murdered, Jeffrey.
Nice fella.
Isn't he, my boy? He wants to pay us $100.
Not what I meant.
Well,
Look, Lion, if Mrs. Paulson died 7 or 8 days ago, what's so urgent about my getting out there this morning?
The $100, Jeffrey.
Oh, I get it.
As I explained to you, my boy, try as I might, scheme as I would, our April books refuse to balance. Now, I've been thinking that perhaps one little fee carried backwards from the first week of May might...
Okay, Fatso, set your calendar back to standard time. I'll go out and talk to Paulson. I went. Through buzzsaw rain, eating off hillside frontage, sluicing California down glutted drains that couldn't keep up. I turned right at Sunset and Niagara, went up 2 blocks, forded Hollywood Boulevard. Chapman Boulevard was half a dozen blocks of twisted, hill-lit, bleary, tile-roofed stucco houses. 7707 and a half, where Paulson lived, was the rear third of a triplex. I parked my car, turned up my overcoat collar, went back.
Mr. Regan.
That's right.
Oh, come in. I'm Paulson. Come in. Oh. Now, just sit down, Mr. Regan. I'll tell you everything. All about it, all that happened.
Sure. Just let me get out of my overcoat.
I'll help you.
Thanks. I got it. You seem pretty upset, Paulson.
Yes. The thing is, I can't endure doubting any longer. I can't stand the doubt, the fear that my wife wasn't murdered.
Paulson, doesn't it strike you as a little queer that a guy'd want to spend $100 with Private Dix to prove his wife was murdered?
Oh, no, not at all.
You'd better give me the rundown, Paulson.
Yes, that would be best. Well, my wife's name was Linda Paulson. We'd been married 7 years, and we were very much in love with each other. 7 nights ago, quietly in her twin bed, the other bed where she slept, in our bedroom, that room there. Mr. Regan...
Go on.
Linda died in the night. Sometime in the night.
You woke up in the morning and found her dead?
Yes. And Mr. Regan, it was ascertained that Linda had died of poison.
What the cops have to say about it?
Well, of course they investigated, but their verdict was suicide. Capsules containing the same poison that killed Linda were found in her purse. And there were other things, I don't know quite what. But the police were convinced that Linda had definitely taken the poison herself.
Well, then, that about settles it, doesn't it, Paulson?
Except for Linda's motive.
Motive?
That's the term used in these matters, isn't it? Well, Linda had no reason to want to die. No motive for killing herself.
You seem sure of that.
I was sure of it, but now I've begun to doubt. And that's why I want help. Don't you see? If Linda wasn't murdered, if it was suicide as the police seem so sure, then that means that my wife wanted to die. That means that our life together, when I thought we were very happy, wasn't what it seemed to be at all.
I see what you mean. And that's why you want me to prove it was murder.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
It makes sense. All right, Paulson, heat up some coffee, huh? We'll get to work. Paulson brewed coffee. Like I'd hoped, it steadied him down. He gave me what he could. It wasn't much. He and his wife were ordinary middle-bracket people. No love triangles, Paulson said. Mrs. Paulson hadn't had any money of her own. Her life hadn't been insured. Paulson said she'd been perfectly normal, no depression, nothing queer, right up to her death. I took down the names and addresses of some of the friends and relatives, told Paulson I wanted to check around. Then I went downtown to Homicide, dropped in on Lieutenant Sanducci.
All right, Regan. What can I do for you?
It's about a woman named Linda Paulson, Sanducci.
Sure. The woman that killed herself a week or so ago.
Look, Sanducci, the husband's retained me to prove she didn't kill herself. He thinks she was murdered.
Thanks, Regan. Listen, have you seen the house where it happened?
Came from there just now.
Then, narrow bottleneck passage back to it between 2 front houses.
Yeah?
The night it happened, it was hot. The neighbors had their chairs out at the head of the passage. Nobody could get in or out without being seen.
Maybe Paulson killed her himself. Thought of that?
We're not amateurs here at the department, Regan. Paulson was out at a meeting. Mrs. Paulson went to bed at 10:30. Neighbor saw the lights go out in the house.
Neighbors see Paulson come home?
At 25 after 11. Went to bed in the dark. His wife was a poor sleeper. He didn't want to disturb her. We haven't told him, Miss Regan, but she was dead then.
You got the time of the death from the reaction of the poison.
Plus the state of the cadaver. Figuring the two together, she took the poison when she went to bed at 10:30, died 10 minutes later. And there's a clincher, Regan.
Go on.
The pill box Mrs. Paulson kept in her purse, kind of unusual. It had a key that she kept on a chain around her neck.
That's where it was when you saw the body.
Yes.
And the pillbox in the purse was locked.
That's right, Regan. No tampering with the lock. Mrs. Paulson's fingerprints on the box and nobody else's. And we know she was alone in the house when she took the poison. Now, look, Regan, you talked to her husband. He told you she had no motive to kill herself, same as she told us.
That's right.
Well, did he give you the full rundown, Regan? About how they had no enemies, the woman had no money, no insurance? Nice, decent, ordinary people, Regan. Not the kind to be mixed up in crime or rackets.
He gave me that.
Well, Regan, maybe it suggested something to you?
Sure, Sanducci. Sure it did. If Paulson's story checks, there won't be any motive for Mrs. Paulson's having killed herself. And there won't be motive for anybody else having killed her either.
That's right, Regan. Oh, and Regan, Paulson's story checks.
It checked. I cruised through the rain, visited people who knew the Paulsons. Everybody said the same thing. No reason, no motive for murder or suicide. Only there had to be a reason. I'd start with that. At the newspaper morgue downtown, I got the beginning of something.
Sure, Regan. I remember the Paulson thing. You know my reputation, Regan. Morgan.
The guy who never forgets a thing. Sure. I know, Morgan. Why I've come to you.
Yeah, well, I could give it to you verbatim. Don't have to look it up in the files. You know, it's like they say.
Morgan never forgets.
Well, let's see. Linda Paulson, you said, huh? Suicide. Well, her maiden name was Linda Cales. Say, wait a minute.
Got something?
Maybe. Just let me check a minute, huh? The Oregon papers. We keep them, too. We keep papers from every place. Yep. Portland, Oregonian. Yeah, it was Portland, all right. The Oregonian. March 18th. And the 6th page, and I think it was the 5th column. No. Here it is, 6th page, 4th column. Well, I slipped up, Regan. Anyway, here it is, Cales.
Let's see that.
Yeah, sure, look. Yeah. Cales. Yeah, brother, Regan.
Yeah. He died suddenly in bed March 17th, survived by 3 sisters, all residing in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, and here it is, Regan. Thing I remembered. One of those sisters...
Yeah. Linda Cales Paulson. I phoned the Lion. Told them to get through to Sanducci at homicide, try to get Sanducci to have the Portland police exhume the body of the dead brother, perform an autopsy for possible evidence of poison. Me? I got on the track of the surviving sisters around L.A. One was married. Her home phone didn't answer. But 5 or 6 phone calls got me a line on the other sister. She was unmarried. Her name was Jane Cales. She worked at a resort up in San Gabriel Canyon, about a 2-hour drive from L.A. I went up there.
Oh, boy.
Looks like you don't like our snow up here, mister.
You're right, I don't.
Sometimes we get it this late in the year. We're 5,000 feet up. We'll sit down to the counter and have something hot.
Okay, coffee.
I'm the cashier, but while the counter girl's on a rest
You're the
hour-
cashier, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm looking for you. You're Jane Cales.
Yeah, well, so what? Here's your coffee.
My name's Regan. I'm a private detective. Thanks.
Well, what do you want with me? I ain't done nothing. I mind my own business.
Hey, take it easy.
Well, I'm edgy. I don't get my sleep. Haven't ever slept good. It runs in the family. But now that my sister Linda's gone and poisoned herself...
Why I'm here. Her husband doesn't think she did poison herself. What do you think?
I'll tell you what I think. I think it's a sin. I've been lying awake nights. Lying awake asking myself, how could Linda have done a thing like that?
Maybe your sister was murdered. Have you thought of that?
What? Linda?
Maybe your brother up in Oregon, too.
Oh, that's impossible. There wouldn't be any reason. There wouldn't be any reason.
Money someplace in the family, maybe, Jane?
Oh, no. No, we don't have any money. Not for 20 years.
20 years?
Well, Dad had money before the crash, but he lost it. got cleaned out in 29. He died 4 years later.
Okay, Jane. And there's just you and your married sister down in L.A. left in the family now.
Yes, Caroline. That's my other sister. Caroline Cales Martz. She married Charlie Martz 11 years ago. Yeah, Mr. Regan. Caroline and I are the only ones left.
Back down in L.A. about 6:30, I was lucky. I got Caroline on the phone. She and her husband were going out to dinner, but she said they'd be back by 10. About 10:15, I went over. By 10:30, we had the brush cleared away and we're down to business.
Tell you the truth, Mr. Regan, my husband and I have discussed it, and we just can't believe that Linda would have...
Pardon me, Mr. Regan?
Sure, Martz.
Just can't believe that Linda would have killed herself.
Mrs. Martz,
Yes.
suicide's usually prompted by love trouble or ill health.
Well, there certainly wasn't any love trouble. Why, Linda and her husband were very happy.
And health?
Well, of course, Linda would sometimes say that,
Yes, Mrs. Martz?
well, only that if she couldn't rest, if she couldn't get more sleep, she'd kill herself. But all of us in our family sleep very poorly, and I'm sure that every one of us must have said that at one...
Mr. Regan, can you come here a minute? The phone is for you.
Excuse me.
Yes, of course.
The phone's hung up, Martz.
Oh, yes, I didn't want Caroline to hear.
What's up?
Mr. Regan, this thing is beginning to take on a pattern that frightens me for my wife.
That was San Gabriel Canyon on the phone.
Yes, it was. The night cashier at the resort took sick this evening. They went to get my wife's sister Jane to fill in. It had snowed and then stopped. There were no tracks to Jane's cabin but her own. She was alone.
Wait a minute. You're going to tell me they found her dead?
Suicide, Mr. Regan. She'd taken poison.
The way this case went, it looked like the Cales clan had developed quite a taste for poison. Linda Cales Paulson died of it. Then there was a brother dead up in Oregon. My money had it they'd find he died of poison, too, if they dug him up and took a look. And then there was a third Cales, Jane, dead, too. San Gabriel Canyon. Poison. I told Charlie Martz to keep a close eye on the last Cales left alive, his wife. Then I headed for San Gabriel Canyon. Snowplow was working on the road the last mile up. Had to wait a while, so I phoned the Lion in L.A. At home, it was midnight.
Anthony J. Lyon's butler speaking. May I take a message for Mr. Lyon? He's out.
You don't tell me, Fatso.
Jeffrey, why are you calling at this hour?
Why are you out? Hiding from somebody?
No, of course not.
Okay, skip it. Here's what I want you to do. Check the airline, train, and bus offices. They're open all night. Find out if any of the Cales family or in-laws had a reservation up to Portland, Oregon, any time just before the brother died up there.
Very well, Jeffrey.
Phone me if you get anything. I'll be at Clemens Mountain Resort, San Gabriel Canyon. Maybe an hour or two. Get going and good luck. The snowplow finished clearing the road, and I went on up San Gabriel Canyon. There was one light left on in the resort cafe. Sitting under it, Lieutenant Sanducci.
Well, Regan, I thought you'd be showing up here.
Who sent you up, Sanducci?
You did, Regan. You and the Lion. I checked with the Portland police. They work fast up there.
So the brother was poisoned.
He was poisoned, Regan. And this girl up here. And the first sister, Linda Paulson. And now, the third sister.
Give me that again.
Caroline Martz, down in Los Angeles. I'm waiting for the phone now for a report under condition.
I told her husband to keep an eye on her.
He said he did, Regan. She was nearly hysterical over her sister's death up here. She went into the bathroom, crying, half sick. Well, in a few minutes, Martz heard her cry out. He ran in, and she was unconscious on the floor. Called an ambulance, and they rushed to the receiving hospital.
And she'd been poisoned.
Like the others, Regan. Now, Regan, this one up here, this Jane Cales, every bit of evidence points to suicide. There was fresh snow. Only her tracks led to the cabin. 2 or 3 extra poison capsules in her medicine chest.
Jane Cales didn't commit suicide.
You know that, Regan?
I talked to her this afternoon. She hated suicide. Couldn't understand how anybody could do such a thing.
But if it's murder, Regan, why? What motive?
Yeah, sure. And how? How does the killer pull it off?
Oh, that'll be the hospital report on Mrs. Caroline Mart's condition. Excuse me a second.
Sure.
Hello, Sanducci. Huh? Oh, just a minute. No, it's for you, Regan.
Must be the Lion. Maybe he's got something for us. I had him working on a lead. Hello, Lion. This is Regan.
No, this is Morgan. You know, Morgan who never forgets a thing at the newspaper morgue.
Oh, hi, Morgan.
Yeah, I phoned Anthony Lyon. He told me how to reach you.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
I forgot something, Regan.
You did, Morgan?
Yeah, something in the San Fernando Valley Times on March 7th on Kales.
Go on, Morgan.
You see, we don't file the Valley Times, but I remember it verbatim. You see, it's like they say.
Yeah, Morgan never forgets a thing. What was it in the Valley Times about Kales?
Well, it was an ad, Regan, in the lower left-hand corner in the 7th page, 2 columns wide. I'd say about 3 column inches, a 3-line bold-face head with a wide margin, and the last line of type didn't print quite clear.
Okay, Morgan, what did it say?
Well, Bank of United States, North Hollywood, California, and then there was some stuff about the bank.
What did it say?
Oh, you know, capitalization when it was founded. You want that?
You can skip that part. What did it say about Kales?
Bertram Kales?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Bertram Kales has $73,000 in the Bank of United States in North Hollywood. But there's been no activity in the account for 20 years. So
Yeah?
if Kales is some relation don't show up to claim the dough, why, the bank is going to turn it over to the treasurer of the state of California. The regular legal process, you know. The ad is the formal notification.
Thanks a lot, Morgan. You've just given me the motive for 3 murders.
Yeah, the thing begins to make sense now, Regan.
Dollar cents. Bertram Kales would be the father of the tribe. He was in the Bucks once, got cleaned out in a crash. Jane Kales told me that this afternoon. Only he must have stashed away one bank account, 73,000 smacks he didn't tell anybody about.
He wouldn't have wanted the investigators to find it if he failed in business about that time.
Probably planned to use the dough a few years later, after the squeeze was off. Only he died 4 years after the crash. Jane Kales told me that, too.
It adds up, Regan.
It adds up to mass murder. All the Kales children had equal claims to their dead father's dough. So somebody started knocking off the children systematically, one by one. Object? To get all the 73,000.
That's the why of it, all right. Now, what you left is the how.
And the who. Maybe that'll be the Lion now. If the lead he's working on pans out, we may have our who. Hello, Lion.
Is this Clemens Resort in San Gabriel Canyon?
Yes, that's right.
I'd like to speak to Lieutenant Sanducci of the Los Angeles Police Department, please. This is Georgia Street Receiving Hospital calling.
I signaled Sanducci and he took the booth. I went back to the counter, watched Sanducci through the glass. What he got over the phone he didn't like. He came busting out of the booth.
Regan, wait till you hear this.
What's up, Sanducci?
What's up? I tell you what's up. Caroline Mart's recovered. They pumped out her stomach. Her stomach contained the same poison that killed her 2 sisters and her brother.
That figures.
Sure, it figures. But Caroline Kales Martz got to the hospital in time. She didn't die like the others.
You mean you think she took poison as a cover-up?
She was the last surviving Kales child. The way it is now, she gets the $73,000. But she's got a nice out, Regan, if we suggest she poisoned her brother and sisters.
Yeah, she got poisoned, too. Yeah, it could be that. Well, we better get down to town and ask Caroline some questions.
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you. When she turned out to be all right, Regan, those nitwits I left in charge down there released her. She disappeared.
Sanducci and I drove back to L.A. He used the siren on his police car, and I stuck right behind in his windstream. We got back down to town after 4 a.m. Nobody home at the Martz house. We found only one thing. On Caroline Kales Mart's dressing table, a black mask. A silk-covered, padded black mask, no eye holes. The kind people use to keep out the light when they're trying to sleep. About 6 in the morning, I left Sanducci, pulled into a drive-in for Coffee Ann. Rain had stopped. I kept thinking of that black mask on Caroline Kales Mart's dressing table. Sleeping mask. And something that had run through the whole case like a thread of music. Caroline had said it. Jane Kales had said it. It had been said of Linda, the first sister to die. We don't sleep well. It runs in the family. We don't sleep well. At 7, I phoned the Lion. No answer. So I began checking the airline, railway, and bus offices myself. The 4th time around, I got the brass ring. Paulson had bought transportation to Oregon a week before the brother's death in Portland. I wanted to talk to him bad.
But Mr. Regan, I'm afraid I'm hardly awake.
Just sit and listen, Paulson. What I've got to say will wake you up. I think I can guess how the members of your wife's family were poisoned.
You can, Mr. Regan?
There's plenty of evidence they took the poison themselves.
Yes.
And they weren't trying to commit suicide when they did it.
I hope that's true in the case of my wife.
It is. Because there's a way it makes sense. Murder sense. The victims took poison thinking they were taking something else. Your wife made quite a career of pill-taking, didn't she, Paulson?
Well, yes. Just her nerves, of course.
Maybe overstrained by lack of sleep? The Kales family insomnia?
Yes, that was it, Mr. Regan.
She had a pillbox with a lock, kept the key to it on a chain around her neck. Somebody close to her might have been able to get hold of that key, unlock the pillbox, substitute poison pills for the pills already in the box.
I see. That must be how it happened, and with Jane and with Caroline.
And your brother-in-law up in Portland, Oregon.
He was poisoned, too?
That's right. Paulson, you made a trip up to Oregon just before he died.
That's right, with my wife. A sort of second honeymoon, Mr. Regan.
Paulson, maybe you can guess what I'm thinking.
Mr. Regan, you don't mean you think that
You were here at the time of the poisonings.
Yes, that's true.
And you were there in Portland.
Oh, no, I didn't go to Portland.
What?
I didn't go. Well, I meant to go.
You went to Oregon?
Yes, Linda and I. Crater Lake, the Oregon Caves, and then we were going to Portland. The whole family was to meet there for my brother-in-law's 50th birthday. Well, at the Oregon Caves, I had bad news for my business, and I had to come back here.
Then who was at Portland, Paulson?
Well, the rest of the family.
Including Caroline and Charlie Martz?
Yes, of course.
Answer it, Paulson.
Yes, all right. Caroline.
I had to come. Something awful happened.
Hello, Mrs. Martz.
Mr. Regan, I had no idea you'd be here, but I guess it's just as well. Mr. Regan, do you know the terrible thing that's happened?
That your husband gave you poison?
Then you do know.
In your sleeping pills, I'd guess.
Yes. Charlie began saying he couldn't sleep.
Faked insomnia, then asked to borrow your sleeping pills. Filled the capsules with poison, then returned them. He knew you'd take them.
We all of us, the whole family suffers from insomnia. All the Kales family. We depend on sleeping pills.
As your husband knew.
Yes. But why? Why did my husband want to kill me?
He didn't, Caroline. He knew he'd get you to the hospital in time. He just wanted to make things look right. So there wouldn't be a lot of questions asked when you got $73,000, half of which would be your husband's under California community property law. Well, that wrapped it up, all except one thing. We didn't have the killer. I phoned Sanducci, and he got the boys on it. An hour went by, 2 hours, 3 hours. No trace of medium-sized, graying, dapper Charlie Martz. That wasn't all. I kept phoning the office, the Lion's house. There was no trace of the Lion. About noon, I began rechecking the air, bus, and rail terminals.
Thank you for waiting, sir. May I help you now?
I'm checking on train reservations to the north, Oregon, for the first couple of weeks of March. I'm a private detective.
Next, you'll be saying you want to know about the reservation to Portland, Oregon, obtained in March by Charles Martz.
Are you psychic?
Hardly. But there was another private detective here this morning asking the same question. A fat man smelled of stale cigars.
That's what I want. That's who I'm looking for.
That hardly makes you special. I noticed that someone was following the fat man.
Gimme?
Well, a medium-sized, graying, dapper man.
Martz.
Martz!
Sanducci, I won't stick here in your office any longer. I'm going out on it.
Regan. I got 20 boys looking for Martz. The whole force is alerted. Man at the airport, a man at Union Station, man at the bus terminal. What could you do alone?
I don't know, Sanducci, but he's tailing the Lion.
Sanducci. Huh? Oh, okay, I'll be right down. Well, Regan, we picked up Martz. They're holding him downstairs.
Well, Sanducci, well?
Martz won't talk.
Sanducci, you gotta make him talk.
Look, I've been in a cell with him, Regan. He says he never saw anybody that answers the lion's description.
He's lying, Sanducci.
Well, he may be, but what can I do?
Well, here you are, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, why aren't you at the office? Are you taking the day off?
Lion, it's you.
Well, of course it's me. Jeffrey, I've been worried about you.
You've been worried about me.
Well, you haven't been home all day, and when I've telephoned the office, no answer. Jeffrey, do we run a business or do we not?
Well, you weren't at the office, Fatso.
No, I wasn't.
Lion, what is this?
What do you mean, what is it? I should be asking you. All day away from the office, in my hour of need. I told you our April books don't balance.
You told me, sure.
Well, Jeffrey, one of our creditors got on my trail this morning.
Oh, no, not a medium-sized, graying, dapper man?
Yes, a medium-sized, graying, dapper man. Mr. Lucius Cronkite of Cronkite and Bowles, Pencil Sharpeners and Accessories. He's outside the office right now, Jeffrey, and he wants $13. Did you collect our fee from Mr. Paulson, Jeffrey?
Sure, Lion. Sure, I collected it. Here you are.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery, suspense, and adventure in tonight's Jeff Regan story of The Lady by the Fountain.
A block above Wilton off Hollywood Boulevard, there's a street called Taft. And the first dirty gray apartment house on the right-hand side's where I pick up my laundry. 428. I'm finishing out the lease for a guy who's up at San Quentin waiting for the second week in December. That's where the state's going to help him forget a blonde he never should have remembered. Well, it's a place to live. I've got a leaky faucet and a bed that comes out of the wall. And that's where I was last Monday morning about 6 o'clock when somebody began pounding on the door. I figured the place was burning down, but it turned out worse. My boss. A couple of 100 pounds of black cigar stuffed into a blue suit.
Regan, it's me.
The Lion.
It's a nice morning. The sun's up. The birds are up. What are you doing?
Just hoping somebody'd drop in. What do you want?
Hey, get your pants on. We got lots of work to do. This is going to be a busy day.
The last time you threw that line, I spent 6 weeks in the hospital.
You're always suspicious of people. You should learn to trust your fellow man. You can't go through life not having faith in people. Follow my example. Every man is my brother, Regan.
And if you figured there was a buck in it, you'd sell him to a chain gang.
And I'll see here.
And you'd be the first one to turn him in if he got loose.
That kind of talk doesn't set well with me, Regan. Remember, I have you under contract international, and I hold your bond.
You can let loose any time you want to. It's no season pass to come in here in the middle of the night.
Now, there's no need for you and I to argue. I guess I'm a bit edgy. Been up all night long. Mind?
Yes, I do.
As I said, I've been up all night long. Thanks. Regan, somebody got Tim Vickers, vice president of American Casualty Company, out of bed at 3 o'clock this morning.
He was at the same party with you?
They don't get old Tim out of bed unless there's dough involved. I looked into it. Headquarters tells me that a guy named Albert Colby made the call. Lives out in Bel Air. Fine family. Oil.
Put it on the road.
I wish you'd buy better stuff. Well, last night Colby got himself married to a tomato named Frances Shaner. Somewhere around midnight, the new Mrs. Colby and 50 or 60 other guests are heisted as nice as you please.
And the police are working on it. Goodbye.
No, you and me, we're working on
When
it.
they call American casualty, that means whatever was taken was insured, and they've got their own man on it.
And it means they want it back bad enough to start paying a reward to anybody who can find whatever it is.
And it means the insurance company and the police department will be working on it, and they don't want anybody else sticking their nose in.
Oh, those cops can't pick up reward money, and neither can those company guys. Now that leaves you and me, Regan. And International can use some extra dough.
Try the Morris plan.
I got a better one. You hop out to Colby's and get some details. I'll hang around headquarters and see what kind of story they've got.
You set them up, but they never come off.
If we find out what's gone, who took it, and get it back, we've made rent money. Yeah, I haven't had my breakfast yet. What's the matter, Regan? You look worried.
I am. That's my only bottle.
Oh, you got nothing to worry about anymore? Here, it's empty.
Well, the Lion only got as far as D in the alphabet. That's when they showed him how to spell dollar. And this Colby thing had a dollar sign in front of it as far as the Lion was concerned. And that means it's no use arguing. So I threw on some clothes and drove out to the Colby place. It turned out to be a lot of brick and grill work on top of one of those canyon roads right after you turn off Sunset into Bel Air. When I drove in the gate, I got a feeling somebody better check with London to see if Buckingham was still there. 2 guys in uniform stopped me. I showed them my license. They let me through. I parked in the driveway behind 3 police cars and started looking around for the ladies' entrance. That's when I spotted a tall guy in a brown sport coat sitting on a cement bench right by a fountain. Up close, he looked sad, like an umpire on a rainy day.
Yes, what can I do for you?
I'm looking for a guy named Colby.
Are you from the police?
No.
Insurance company?
No.
Well, we don't want any reporters hanging around
All right,
here.
I'm no scribe. Now, can you tell me where I can find Colby?
What do you want to see him about?
You're him.
Yes, I'm Albert Colby.
My name's Regan, International Detective Bureau.
Oh.
What does that mean?
Look, I've been through a very hard night, Mr. Regan. I learned a lot of things I didn't know before.
What kind of things?
The police tell me that when a group of jewelry is stolen, that it's more or less kidnapping. It's held in ransom until it's brought back. And that the procedure is to wait to be contacted by one of the thieves.
That's one way.
Yes, so I understand. It also can be broken up, disassembled, and sold on the market.
Yeah.
Very interesting and very sound economic structure. I'm surprised at the ingenuity of criminals.
A lot of people are. You want to tell me how it happened?
A man from my insurance office also told me there'd be uninvited private investigators around.
And he told you to keep quiet until he went to work.
In a word, yes.
You want the stuff back, don't you?
I do. But I believe the police and insurance company to be reasonably capable.
Just a
You're
minute.
wasting your time, Mr. Regan. Good morning.
He was right. I was wasting my time. The lieutenant in charge made a statement a half hour later that told me no more than I'd got from the Lion. It was easy to see they wanted to sit tight and wait for a contact. They were playing it coy. And I gave up after a couple of hours and walked out and got in my car. That's when I met her. A tall brunette with equipment to match. She looked good in that sable coat, but she'd have looked good in a fishnet. She didn't waste any time. She climbed in beside me.
I own 1 Cadillac and 2 Buicks, but they're all on the fritz. You can help me a lot.
Want me to buy you the Super Chief?
I want you to drive me to Wilshire and Fairfax.
The cab boys might think I'm cutting in.
Look, I don't know who you are, but I've been up all night answering questions and talking to a lot of nosy cops, and I'm tired. Be a good boy, huh?
You were here when it happened?
Do I have to go through all that again?
If I take you to Wilshire and Fairfax, you do.
All right. Mind giving me a name?
Regan.
All right, Regan. I'm Francie Colby. I'm not used to the name yet.
Best wishes.
For what?
Isn't that what they say when you get married?
Yeah. You ever met him?
Yeah, in your garden. Doesn't talk much.
Heard's that way. What do you want to know, Regan?
When it happened, how they did it.
Oh, boy. I'll tell you my story, and you pick out what you can use.
Let's hear it.
It was 2 hours after the ceremony. Everybody was out in the garden for the reception. I don't know where they came from, but there were 3 of them.
What'd they look like?
They were tall, wore masks. One handled a gun and lined up everybody, and the other 2 had pillowcases. They went down the line and took everything that glittered.
Strictly jewelry. Anything big?
20,000 from the rest of them. I was queen.
Hmm?
I was wearing a thing called the Colby Group. Necklace and bracelet belonging to Bert's mother.
What price?
100,000.
Ooh, there'll be a real payoff on that.
Oh, so that's your angle. What else?
How'd these guys get away?
They backed out, tipped hats, and left.
Fourth man in their car?
No, one of them went ahead of the other two.
Anybody go after him?
That's why I couldn't drive myself. All the cars were jimmied. Phone lines cut.
Neat.
I suppose so. That all you wanted to know?
Enough. Tell me, what kind of friend have you got who drives a green coupe?
What? I haven't got any friend who drives a green coupe.
Neither have I, but he's been following us ever since we left your place.
What?
Now look, I'll stop at this next corner, jump out and run into the drugstore. You'll have to follow me.
You're a nice guy, Regan. I hope you make the grade on this.
Now.
So long.
She made it to the drugstore, and he stuck with me. I turned right when I hit Santa Monica Boulevard, and that's when he began playing games. His front bumper tapped my fender, and I pulled over. He crawled out of his car. Heavy man in a suit that didn't fit him around the middle. I didn't like the way he smiled.
What do you think of the new Mrs. Colby?
Nice girl. You a friend of hers?
No, never met her, really.
You never met me either.
That's where you're mistaken. Your name's Regan. You're with International Detective Bureau. You work for the Lion. Sent you out on a job.
What did I have for breakfast?
A lot of talk from the Lion about the Colby case, right?
You follow me just to tell me that?
I wanted to make sure you heard it. Real sure.
Well, you can unwrap your bumpers and get moving, Buster. I don't listen easy.
That's what they tell me, Regan. Yeah. My name's Winters. I got that badge 4 years ago. It says American Casualty Company on it, and right next to it there's a license that makes me one of their investigators. Right now, I'm working on one of their cases.
You're wasting a lot of time.
No, you're wasting the time, Regan. This is a one-man show. I'm handling it, and I don't want any private peepers snooping around trying to fall in the cracks.
You talk like you got it all figured.
I got so much of it, there isn't any left for you and the Lion.
You really know that much?
I really know that much.
Name me 3 hoods and black masks.
I'll have their files by 6 o'clock tonight.
Show me some important stuff called the Colby Group.
I'll have that, too.
Are they going to close it on talk?
Regan, I went to a lot of trouble to make sure you understood that you're not wanted. There's nothing in this for you with the Lion. No reward. Nothing. You're not wanted. Clear?
Yeah. So clear, I'm taking your license number right now. From here, I go to 3500 Hope Street, City License Bureau. They're going to tell me if you're what you say you are. But no matter what you are, if you get in my way, Buster, I'm going to look you up. And if you want to keep your arm, get it off of my car. And I checked on him. He was with American Casualty Company, all right. And a phone call at their office told me he'd been put on the Colby thing. So I gave up on that one. It was like trying to do a toe dance in a pair of hip boots. It was about 6 o'clock when I got to the office. The Lion was there. He looked unhappy. Like somebody'd fed him a wax sandwich.
Where you been? I've been phoning all over town for you.
I went to a double feature. I met a guy named Colby and a girl named Colby. They're husband and wife.
Well, that's dandy. That's just great. You can forget 'em all. It's finished. We struck out.
What do you mean?
Know what happened in Chicago this afternoon?
Want me to guess?
A cop threw a couple of slugs into a bimbo named Mickey McIntyre. The other guy, Swede Swanson, gave up right away.
Tie it up.
Mickey and Swede were carrying some of the ice they heisted from the Colby place last night. They talked. And the guy Chicago's looking for now is named Pete Florio. Some gumshoe around Chicago's going to tag him, and there goes our reward.
Where'd you get all this?
Robbery detail here was in on it. So it was over for us 3 hours ago. Any expenses after that are your own. And in the future, Regan, don't spend all day on a thing. Check with me.
Shut up.
What did you say?
He was looking at the same thing I was looking at. The 3 bullet holes across the front of the man who was standing just inside the door. A heavy-set man with a bad smile. He wasn't smiling this time. He was trying to talk.
Oh, Regan, I got it all, but you'll make it better than me if you...
Who is it, Regan? What's he
Ed
doing?
Winters, investigator for American Casualty.
He in on this?
He was.
What do you mean?
He's dead. The whole Colby thing looked as phony as an undertaker in a pink derby. Colby and his wife Francie had a lot of conversation, but they didn't say anything. But the insurance investigator, Ed Winters, talked like he had something. Only he didn't get a chance to tell his story. He fell in our front door loaded down with slugs. And it didn't take 20/20 vision to see that all the action wasn't going to be around Chicago, where they picked up 2 of the 3 hoods. The lion didn't waste any time. He locked the door and pulled the shades. Then he turned around to me. His eyes looked like dollar signs.
Regan, this is a stroke of luck. We're in business again.
You got it wrong. The coroner's office got something to do now.
Look, we aren't calling up any office until we find out who killed Winters and why.
You're out of your mind.
Remember, there's a reward for that Colby stuff, and we can still collect with this insurance company guy out of the way.
This is homicide now. Call him.
And let some rookie walk into the answer? Not on your life. Regan, somebody here in town's in on this. Big. And you're going to find out who.
What about him?
He isn't going anywhere. Listen, we're the only ones who know about him. We can keep a secret for a while, and that gives us an advantage.
He had a secret.
He didn't play it smart. Do you realize what this can mean to us?
About 5 years at Folsom.
Let me worry about that.
Don't you ever give up.
Find out who bumped Winters, Regan, and we've won the cup.
You'll have to give it back. You cheated. Once the lion smells a loose dollar, there's no sense arguing with him. It's like trying to teach ballet to a herd of elephants. Well, I went through Winters' pockets, found a billfold and a driver's license, some keys. Nothing that'd help. But downstairs, his green coupe was parked by the curb. The front seat was wet and sticky, but there was a notebook lying there. The single name, Frank Kilmer, was scrawled on the top page, and below it, Pink Lady. That didn't mean anything either. But I took it with me when I went back out to Bel Air. I found Colby out by the fountain again. He read the opening line.
Hello, Mr. Regan. What do you want now?
Information?
All right, here's something up to date. They caught 2 of the 3 men in Chicago this afternoon.
I know that much.
And the Chicago police expect to arrest the third one, Pete Florio, any minute. And when they arrest Mr. Florio, that will be the end of it.
You make it sound easy.
Facts are facts, Mr. Regan.
There's another version.
What is that?
Inside work.
I don't know what you're looking for, and I don't think I particularly care. I'll just ask you to leave these premises and not bother me nor my wife anymore.
Hello, darling. I didn't know we had company.
Francis, sweetheart, this is Mr. Regan. I was just telling him I didn't like him.
Hello, Mr. Regan. Have you heard the news? I'm going to get my jewelry back, so things aren't so bad after all.
That's what Brooklyn thought today.
My, you sound vicious.
I've met him twice, darling. He always sounds this way. He doesn't think the police will apprehend Pete Florio. Do you, Mr. Regan?
You're a long way from the end, Colby.
Well, if he feels that way, Bert, and it does happen to work out that way, you'll buy me another bracelet and necklace, won't you?
Of course, sweetheart. Now, Regan, you can see how worried we both are about this whole thing. I'm certain there's nothing more for you to do.
You're wrong. I got 2 things to do.
Yes?
Find out who Frank Kilmer is and look up the Pink Lady. Good night.
Just a minute.
You have to swing wild in the preliminaries. Colby and his wife figured to be in on the main event. I started with the phone book. It didn't turn up a Frank Kilmer, but it did show a Pink Lady nightclub in San Marino. It wasn't much. There was a little pale guy playing piano in one corner. Figured he'd never been out for a music lesson. I put the question to the bartender.
Nope, never heard of a guy named Frank Kilmer. Just got here from Cheyenne myself. Worked at the Frontier for 4 years. Nice place.
Yeah, sure. Anybody else might know?
I don't know, Pilgrim. Why don't you ask somebody? Oh, ask her. She's the cigarette lady. Kitty. Kitty.
Yeah, Tom, what is it? Oh.
This is Mr.
Regan.
Yes, Mr. Regan. He wants to ask if you ever seen a guy named Frank Kilmer. He don't know what he looks like.
Oh.
See? She don't
Tom,
know.
why don't you go crack some ice?
We got plenty of ice, Kitty. Enough ice to last
It's going to be a hot night. Beat it.
Oh, all right, Kitty, all right. And the music, Betty.
You know the other guy, Mr. Regan?
Maybe. What'd he look like?
He had a name, and he paid for his information.
Yeah.
His name was Winters. He was around this morning, knocking on my door.
What do you want to know?
What you want to know about Frank Kilmer?
Oh. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Wait a minute. Is Frank in trouble?
He's a name on a scratch pad to me, lady.
I don't want to get anybody in any trouble.
Just tell me what you told Winters, okay?
I met Frank 2 years ago. We used to go out once in a while. Then, a little over a year ago, we didn't.
What happened?
He met somebody else. Yeah. He met somebody else.
Who?
A singer named Francie Shaner.
Uh-huh.
They picked up together, Frank and Francie. They were lousy, Regan. I hated her.
Then what?
They went over to Las Vegas one night and got married.
When was this?
Over a year ago. I haven't seen them since. But I saw Francie in the paper last week. All about her marrying some guy named Colby.
What'd Kilmer do for money?
Money? I don't know. He had money sometimes, and sometimes he didn't. I lent him some. Why?
Does the name Pete Florio mean anything to you?
No. Should it?
Mickey McIntyre? Swede Swanson? Thanks, Angel. This helps.
Regan, you meet lots of people. Maybe you understand things.
Like what?
Like why she'd take him away from me and then not use him. Why would a girl do a thing like that?
I don't know. Maybe she did use him. It was beginning to shape up by the time I left her, but I needed more to go on. The old telephone book gave Francie Shaner, the new Mrs. Colby, an apartment address near Fairfax in Wilshire. I took a chance she hadn't moved all the things out yet. It was on the 3rd floor, right next to the fire escape. I pulled out a ring of skeletons. The 3rd one did the trick. All the stuff was still there. Some of it packed. Some of it just spread around. In a desk drawer, I found a copy of a Nevada divorce action separating Francie and Kilmer. And in the bedroom, a picture. Tall, dark-looking guy I'd never seen before. It said, "Love, Frank." I was still looking for things when I heard the front door open. I clicked off the light and waited. He was a tall, black shadow to me. I couldn't see his face. But that .45 stood out like a wart on an egg. His didn't come near me, but I had better luck. I spun him around enough to start him back down the hall toward the fire escape. I had to take cover. I got to the fire escape in time to see him run out of the alley and jump in a car. Whoever it was, he was carrying one of my slugs in him. The place was beginning to crawl with people. I went back inside. I figured I'd better check with the Lion before I started explaining to the cops.
Yeah?
I'm calling from her old apartment. I was looking through his stuff when somebody began throwing lead.
Lead? Gunplay? Regan, how many times have I told you?
Shut up and listen. I'd hit whoever it was, but he got away. The cops will be here any minute, and I'm going to have to do some explaining. And when I tell it, they'll want a story from you about that stiff in your office.
Now, look, Regan, we're about at the end of this thing. What do you know?
Francie once had a boyfriend named Kilmer. She married him, divorced him. But
Kilmer,
that doesn't...
not Frank Kilmer.
Give it to me.
Pete Florio has an alias. It's...
Frank Kilmer. I left my card with a skinny guy in blue pajamas so they could find me for the quiz games down at headquarters. It took me 10 minutes to get out to that house in Bel Air. I parked outside the gate, walked through the garden to the back. Somebody had drained the fountain. Somebody was sitting there. And it wasn't Colby.
Regan.
It was Francie. And she had a big hurt.
Regan.
I'll have to get a doctor.
Too late for that.
Who did it?
Pete Florio. He thought I tipped Chicago. But you don't know.
I know you were married to him when his name was Frank Kilmer. I know you worked this thing out with him. You killed Winters?
Who's that?
This is no time to lie.
All I know is Pete and I worked out the heist. I wore the jewels that night so he could get it. Only he didn't take it. He hid it in the fountain here.
Yeah, so Pete could come back for it after he straightened out with those other guys in Chicago, huh?
Yes. But it didn't work that way. Regan.
Where is it? Did Pete...
So bad. And they're not making that model anymore. Don't move a finger.
Plane service good from Chicago, Pete?
The best. I've been there and back in 24 hours. You get around too, don't you? What's your name?
Regan.
Regan, I'm going to plug you. Stand up.
You're making all kinds of mistakes tonight.
My mistake was tying in with Francie. Bust up $100,000 to stick that knife in her. Now I don't know where the stuff is.
Somebody else had a part.
Hot air.
Wait till you try our gas chamber.
Turn around. Now, stand real still. That's it. I want to watch your collar wilt.
It was Colby. One hand was hanging like he'd never use it again. The other one was doing all right. He just kept on. He grabbed for the bench, then slid down and shook all over a couple of times like he was saying no in a big way. It was finished.
He was going to shoot you, Regan. He was going to kill you. I did right, didn't I? I did right?
Yeah, you did fine. You saved the state some expenses. Give me that gun.
Yeah, here.
Same one you used on Winters?
Yes. He came to me for money. He found out the same thing I caught you finding out. That my own wife had planned to steal from me.
How did you tip to it?
A week before we were married, I saw Florio, or Kilmer, whatever you call him, watching the house. I'd seen his picture in Francie's apartment. I found what they were planning. I listened in on the phone.
And you wanted him to get away with it. So you could get the stuff out of the fountain before Florio got back. So you could stick the insurance company for the payment. I didn't think you needed dough that bad.
Regan, it wasn't for me. It was for her. All she wanted was money. Now look at her. Regan, all I wanted was her. I didn't care if she stole from me. All I wanted was her.
The Lion and I spent the next 36 hours at headquarters trying to explain away that stiff in our office. It didn't explain easy. But they began to listen better after Colby showed them where he hid that necklace and bracelet after he took it out of the fountain. Chicago police told us their tip-off had been on a long-distance call. That straightened that part out. Colby tipped him. He'd been hoping that Pete and all of them would get shot up in the pinch. Well, it didn't work that way. When I got back to the office, the Lion was sitting there. He looked sad, like a derby entry with a broken leg.
Regan, I just got terrible news. We aren't going to get a reward.
I knew that when I turned in Colby. The stuff never left the premises.
Oh, we fouled out on a technicality. And I worked so hard.
Sitting here with that stiff must have kept you real busy.
It's your fault. You should have let Florio or Colby or somebody walk out of there with that stuff and then nab him.
Is money all you ever think about?
What else is there to think about? If you got it, you're okay. If you haven't got it, you're a bum.
Well, you can find somebody else to go around trying to make a gentleman out of you. I quit.
You what? Oh, now, just a minute, Jeffrey, please. Let's not fly off the handle. I'm just upset, that's all. I'm not myself.
Yeah.
Why, International couldn't get along without you. I couldn't get along without you. You're like my own son. I'm an old man, Jeffrey.
You sure are.
The rigors of the business, the scars of the battle are heavy with me. Jeffrey, I need you.
Oh, sure.
You'll stay?
Yeah.
Good. Here, stop by American Casualty on your way home. Give this to Tim Vickers.
What for?
For 2 days' work. Even if we can't collect a reward, we got something coming.
You never learn, do you?
That's a legitimate bill. Didn't I stand guard over the body of one of their agents all day long? I charged them union rate.
What?
The pallbearers are organized. It's a branch. What's the matter, Regan? You look worried.
I am. I'm just wondering how they're going to explain you and the time capsule.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, written by E. Jack Newman, directed by Sterling Tracy, is heard at the same time each week over these same stations. Frank Graham plays the title role. Frank Nelson is Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Richard Arant. Be with us next week at the same time for another story of suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
My name's Jeff Regan. I get 10 a day in expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Lyon. Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan, Investigator, stand by for hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of Cain and Abel and the Santa Maria.
This is the way it started. It was one of those cold, clammy mornings that the Chamber of Commerce doesn't like to have in print. I was in my place working on a 4-minute egg that tasted like a boiled golf ball when the phone began bouncing. I let it ring a while, and I got to thinking that it might be an old-fashioned girl who knew how to cook. It was the Lion. Hello, Regan talking.
This is me. I've been working all morning.
I'll buy you a time clock. Get to the point.
This is our lucky day. I just talked to Dun & Bradstreet.
How are they?
Now, don't be funny. We got a new client, and they tell me when the Treasury Department gets in trouble, they come to him.
Yeah?
The guy's name is Abel Roderick. Got a special from him an hour ago. He asked for a man, and I'm sending you, Regan.
You're sending me where?
His ranch. He raises horses.
Horses don't talk. What's bothering him?
Maybe it's his wife. Tell me she's got a pair of legs she'll never forget. He just said he wanted an operator out there by 12 o'clock.
You never learn, do you?
This means dough.
What else does it mean?
We'll go as far as homicide and arson when they got pockets as long as his.
Money all you ever think about?
Yeah, you learn something when you're as old as I am. That's all there is to think about.
Well, then get yourself another boy and start teaching him. I don't learn easy.
Now, just a minute. That's no attitude.
Taking somebody's check before you know who's who and what's what means trouble.
Jeffrey, please. You misunderstand me. I wouldn't jeopardize your bond or the good reputation of International by accepting an unreliable client.
Look, last week that guy had a record longer than a roll of ticker tape.
I've been with Harry Presidio all morning. He knows Abel Roderick.
Yeah?
He's the grandson of Gallant Roderick. Name used to be Rodriguez. One of our finest old California families. Jeffrey, he's a gentleman like yourself.
Oh, that's nice.
And he needs our assistance. Well?
All right, where is it?
Inland route between here and Santa Ana. Take Firestone.
Yeah?
Now, you run out there and see what Mr. Roderick wants. And, Jeffrey.
I know.
Call me, Jeffrey. Call me if you run into any trouble.
Well, when the Lion hung up, he sounded as happy as a chorus girl with a new mink coat. Oh, he's a smart guy, I guess. But he uses check stubs for a telephone directory. Well, the home of Abel Roderick wasn't too hard to find. All I had to do was to get out on the highway and look for a hill. That's where it was. One of those old Spanish-type places with a block of porches, windows, and lots of iron grill work. Yeah, 20 years ago, it might have rated the good home section, but now you couldn't tell where the grass stopped and the weeds began. It's kind of used up and sad, like a derby winner with a broken leg. A tall blonde guy, about 30, in a black polo shirt, was stretched out on a beach chair in the front porch. He pulled off his dark glasses and watched me get out of the car and come up the steps. And he gave me one of those looks, like he was already tired of knowing me.
We don't want any.
How do you know?
We never want anything. Go away.
I'm here to see Abel Roderick. You him?
No.
But he lives here, doesn't he?
Yes. Who are you?
My name's Regan.
So?
I want to see him.
Go ahead. See him.
Everybody as nice as you.
Oh, I got a merit badge for being the nicest. What did you say your name was?
Regan.
What did you say you wanted to see him about?
I didn't say.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's too hot to play games, so I'll tell you.
I don't like you, and he won't like you.
Well, now, what am I supposed to do? Roll down the stairs?
It might help, baby.
Well, where'd you find him, Kane?
Janie, this is Mr. Regan. He came to see your husband. I guess he has business with him.
Hello, Mr. Regan. Is Abel expecting you?
At 12.
You're 10 minutes late.
Well, I'm still trying to see him.
He's in the study. Come on.
I'll see you later, Regan.
I thought I knew all of Abel's business acquaintances, but I don't remember you.
Oh, I'm a new one.
What do you do?
A lot of things.
You're very interesting, Mr. Regan.
Mm-hmm.
Will you be coming here often?
I don't know.
I hope so.
You keep your husband in a vault?
I'd like to. You're cute. Here we are. This is Abel's study. I guess he stepped out for a moment. Would a drink take off the rough edges?
Might.
Good. I'll make you one.
Okay. Where are the horses?
Horses? We gave that up a long time ago. We've given up a lot of things, Mr. Regan. Let's not worry about that. Here's your drink.
Thanks. That blonde boy out on the porch doesn't like me.
Okay. He doesn't like anybody. But let's not worry about him either.
You're crowding me.
Don't you like to be crowded?
It all depends on whose wife is doing it.
You're worried about Abel?
I'm drinking his whiskey.
I've never had any complaints.
I don't see why you should.
What kind of a nasty crack is that?
You figure it, lady.
Mister, nobody talks to little Janie like that.
Hello, my dear. Introduce me to our visitor.
Oh, Abel. This is Mr. Regan, darling. He says he has business with you.
Regan? Oh, Regan. Yes, of course. How do you do, Mr. Regan? I'm Abel Roderick.
How are you?
I see Janie's made you comfortable with a drink, so we can get right down to business. Oh, Janie, my dear, why don't you ask Kane if he'd like to play some tennis?
You're not very subtle, darling, but I was just leaving.
That's a good girl.
I hope to see you again.
Don't let her worry you, Regan. It's an act.
Do I look worried?
She's lovely, and if you're young and tall and Janie's around, she adopts you.
I wasn't an orphan.
She'll be sulky all day now. Well, thanks for coming out. I hope you can help me.
Well, so far, I don't even know who's on the team.
A man in my alleged position is quite often the object of subterfuge. You can understand that.
Well, you mean because you got money, yeah.
To be quite frank, I have no money, Mr. Regan.
That's going to come as a shock to somebody I know.
Who?
Never mind. Go on.
It's my grandfather, Gallant Roderick. He controls all of the wealth in this family.
You his front man?
The eldest son of a son. And I live in this deplorable old shack waiting for grandfather to die.
How long you been waiting?
Too long, Mr. Regan. But I'm past 40 now. I don't know how to do anything else, so I continue to wait. Along with my devoted brother, Kane, who has the same thing to look forward to.
Yeah, I met him.
If you think he's bad, you should meet my grandfather. He fitted us with these charming names, Kane and Abel.
Well, what's all this got to do with me?
Here. Look at these. 2 little ships of silver. Perfect replicas of the Pinta and Nina, named after Columbus's fleet.
Yeah, you can't buy stuff like that anymore. Not even on a time plan.
Hardly. 20 years' work on the part of an ancient silversmith in Madrid. And a prized possession of the Rodriguez family for 7 generations. My great-great-great-grandmother wore them on her wedding dress.
Where's the other one?
You guessed it, Mr. Regan. The Santa Maria is missing. Janie wore it to Ciro's night before last.
She lose it?
Nothing so simple. It was stolen.
How?
Oh, she was with Kane. It was late when they got back. A masked man stopped their car on the turnoff. According to Janie, he was very polite, merely removed the Santa Maria, took nothing else.
What about Kane?
He was passed out. Janie was driving. Regan, the usual thing is for me to get a telephone call and have an opportunity to buy it back. Isn't that right?
Well, a heist job usually works that way, yeah.
Well, I haven't been contacted. I'm getting worried.
What does your insurance company say?
My grandfather owns the insurance company. I've told no one but you.
You don't want him to know about it, huh?
Oh, he might cut me off if he thinks I've been careless. Well, what do you advise me to do?
Wait for that phone call and buy it back.
I'm willing to buy it back, but the truth of the matter is grandfather will be in from the east this week. And the first thing he does when he comes out here is ask to see those ships.
Well, now, look, whoever pulled the job couldn't unload a thing like that without being caught. And if he melted it down, he'd be lucky to get $50. He's bad off as you are.
Do you think you could hurry it up?
Well, I know a couple of people.
Then you'll try and contact them for me.
I'll do what I can.
Oh, thank you, Regan. Now we just sit back and wait for my ship to come in. Bad joke, huh?
I left him sitting there in that big room. He looked about as happy as a St. Bernard with a stomachache. Well, he'd have probably felt worse if he'd have been outside on the porch. Janie was there with his brother, only they didn't hear me. Well, maybe they were just checking each other for broken ribs. I didn't bother to ask. Out on the highway, about a mile from the place, a 49 Nash picked me up. I turned off a couple of times on those little roads to make sure, but he stuck with me. Once he got real close, but he was wearing dark glasses and a straw hat, and could have been Whistler's mother for all I knew. When I pulled into the lot by our building about 3 o'clock, he drifted along with the Broadway traffic. I took his license number, and then I backed out and drove over to 3500 Hope Street.
So I said, wait till I go see my friend Moriarty.
Okay, buddy, well, let's see.
I want to trace a license number.
Accident?
No.
Day, man. Driveway to 11.
Thanks.
Next.
I want to know who's registered for these plates right here.
4E7542. This year?
Yeah. I'm a private detective. I think it might be connected with a case.
Yeah. Makes you think that.
Well, the car followed me this afternoon.
Yeah.
Just tell me who owns it, will you?
Then what?
Well, then I'm going to write you a letter.
I don't collect stamps.
You worked here too long, lady.
You telling me. 6 years I collected fines A through G. Now I'm doing this. Thanks, huh?
Who does the car belong to?
I gotta look. A lot of cars in Los Angeles. Thousands of cars. Mad months would blow his brains out if he knew just how many cars there really are around this town. Well, Ruby DeRoy knows, mister, and don't you forget it. 4E7542 belongs to a guy named Richard I. Chambers.
Address?
Hotel De Soto.
Thanks.
Come back anytime, doll. Glad to help you out.
The name Richard I. Chambers meant about as much to me as a shipload of stale bread, but it didn't take 20/20 vision to see that there was a connection. And the whole thing was phony. It was like cutting your leg off to cure your bunions. Well, I went back to the office and checked with the Lion.
Okay, Regan, give it to me.
It's a heist, one of the family heirlooms.
It's our meat. When was it lifted?
2 nights ago.
Any contacts yet?
No, none. That's why it's screwy.
What do you mean, screwy?
Well, it was a little silver ship called the Santa Maria. Now, they'd have to sell it back to Roderick or go on relief.
Where does that leave us?
With another bum case.
Now, don't say a thing like that.
Well, your dope on Roderick was secondhand.
Tell me.
His grandfather keeps the keys.
How do you know?
Roderick said so.
You shouldn't let out family secrets. Now, you let me worry about that. Just find his little ship.
Yeah.
Guy called a half hour ago, left a number for you.
Chambers?
Yeah, who told you?
You did.
I want you to phone him.
Never mind, skip that. I know where to get him. Things began to move. That meant that all the cards were out and somebody was asking for bets. Over at the DeSoto Hotel, the clerk told me that 305 belonged to Chambers. He was a little guy, about a head shorter than Margaret O'Brien. He shoved 3 inches of nose out at me through a crack in the door.
When I left word for you to phone.
You, Chambers?
I was having a beauty nap. Come back in an hour, will
you need it. Look out!
Hey, what is this? Oh, tough guy, yeah? All right, you're tough. I think you're a bum.
All right, simmer down, Junior. You'll never make Eagle Scout.
Oh, you're so good, I gotta take that from you, huh?
We're gonna talk.
What makes you think so?
Everybody's grown up now.
Dickie Chambers talks when he feels like talking.
All right, Squirt, have it your way.
Hey, that kind of stuff ain't gonna get you nothing, Regan.
Your weight's up, Dickie. You got a different job now.
I said you're a bum.
You tell me today.
Ask your mother.
What you want me to phone about?
Wrong track, Gumshoe. The 2-buck window's downstairs.
You're in this somewhere, and I want to know where.
Through being tough, Regan?
No. I'll let the boys in the personnel division handle you.
What do you mean?
That shiv on your dress is about an inch too long to be legal.
Call him. See where it gets you.
I'll send you a nickel later.
Okay, I'll open. Just that I don't like to get shoved around, that's all.
Why didn't you figure that before you got tangled up?
I'm your contact.
All right, come on. Let's put the show on the road. How much does it cost?
$5,000 and 10s and 20s.
Go on.
Tonight, 10 o'clock. You come with him.
Where?
Mile this side of Santa Ana Airport. Little road turns left off 101. Drive 2 miles and park.
And then what?
Well, if you got the $5,000, you don't try anything funny. He gets his little silver ship back.
That it?
That's it, Peeper. Happy?
See you later, Dickie.
Oh, I'm checking out tomorrow.
Hey, look, Buster, you aren't any heist man. They come smoother. What's your angle?
Maybe I love jewelry. What do you care if maybe I love jewelry?
I don't. A guy like you's got to love something. I called Roderick and told him what I'd found out. He sounded relieved, like he'd been underwater for a long time. We're just coming up for air. He said he'd get the cash, and I made arrangements to meet him at his place later on. Then I called the Lion and told him. After that, I stopped off at a place on Wilshire, and I ran up a tab watching a skinny guy trying to make a piano sound like a symphony orchestra. Well, I had some steak and potatoes, and then I drove back out to Roderick's place. It was about 9 o'clock when I got there, and the same people were on the front porch doing the same thing. I remembered what the Lion had said about those legs of hers.
Oh, Joe.
Having fun?
Oh, Regan, huh? I thought I told you we didn't want any.
That was 8 hours ago.
We still don't want any.
I'm still here to see your brother.
More business?
Something like that.
I don't like you any more now than I did this morning, and I hated you then.
Yeah, well, I'm going to cry about that when I get home.
You're pretty smart, aren't you, Regan?
Kane, please be careful.
He's awful smart.
Kane.
Let me go.
Yeah, let him go, lady. I'll give him back.
Now, I'll show you trying to spy on people, huh? I'm going to give you something, people.
He's been drinking. Look out.
Look out, nothing. Go on. Oh!
Well, I guess he deserved that. He's nasty when he works at it.
How was the other times?
There aren't any other times.
Too bad.
Maybe he'll be different when he wakes up. What do you mean about the liquor?
Skip it.
You're getting the wrong idea about everything.
What do you care?
I was a hat check girl in a cheap nightclub.
What's going on out here, Janie? Oh, Regan, you're here. What was he acting up about tonight?
Mr. Regan.
Well, it doesn't make any difference. Take care of him, will you, Janie?
Of course, Abel.
That's a good girl, Janie. Well, you all ready, Regan?
You got it?
All set. I'll be home early, Janie. Come on, Regan, let's go.
Well, we climbed in my car. We drove to the place Dickie Chambers told me about. It wasn't hard to find. It was a flat dirt road by the edge of the airport. We clicked off 2 miles on the speedometer, then we switched off our lights and parked. It was dark and quiet there, like the inside of an empty barrel. Roderick didn't have much to say. He just sat there chewing on a cigar and looking at nothing. He was real good at waiting. I looked at my watch about 3 minutes to 10, then I saw the headlights of another car coming down the road from a long way off. Roderick nodded his head, and I began to have a feeling like I was standing on top of the trap, and the warden had just smiled at the hangman.
That must be ours, Regan. Do you think we should switch on our headlights? They may not see us.
Well, unless they got wings, they got to pass us.
They don't seem to be slowing down much, do they?
Well, get out of the car.
What?
Get out of the car.
Say, what is
Don't
this?
talk. Move.
Oh, all right, all right. What's got into you, Regan?
Come on.
Well, we can't just... Well, they'll think something's
Look,
wrong.
this is a packed deck. You're a ringer.
I'm not sure
Spun him around, and he fell against the car. I pulled out my gun, but it didn't do any good. Whoever it was must have been in vaudeville. That was the fastest disappearing act since Houdini.
You are listening to the story of Cain and Abel and the Santa Maria, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator. If you are a graduate nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, you may be eligible for a commission in the Regular Officers Reserve Army Nurse Corps. If you are eligible and meet the high standards to qualify to serve with this fine organization, you may elect active or inactive status. In addition to this privilege, they also have the opportunity to take advantage of special training courses. So if you believe that you qualify for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps Reserve, apply now to the Adjutant General's Office, Washington, D.C. That's the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. And now, back to the story of Cain and Abel and the Santa Maria and Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Well, there was enough loose lead around there to start a scrap drive. Whoever it was wanted to make real sure. My car was as full of holes as a canceled check. I found a .45 slug in the seat packing, and I piled Roderick inside, and I drove over to a motor court on the highway. An old lady with a dust mop for a head of hair registered us and complained about all the drunks there were in this world. And then when I got rid of her, I went out to the phone booth and gave the Lion a ring. I woke him up.
It's 11 o'clock at night. What do you want?
I'm in a jam.
You're always in a jam. Tell me about it in the morning.
Look, I'm giving it to you right now.
You'd drunk.
I've been with your client trying to get that ship back.
How'd you do?
I got lead instead of silver.
What do you mean by that?
Somebody doesn't like Roderick.
Who is it?
I don't know. We got there for the buyback and somebody opened up.
They can't do that.
Well, they did.
Oh, where's Roderick now?
With me. Get a doctor and come on over.
What?
He got in the way when they started the 4th of July.
Well, take him to a hospital.
Now, look, Fatso, he isn't hurt bad, but he needs help. You're always talking about money. Now, here's your chance to make some.
Yeah?
He'll give you a bonus if you keep him out of the papers.
I'll be there in half an hour.
Well, the Lion showed up 20 minutes later. He had a long-faced guy with him who said he was a doctor. He looked more like an undertaker, but I didn't argue. I told the Lion to keep Roderick there till I phoned back. Then I beat it over to the DeSoto Hotel. The door to 305 was open. Dickie Chambers had company, only he wasn't receiving. He was lying under a sheet. A fat guy in a wrinkled suit seemed to be running things.
Come on in, brother. I didn't know Dickie had any friends.
I guess he didn't.
Who are you?
I'm the guy who met him once. Who are you?
Ed Granger, constable. This is my territory. What's your name?
Regan, private investigator.
International?
Mm-hmm.
The Lion's Eye, huh? Know anything about this?
I talked to him this afternoon. He gave up riding horses for other things.
What kind of things?
He was contact man on a heist job.
Yeah? Where do you come in?
I was hired. That's why I met Dickie.
Mind telling me by who?
It's a client, Granger.
This is a murder. Okay, well, let it go for now.
When'd you find him?
A little while ago, clerk called, said he heard shooting. I came down with the boys and found Dickie doing the long sleep. Happened less than an hour ago.
He's a tough little guy.
Well, them 45s don't know nothing about that.
45?
Big holes, chest and neck, close range. Corner's gonna lose 2 bits. He thinks it's a 38.
Well, look, if it turns out big, try this one for a match here.
Oh, you been playing games tonight?
Somebody gave it to me.
Connected?
Ballistics will tell you.
Anything else?
No.
What'd you come back for?
Talk to Dickie.
No good, huh?
No good. I should have asked him earlier.
We can get you through International.
Yeah.
Well, if you got anything, remember the name. Ed Granger.
He was peeking under that sheet looking at Chambers when I left. There was kind of a sad smile on his face, like somebody put gasoline in his thermos bottle. I drifted across the street for a package of cigarettes, and then I came back and climbed in my car thinking about the whole thing. I don't know how long I sat there in the car, but when I looked up, there was a shadow against the wall of the building. It was a good-looking shadow.
Doing your homework?
Yeah, I do for a diploma.
Congratulations. What would you like for a gift?
How about a little silver ship, huh?
Sorry, too expensive. Try again.
All right, give me a 45.
What would you do with that?
Give it to a cop named Granger.
Then what?
All right, go home and go to bed.
You haven't asked me what I'm doing here.
I know.
Kane?
Him, too?
He isn't so bad when you get to know him.
From where you're sitting, he must have wings.
Well, if it isn't the gum heel. You ready for laughs?
What do we got, a comedy?
Take a look, Janie. Okay, bright boy, where is he?
You sober enough to shoot straight?
I took the pledge.
Before or after you came by us out on that road?
After, baby.
You don't smell like it.
Where is he?
Try my car trunk. I'm using him for ballast.
What did you do with him, Regan?
Kane, there's some people coming. Has he told you what he did with Abel?
Not yet.
I'm going to have to talk to him somewhere else.
Right, Angel. Okay, Regan, come on, get out. Hurry up. Now turn around.
Let me guess what's coming.
It's a trip to the moon. Sit tight, baby. Here you go. Oh!
I settled down to having a headache. Then the headache went someplace, and I had nothing. Oh, it was a nice play. Everybody was a quarterback, and everybody had the ball. I looked as good as a fat girl in a French bathing suit. It was some time later, maybe 10 years. I had a mouthful of brandy, and my throat was burning like an oil stacker. We were in Roderick's place. She was standing over me, holding a bottle in one hand and a 45 in the other.
Coming around now. Got to work fast.
Don't worry, he'll talk. Feeling better, baby? Well, you're gonna feel worse. Now sit up, baby. Come on, it's time to talk.
Now, wait a minute, Kane. Wait. Let me ask you. We're all alone here. No one's going to disturb us. And we'll find out anyhow. Why don't you tell us what you did with him?
I get a short memory. I forget things.
It's a shame to let Kane do this to you. I think you're pretty. Might not be able to stop him once he gets started.
Well, it's your idea, lady. I'm along for the view.
Iron men went out with short skirts, but I guess you don't know it yet.
You look tough, brother, but you bruise easy.
You're already wearing striped pants. You mangled it when you tagged me tonight.
Think so? Tell me how.
All right, no one knew I was a detective but your brother. That meant you hired Dickie Chambers to find out.
So you know it. So what?
So you bumped Dickie when you thought it was finished.
Well, that makes you know I'm not kidding.
There's a constable named Granger.
Kane?
Relax, Angel, relax. Don't let him scare you. He hasn't told anything to anybody.
No?
No. If you did, we would have found him in a hospital. I saw him go down.
Are you sure?
Of course I am. Now all we got to do is find him. So let's get started. Well, you talk now, huh? No? It's going to get worse, baby. You might have to write it later.
You got hold of a bad label.
Stop it. Now, stop it. This isn't getting us anything.
Yeah, but I'm having fun.
No, kill him.
Let go of my
Listen
arm.
to me. Now, we need him. You've got to find him in the car with Abel. It's ruined if you kill him.
I said let go. Now, where were we, baby?
I said to stop.
Huh?
Stand away from him.
Are you crazy or something?
It would work fine if you could think. But you can't think. You're no good to me anymore.
Janie.
He shook all over a couple of times like he was saying no in a big way. And then he finally relaxed. She knelt down and took something out of his pocket. I tried to lift one of my arms, but I got about as far as I would trying to hook a whale with a salad fork. I must have looked real bad, because all of a sudden her eyes kind of lit up and she came over.
You've taken a lot of punishment, mister.
Yeah, not as much as you're going to take.
It's a matter of opinion. By the way, you didn't happen to be carrying that $5,000.
You looking for a stake?
Yeah? I'm going out prospecting.
Trip around the world?
Far enough to make some new connections. That's all a girl needs. Here. Here's the little ship. You didn't do it for nothing.
You run out of bullets?
No. If they ever get me, I'll say justifiable homicide. He was trying to kill you. You're my witness. Oh, you are pretty. Take care of yourself. Goodbye.
Take care of yourself. Goodbye. That's all she said, and that was the last I ever saw of her. Well, it seems that Janie and Kane had figured to tag both of us out on that road, and it'd all be blamed on a phony heist gang. There was a lot of insurance they could have turned into ready cash, but I had a feeling that when I made Abel get out of that car that night, it'd ruin things for him. Jeannie and Kane thought that they could still do it if they could find him and get us together again. That's why he went to work on me. Kane already killed Dickie Chambers because he thought there might have been a double cross, and I guess he was kind of crazy by the time he got around to me. Well, anyway, about 3 months later, a detective sergeant down in Miami Beach spotted Janie one night working the hat stand in a nightclub. Everybody wondered how he could recognize her. She dyed her hair, and she really changed her appearance. But it figured. You see, the police folder had a picture of her in a bathing suit, and she couldn't change those legs.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan, with Wilms Herbert as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS at 9:30 next week for more hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator, written by E. Jack Newman, produced by Sterling Tracy. The role of Janie Broderick was played by Lorene Tuttle. Marvin Miller was Abel, and Wally Mayer was Kane. Dickie Chambers was Sidney Miller, and Paul Frees played Ed Granger. Are you a graduate registered nurse? Do you know someone who is? Then please listen carefully to this important message from the Adjutant General's Office, Washington, D.C. 29,000 nurses are needed to join the new Army Nurse Corps Reserve. For the first time in history, qualified nurses are given the opportunity of receiving a commission in the regular Army Reserve. All nurses who receive reserve commissions will benefit from the opportunity for specialized training offered to them by the Army. Don't wait. If you're a registered graduate nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, drop a card for complete information to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. Original music for this program is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard every Saturday at 9:30 over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery, suspense, adventure in tonight's transcribed story, A Claw, a Corkscrew, a Coffin, a Crab.
There was about everything in this one. A claw, a corkscrew, a coffin, a crab, 67,000 clams, some deep sea fish, and Juliet. Case took me all over L.A., out to San Pedro, down to Long Beach, took me 20 feet underwater where it looked like I wasn't going to come up. Yeah, but Juliet was where it started.
Juliet Jones. Now sit down, Jeffrey.
Sure, Lion.
Just the man I wanted to see. I was just about to phone you. Juliet Jones.
Our new client.
Our new client wants you out in Inglewood right away. Her life's in danger.
That's so?
Yes, she wants protection. A bodyguard, Jeffrey. Here's her address.
Juliet Jones, 712 Garbanza Avenue, Inglewood.
Oh, she was beautiful, my boy. Came here to the office an hour and a half ago. Lovely, lovely. And never, Jeffrey, in all my vast experience as president of the Lyon Detective Bureau, has it been my privilege to see such a gorgeous... and she had a voice, my boy. Well, it stroked you when she talked. And she smelled... As a matter of fact, Regan, she smelled of tea.
Tea?
She's a broken Pico tester.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I do. She feels, smells, and tastes broken Pico tea. The very best, Jeffrey. Best black tea, of course. She wouldn't think of testing green or oolong, or so she said.
Sure. Anything else that'll help?
Well, there was one thing. Now, we mustn't jump to any rash conclusions, Jeffrey, but everything she had on, everything was brand new, and all very expensive. Very expensive.
Maybe some guy likes her.
Yes, I suppose that would be it.
Look, Lion, if you think she's a phony, we just don't take her case.
Now, Regan, don't start that.
What's the matter? She give us dough?
Juliet Jones advanced us $400.
That's a broth of clams.
Yes, it is. Look here, my boy, just look. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 $100 bills. Oh, Jeffrey, isn't life wonderful?
Life was. I drove to Inglewood. She was there. It was like the Lion said. Hair tawny, eyes that were golden when she looked at you a certain way. And she looked at you a certain way. I found out the guy threatening her life was named Adam Garth. Then we found a place for dinner and danced. After 9 o'clock, I was on time and a half.
Jeff.
Yeah, Juliet?
Jeff, you make a wonderful bodyguard.
I like my work.
Jeff.
Just think, this is all we have to do for days and days.
Till Adam Garth takes that slow boat to China.
You know, I'm going to be sorry when Adam Garth gets tired of trying to kill me. Because, Jeff, then what reason will I have to hire my own private detective?
Lady, let's try fresh air.
Oh, Jeff, how marvelous. I know just where there is some. Let's walk along another few yards so the lights of the Long Beach amusement pier won't blind us.
Yeah. Juliet.
Yes, Jeff?
Adam Garth.
Oh, Adam Garth.
Maybe I ought to take off and hunt him up.
You just stay right with me.
Sure, it's nice work, but if Garth is gunning for
Jeff,
you...
I explained. I looked at the guy once. He's a big lug, Jeff. All thumbs. In the brain, I mean. I looked at the guy. He fell over his thumbs.
That could happen.
Well, it isn't easy to be a girl like me, every guy's dream.
Guess not. You gotta be triple careful, huh?
I didn't do anything, Jeff, to encourage Adam Garth to think... But he got crazy all of a sudden. He thought he owned me.
You told him he didn't.
He said if that was it, then nobody else would.
I see what he meant.
Adam Garth threatened to kill me. He said Jeff, he said he'd fix it so my beauty would never wreck another guy's life.
You hired me to block his punch.
Yes, Jeff. I want you with me every minute, all day, evenings, wherever I go. Because...
She stopped on the sand, stood in front of me, turned up her face. And that was when... Even Juliet's kiss didn't pack a wallop like that. Somebody sat me from behind. I whirled, half groggy. There was a black shape between me and the white cream of the surf. But I didn't even get my fists up.
All right, Regan. Oh!
Couldn't figure it out for a second where I was. It's like a dream. Far, far away. A big production, and Juliet was in it.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?
Yeah. Wherefore?
Coming out of it now, are you, Regan?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Your jaw where I hit you. All right?
Oh, sure.
Well, then you'd better get up off the sand, Regan.
Yeah. Okay.
You can stand up. Fine. Now, just sit down here on this bench. I'll stand in front of you.
Thanks, I'll stand.
Sit, Regan.
Yeah. That gun in your hand, yours or mine?
Mine. Yours is in my pocket.
Sure, that's how it would be. Juliet, take a walk someplace?
That's right. She took a walk.
With Adam, maybe?
Why, yes, Regan. To get apples. Candied apples up on the amusement pier.
Yeah, well, you're not Adam. You don't fit the description Juliet gave me. Squat, hairy guy, thumbs in the brain. You're a little taller, smarter.
And I have my clothes on. Regan, quit kidding. Where's the money?
I got $4.75 in my pocket.
Oh, that's enough, lion's eye.
You know me.
You're one of those private investigators. It'd be hard to do any kind of a job. This time you took the wrong assignment.
Working for Juliet Jones.
That's right. Regan, I want $67,000.
Just don't happen to have it on me.
I didn't expect you to, but wherever it is, get it. Bring it to me.
Bring it to you like where?
I told you not to kid.
Oh, why?
You know where. Oh, and Regan, the police aren't doing this job for me. Holding a gun on you, getting $67,000 from you. Maybe you're wondering why.
Nope, hadn't occurred to me they might.
Of course not. All right, Regan, I'll be fair with you. I have a reason to keep the police out. When you come with the money, make it $66,000. Keep $1,000 for yourself.
Thanks.
Here's your gun. Unloaded. See you around.
He handed me my gun, walked off. He was a nice guy. Lovely. And he smelled. Yeah, when he came up close and handed me my gun, I caught a whiff of... I couldn't place it the first second, but then I remember what the lion had said about Juliet Jones. He'd said she was lovely. Said she was lovely and smelled of tea. That was it. The tough guy that was 67,000 G starved, he smelled of tea, too.
Hello.
Wake up.
Oh, Jeffrey, it's 10:30. I've gone to bed. Where are you?
Payphone booth, Long Beach Amusement Pier.
Jeffrey, this is a toll call.
That's right. Lion, when Juliet Jones talked at the office this afternoon, she said she was a tea tester, even smelled of tea from being around it so much.
Jeffrey, if you've called me in the middle of the night, 10:30, a 25-cent toll call or 30 cent or whatever it is...
Did she say where she tested tea?
Where she works, you mean? I can't remember a thing like that. Call me tomorrow. Jeffrey.
Yeah, Lion?
Juliet Jones isn't with you. That's why you haven't asked her.
That's it.
Jeffrey, my boy, nothing's gone wrong with our lovely $400 case.
A couple of things. We're in the red on it.
In the red? But we can't be. Why, I have the four $100 bills right here, Jeffrey. In this chamois bag tied around my neck. Yes, here it is, under my nightshirt.
Well, with that $400 taken away, we're only $66,600 in the hole on the case. That's the amount we have to cough up to get out.
Jeffrey! No, I understand now. I'm asleep. This is a nightmare. Regan, get out of my dream!
It's a nightmare, Lion, only you're not asleep. So shove your pillow between your teeth, Fatso, to stifle your screams. I'm going to give you the rundown. Lion whimpered, moaned, but he took it. One thing, story shocked his memory into double quick. He remembered where Juliet Jones had told him she worked. The Phelan Great East Importing Company place was called. Tea Importers, San Pedro Docks. I phoned Juliet's house in Inglewood. Like I figured, nobody home. Tracks in the sand down on the beach hadn't helped much either. I just had one thing to go on. Phelan Great East. I drove out to San Pedro, dock section, parked. Dock's empty. Streetlights far apart. I unclipped my shoulder holster as I walked up the dock. My unloaded gun might back up a bluff.
All right, hold it.
Voice out of the building's shadow.
Stand still, no moves. Who are you?
Who are you?
Private
detective.
Like
you
I
too?
said.
Credentials?
Sure, I got credentials.
Trade your looks.
Oh, well, that sounds fair.
Over there, under the light.
Here you go.
Here you go.
Regan, private investigator.
Beckett's private investigator.
Here.
Here.
You working tonight?
Yeah. You?
Yeah. Dock detail. Keep an eye on stuff for some warehouse owners. Big shippers. Fat guys. Who you work for?
I work for a fat guy.
That's the way it is in this world. The smart work for the fat.
Beckett.
Yeah.
Phelan Great East warehouse around here somewhere.
Yeah, that's it up there. You go up the stone steps, turn into the alley. There's a door in the alley.
Yeah. See you, Peeper.
See you, Peeper.
I climbed the stone steps, turned into the alley, and then I saw high up behind shut blinds, light burning in one window. The door Beckett had told me about wasn't locked. Inside the warehouse, I burned my fingers with paper matches, finding the stairway that led up. After that, it was easy. There was a light under a door on the 4th floor. You could just make out the single word painted on the door. Phelan. As I opened the door, the drapes swirled across the room. The door slammed behind them. I went in.
Well, hello, Regan.
Hello, Phelan.
Oh, yes, that's right. It's on the door. Well, sit down. Sit down, Regan. I was just drinking tea.
2 cups.
That's right.
One for Juliet Jones.
Well, maybe.
It adds that way. She just went out that other door. You picked her up the same time you slugged me. You must have had a helper. Beckett?
Go on, Regan. Tell me what else you know.
Beckett, the private investigator, works for you. I suppose I should have figured that.
Man can't think of everything, Regan.
You haven't thought of the 67 grand.
Now, it's smart of you, Regan, to see it in that light.
3/4 of an hour ago, you thought I was the one that stole your dough.
Now you know the money was stolen.
I didn't catch on at first, but you told me that on the beach. You asked me if I was surprised the cops weren't getting the dough for you. Only way that could make sense was that you actually had been taken for dough. You gave me the amount yourself, 67 grand. Only, Phelan, you told me something else.
Yes. Yes, Regan.
I said I had a reason not to go to the police. Here, have a cup of tea.
No, thanks.
Well, I understand. Darkened warehouse, waterfront docks. But I don't mean you any harm. Here, I'll prove it. Look here. The tea leaves in the bottom of this cup.
Yeah?
Well, I read them, you know. Now, let's imagine this is your fortune.
Go on.
Well, now here. Now, this form in the tea leaves. A coffin. That means look out for trouble. And here, shape of a crab. You've got an enemy. And a claw, Regan. The enemy wants to kill you.
See anything else?
A corkscrew.
Which means?
Don't be curious.
About why you don't want to go to the cops.
I guess you can find your way back downstairs, Regan. I'll see you around.
Yeah. Maybe you will. I had the pieces of the puzzle, jagged jigsaw pieces. Phelan, a Phelan Gray East tea importer. He'd been robbed of $67,000, was out to recover the loot himself because he was scared to go to the cops. My client, Juliet, was mixed up in it. That made sense. She worked for Phelan as a tea tester. She'd blossomed out all of a sudden in new clothes from head to foot. She had 100 clam notes to pay private detectives. Then there was Adam Garth gunning for Juliet, Juliet said. I hadn't met him yet, but I didn't have to wait long. I let myself out of Phelan Great East warehouse by the door that opened on the alley. That was when I got a big surprise. Not who, but what she did.
Jeff,
Juliet,
I knew you'd come out this way. I've been waiting.
how come you beat it out of Phelan's office upstairs just when I got there?
I'll explain all that later. Right now, there's something more important. The reason I've been waiting here, I've been hoping you'd get here in time.
To what?
Hold me.
Huh?
And you are in time. Not too early, not too late. Oh, Jeff, hold me. Hold me.
Are you nuts?
Jeff, I've got a good reason. A good reason. Jeff, you've got to hold me close to you and kiss me.
You are nuts.
Hold me.
What?
I think this will do it nicely. Now stand back, Jeff. I said stand back.
Lady, you've skipped your rocker.
Stand back, Jeff. I've got to get back from you now. I've got to get back. Jeff, stand back!
She hurled backward, flattened herself against the far wall of the alley, and then I saw. End of the alley, away from the docks, man standing watching us. You couldn't make out his face, but his posture, feet apart, right hand forward, meant gun ready. I sucked back flat to the wall across from Juliet. 6 spurts of orange from the black silhouette. Yeah, but Mr. Jealous didn't score. Instinct, anger, threw my right hand to my unclipped shoulder holster, brought my gun to ready. Then I remembered. My gun empty.
Regan, why don't you shoot?
No bullets, baby. Gun's not loaded.
Oh, you stinking dumb sap. You dumb shamus, and I paid $400 for this.
You did, huh?
What do you mean? You let go of me?
Oh, no, Juliet. Exactly what did you pay $400 for?
Regan, let me go.
Why, you little...
Go!
Juliet ran down the alley toward the docks. Only I decided to play it away from the docks instead of toward. I couldn't go both ways, and the guy who fired the shots had disappeared in the other direction. It didn't figure he'd be hard to find. All I'd have to do was make myself available, and he'd find me. Only I didn't expect him to find me so soon.
Walk straight ahead, don't look back, and don't try nothing.
Okay, Garth.
Hey, how come you know me?
Well, I was born in the dark of the moon.
Hey, don't make no gags. You healed?
I got a gun with no bullets in it.
Don't make no gags.
Well, it's the truth. Look, Garth, we've got things to talk about.
I don't know who you are.
I'll show you.
No funny stuff.
Sure not. Here, look. Jeff Regan, private detective. Here's my license.
Oh, looks okay.
Garth, you stole $67,000 from Phelan.
Yeah, I did. That's right. Yeah, I did.
You seem pretty set up about it.
I stole $67,000 from Mr. Phelan. I don't know what come over me. I'm sorry I did it, and I am ready to go to prison and pay the penalty for my crime.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Turn off the gramophone.
I don't know what you mean.
Garth, where's the $67,000?
Oh, I was a crazy fool. I tried to double it. I don't know what come over me. I went to Las Vegas, Nevada, and I...
Lost every cent of it.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Garth, you gave the 67 grand, or most of it, to Juliet Jones before you left.
No, that ain't what happened.
Oh, yes, Garth. You gave the 67 G's to her. You went to Las Vegas to pretend to lose it gambling. You came back here to California. If Phelan had reported the theft, you'd have been caught. You expected that. You meant to serve your time. You figured it was worth it, Juliet waiting for you when you got out.
Yeah, I know. Well, she will be. That's how we planned it.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Well, you want to start serving that time, Garth. So come on. Let's go. I drove him to the police station in Long Beach. I let him think Juliet's plan had just misfired. I didn't have the heart to tell him what her real plan was. When Garth was booked out of the case, I had other business. I wanted to see Juliet, bad. And I figured I knew how to find her. She'd left her coat in the check room at the Long Beach place where we dined and danced. She'd be going there to pick it up. I'd wait on the pier and get on her trail. That's how it worked out. Hello, Juliet.
Well, Jeff, how could you possibly have found me here?
Not tough. You unchecked your coat just now at the dine and dance place. I figured you would.
And you followed me out here on the amusement pier.
That's it.
Well, I'm glad to see you, Jeff.
Sure, yeah. In case Garth shows again, you'll want me to protect you.
Well, yes, of course. Yes, of course, that's it.
Sorry I lost you at the docks.
Oh, well, that's understandable, Jeff. The confusion.
I took off after Garth.
I don't suppose you found him.
No, I guess like you said, I'm a no-good dumb shamus.
Oh, well, now, Jeff, I was upset. I wasn't responsible for what I might have said, what I might have done, Jeff, just
You
at that
knew
time.
Garth was in range, watching.
Yes, that was it.
Why you wanted to get close to me? Because Garth was around.
Well, yes, Jeff, because I was scared. I wanted protection.
Sure. Lady, you and I got things to talk about.
Things, Jeff?
Things. Like a fall guy, like a poor dumb cluck in Las Vegas, Nevada, pretending to lose $67,000. Like that guy being willing to come back here, get caught, service time, expecting you to be waiting with the dough when he came out.
You did find Adam Garth.
I found him, and I didn't tell him all I knew.
What else do you know, Jeff?
Why you hired me.
Oh?
You wanted me to be around you all the time. Guard you from Garth, you said. Oh, no. You wanted to make Garth shooting iron jealous.
Now, why on earth would I have wanted a thing like that?
So he'd shoot, kill me, and go up for murder, and I'd kill him in self-defense. Either way, you'd have the $67,000 clear for yourself.
Jeff, You are smart.
Thanks. Come on, we're going to the clink.
Jeff.
Yeah?
Are you sure there isn't anything else we could discuss?
Such as?
Jeff, I know a place we could talk. Alone. Just up the Midway. It might be worthwhile.
All right. Let's go. She was thinking of one thing, buying me off. I was thinking of something else. There was one little bit of the puzzle I didn't have, so I went along. She wouldn't get away. Not where she took me, anyway. There was a big steel tank at one side of the Midway. Tank full of water, water full of fish. And down into the water and fish, 20 feet down, spectators were lowered in a diving bell. Juliet and I bought tickets. Went down. The two of us. Alone. This one reminds me of you.
That's a man-eater, isn't it, Jeff?
Yeah. Long, sleek, beautiful. Tiger shark.
Jeff, over here through this porthole. On this side of the diving bell. Look,
Yeah, lady?
over there in that corner of the tank.
Octopus.
Could that octopus suggest you, Jeff? I mean, tentacles reaching out in every direction. Reaching for whatever there may be to grasp.
What you mean is, can you buy me off?
I've got a lot to buy you off with, Jeff. 67,000, yes. And good looks. Good looks, Jeff. And something else. The way you and I could make a lot of money. Blackmailing Phelan.
That's what I came down to this diving bell to find out about.
Yes?
Sure, baby. So talk about Phelan. She talked about Phelan. Turned out all he brought in from the Great East wasn't broken Pico tea. In a couple of minutes, the last piece of the jigsaw was in place. I had leads that when the Federal Narcotics Squad had got its teeth in would send Phelan to the pokey for an even longer stay than Garth's and Juliet's. So that wrapped it up. Yeah, it wrapped it up. All of a sudden, I noticed something. It was silent in the diving bell. The air tube had stopped hissing. There were a couple of windows in the outside wall of the tank come on for customers by letting them glimpse the fish and the diving bell down in the water inside. Face appeared in one of the windows, grinned at me. Beckett. Phelan's gunsel. Beckett drew his forefinger slowly across his throat. I was as dumb a shamus as Juliet said.
Jeff, I can't breathe. Jeff, I'm scared.
She passed out. I was next. Everything was getting wavery. Water. Fish I saw through the porthole. Funny thing. One fish looked in at me. Looked like my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
All right, now, stand back. Stand back, everybody. Give the man air. Please stand back. He's in a dangerous position.
Oh.
Hey, Jeffrey, my boy, are you all right?
Oh, Lyon, what happened?
Jeffrey, I came here to the Long Beach amusement pier after you telephoned. I was worried about our $400 case, you see.
Yeah.
And when I got here, that man Beckett was looking into the tank, making suspicious gestures.
You tangled with him.
No, not exactly, Jeffrey. I found the operator of the tank. Beckett had knocked him out, Jeffrey. I revived him, threw water in his face, you see, and he and I managed to get air going to you and Juliet again. The police were attracted by the disturbance, my boy, and they rounded up Beckett, and they've taken charge of Juliet, too.
All this time, I was as cold as a mackerel.
Yes, my boy, you were.
But, Lyon, one thing.
Yes, Jeffrey?
How come you're sopping wet?
Well, it was nothing, my boy. I saw you in peril in that diving bell. My heart overflowed. I dove in to save you.
Save me through the steel wall of the diving bell?
Jeffrey, I was going to tear those steel walls apart with my bare hands.
Lyon, you were going to do that for me? Maybe I've been misjudging you.
Hey, Mr. Lyon.
Don't bother me, lad. Well, Jeffrey, we'll forget the past. Let bygones be bygones. No man really sees another's metal till the test of battle.
Mr. Lyon, please,
Get away from me. Stop bothering me, boy. Go away somewhere.
But, Mr. Lyon, here's your chamois skin bag full of money you dove into the tank to try to save.
Money.
Lyon?
Lyon? Now, Jeffrey, don't excite yourself, my boy. You've been a sick man, you know. Hey, Jeffrey, what are you doing? Oh, no! Not the tank again!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, was written tonight by William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. Alan Botzer speaking, and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense, mystery, adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Welcome to this radio series specially prepared for you by the Old Time Radio Researchers. Founded in the early 2000s, we are a group of avid fans of broadcasts from the golden age of radio who enjoy listening to, researching, and sharing these classic recordings. Our core mission is to assist in the preservation and documentation of drama, comedy, and variety programs from the classic period of radio for future generations to enjoy. Hundreds of thousands of complete and partial recordings representing thousands of series have survived on various media, including transcription discs, reel-to-reel tape, and cassettes since their original creation. However, even more recordings have been lost or destroyed during that same time, and those that survive on disc and tape are in danger of deteriorating with age. In cooperation with other groups and individuals, we are in a race against time to discover and save as many of these historic treasures as possible. An early goal of the old-time radio researchers was, and continues to be, correcting erroneous program titles and dates while upgrading sound quality whenever possible. The results of our work used to be issued as certified sets, dozens of which were produced and remain available on sites such as archive.org. These sets are now referred to as maintained sets to better indicate that our efforts to find improved sound quality and more historical background are ongoing tasks. The old-time radio researchers communicate primarily on Facebook. Our website, otrr.org, features links to many of our projects, including the Otter Database, an online library of historical radio publications, and our own magazine, The Old Radio Times. Our sister website, otrrlibrary.org, houses the largest collection of freely downloadable old-time radio programs on the Internet. A third website, otrrpedia.net, features one of the most comprehensive searchable databases for old-time radio information. Though we accept donations to acquire new materials and keep our websites online, the old-time radio researchers provide everything to the public free of charge. If you would like to find out more about our group, visit us on Facebook or at www.otrr.org. For the Old Time Radio Researchers, I'm your announcer, Randy Wenner. Thank you for listening, and enjoy the show.
Graham made his first appearance in radio in 1931 while a member of a local repertory company who was on contract to do network commercials. After high school, he would attend the University of California, but he left after 1 year. He moved to Spokane, Washington, where he would return to work in radio. He founded the Rockcliffe School of Theater and Radio with his wife, Dorothy Jack Graham. By 1937, he became a CBS announcer in Hollywood at KNX. This would lead to a number of radio programs for which he narrated or performed voice work. His popularity would grow, and he was soon in great demand to provide voices in many animations for Walt Disney, MGM, Columbia, and Warner Brothers Studios. As a result, he became known as the man of 1,000 voices. He was also the announcer for Rudy Valley, Jenny Sims, and Dinah Shore. He was the wandering vaquero in The Romance of the Rancheros. He would appear in many popular shows such as Lub and Abner, Theater of Romance, The Cavalcade of America, Columbia Workshop, Command Performance, Stars Over Hollywood, The Whistler, and many more. And oftentimes, Graham supplied the voices for more than one character. The Internet Movie Database credits him with 57 movies and 3 documentaries, mostly as uncredited voiceover work. In addition, Graham did appear in the lead role of a 1943 movie, The Adventures of Cosmo Jones. This was a result of a radio show of the same name, in which Graham wrote, and he played all of the parts. However, work in the movies may have been somewhat limited due to his small stature, being he was only 5'7" and 125 pounds. Still, radio and voiceover work was where he would shine. He took over the role of Jeff Regan, private investigator, from Jack Webb in the 1948 and 49 seasons. In addition, he co-created with Van de Zoudes the program's